What is going on, Don't Unfriend Me Nation? Matthew Spear from the Don't Unfriend Me Show. And man, are we looking like a bunch of monkeys in suits. This is kind of ridiculous. Whose idea was this? Is this your idea, Leroy? Rock and roll, everybody. Listen, we are going to have a wonderful night. We have got some great guests. We've got some news for you. We've had some thunderstorms. We have had some power outages. We have had clothes being lost. Videos to all of a sudden shut down. It's been a Don't Unfriend Me night, but we're going to make it happen. We are going to walk you through it all together. But Amy, one word. Leroy, one word. Livia, and then I'll bring it. What do we got
for tonight? Like what's?
Yeah.
I'm excited. Is that a lame word?
That's a good word, Leroy.
Engorged. How's that?
No, it's not appropriate. You gotta bring up your mic a little bit, big guy. I don't think people heard you.
Family
Livia,
show,
while you bring up your
Leroy.
mic, Livia, go ahead.
Amy stole my answer. I was gonna say
Hurry up,
excited.
we got 30 seconds.
Excited.
You can't do the same thing.
Okay, nervous.
Ecstatic.
Nervous is a good one. Nervous.
Static is a good one.
Ecstatic is a good one. I agree. All good. All right, folks. Listen, we're gonna get this thing cooking off. We got the video, the one night video, which we're gonna start. We're gonna do our intro. We're probably gonna get kicking off here around 6:05, maybe just a tad later, but we're ready to go. We'll see you soon. Hope you're ready for a good 5-hour night. It all started with just a vote, a single choice in a sea of millions. And suddenly, people we loved vanished. Godparents to our children, lifelong friends, all gone with just a click, with a comment, with silence. That's when the seed was planted. Don't Unfriend Me wasn't just a name, it was a plea, a line in the sand, a refusal to let politics tear apart what humanity once held so sacred. We didn't set out to build a movement. We set out to tell the truth, even when it hurt. Long hours, lost sleep, more setbacks than anyone will ever see. There were days it felt like we were shouting into the void, but we kept showing up. Not for clicks, not for clout, but because this matters. We pushed through the doubt, the algorithm throttling, the shadow bans, the isolation, the nights we sat at the mic with empty inboxes and broken spirits. And still, we stayed. We persevered because we knew there was something here worth fighting for. For years, thousands of hours, laughter, heartache, raw conversations with real people. And now, it all leads to this. One night, one room, one moment. A gathering of voices unafraid to speak. Roseanne Barr, unfiltered and unafraid, the queen of calling it how it is. Lara Logan, a truth seeker who's seen behind the curtain and chose to report what she saw. Barry Morgenstein, America's headshot photographer and dear friend. T.S. Dixon and Ryan Samuels, boundary pushers, truth tellers, disruptors of the tired old narrative. Lisa Regina, using story to heal and bring light where others fear to look. Damani Felder, bold, articulate, and a walking contradiction to every box they've tried to put him in. Jason Sheppard, a watchdog with receipts, digging deep where others won't. Kris Tonto Paronto, a warrior who lived the consequences of failed leadership and came back with a message we all need to hear. This isn't just a panel, it's a reckoning, a collision of truth and courage. We can agree, we can disagree. You can love me, or you can hate me. Just don't unfriend me. It all starts right now. Let's go!
Yes.
I'm so excited.
Are you tired of being so confused? You feel like you're more fucked up than the lies on the evening news. Well, just step right in. We can talk about it all as friends. And if you want, we can hug and kiss and make up for the party ends. Agree or disagree, stop offering me. 'Cause I'm everything you want, damn sure what you need. I won't tell no lies, back up on the facts with truth. And if you can't get down with that, you must be somebody's stuff.
Adjusting transmitter output.
This is the Don't Unfriend Me Show with your hosts, Matt, Leroy, Amy, and Olivia. Geopolitics, military analysis, and election coverage. Coming to you live on all major social media channels at the DUM Show. Honest, direct, unfiltered. We can agree, we can disagree. Just don't unfriend me.
Listen, you people aren't supposed to be so damn giving automatically. You guys are going to make me cry because I'm already seeing what's coming in and just making me all mushy. Jason Sheppard to the top left, a good friend, somebody who worked on talking to me for, I don't know, at least 2 years, and I was a stubborn jackass. And just an amazing, great friend of mine, and also the CEO of Wimkin. Does amazing things for social media and free speech, but also here to talk about the fentanyl test. Lisa Regina to my right, a right to heal, an actress, a caring and giving human being who had her own experiences to focus on trauma, whether it be veterans or whether it be anyone who experiences any type of PTS or TBIs or anything that just makes them question their value. Amazing story. Welcome to the both of you. Thank you for joining the Don't Unfriend Me Show. Jason, why don't you go ahead and start with who you are and what do you do?
Well, thank you. It's you are 100% correct. I did court you for probably about 18 months, and then finally got you, and you were like, why haven't I been doing this before? And I'm like, well, probably I don't know many more people more hard-headed than you, but what can you do? But we're here. But I really appreciate you having me, Matt. You know that I love you guys, and true patriots in every sense of the word. And that's who I associate myself with, to be quite honest with you. But I am the founder of Wimkin Social Media. We have about 9 million people. We fought big tech app stores for, to basically get back in once they kicked us out, blaming us for the alleged insurrection. We were, subpoenaed by the US DOJ on several different occasions for Wimkin, as well as had the House Select Committee on January 6th try to shut us down. So a really long, hard-fought aspect for free speech, which is certainly very near and dear to my heart. And also, I know you mentioned the fentanyl test. My background before I started Wimkin, I was in healthcare IT. I was coding a very well-known CRM, which is where you keep all of patients' records, legitimately from patient intake coordinators all the way to neurosurgeons or specialists. This is where they put their notes. This is where they put their care plans, as well as their, prescriptions and such. And it's very important, obviously, that you have everything correct there. So as I was working in this field, once we made updates to the system and recoded the system, I was one of the ones that went and trained individuals on that. A lot of times that had me in emergency rooms all across, our tri-state area here. And I got sick of seeing almost everybody under the age of 25 coming in pretty much dead or dying due to acute fentanyl toxicity. So that's how the fentanyl test was born.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's taken off. I know there's some news here with it coming up in the next 30 days. Do you want to let people know? First of all the donations, you are loved. We appreciate you, but we are on such a huge time crunch. I'm not going to be able to thank all of you individually. So we always do it during the show, but out of respect for the guests, we're going to do it at the end. You're loved, and you guys just crush me. So thank you. I know Amy and Leroy have some things to say, so we're going to try to get it out there. But tell us the good news of what's going on with the fentanyl test right now, and then we're going to take a quick introduction and then get to Lisa.
Sure. Well, obviously, I think a lot of people know I met with Bobby Kennedy before he was confirmed the day after the inauguration, almost at insurrection. But, essentially, we're going to be working something with HHS. We have an incredible new drug czar coming in, Sarah Carter, who was also on Border 911 with Derek Maltz and Tom Homan, who we all have ties to as well. But I just want to let people know that the DEA actually reached out and they are testing our new 4 panels, which are the most groundbreaking tests and legitimately something that will save almost every person's life that encounters them. So really big news for us. And Matt, thank you for letting me share that.
Oh, dude, no, it's like we know Amy Stamcombe and so many other people have been impacted who are our viewers by fentanyl. Yeah. And we're all rooting for you. Why don't we have the hosts just go ahead and introduce themselves, and then I want to hand it over to Lisa, who's been so patient. Usually it's ladies first, but with hair like that, how do you not let Jason go?
I'm jealous. I know I'm jealous.
You should be. Your back makes up for it, though. Hey, Liv, why don't you go ahead and walk everybody who you are, tell them who you are, all that stuff.
Hello, everyone. I'm Olivia Spear. I am Matthew's better half, you would say, maybe. Wife, 26 years.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank everyone for being here, especially Jason and Lisa. Jason, it's great to see you again. You guys
need to stop with these donations. You guys are rocking me. Amy, go ahead, walk us. First of all, been with us how long? How long you been on the show?
We're a throuple. No, okay. No, we're not. No. Hi, everyone. I'm Amy. And I've been here since I think 4 years, almost 4 years with
since
everybody.
The beginning.
It's been great. Yeah, it's pretty early on. I've been a fan. I was a fan before I was on the show as a host. I'm so grateful to be here every day. I'm so excited today, and I'm so happy. Jason, I never met you face to face. I've heard so much about you. So it's so exciting to see you here. And Lisa, we have so much in common, fortunately. So I'm so grateful that you are here too. And I can't wait to hear more from both of you guys. So that's it. Yeah.
Leroy. Go ahead.
So, hi. My name's, I go by a fake name on the show just because of what I do still currently. I'm still in the Navy. I'm a chief intelligence analyst. I've been doing this for 22 years. And I also contract for the government during the week with several specialties that I shouldn't ever mention. So I've mobilized both with JSOC, and I've been to Bosnia and Djibouti, Africa, and all over the place. That being said, I joined the Don't Unfriend Me show about 3 years ago. And while I was watching one night, just like Amy, right? You become a fan first, and then if you're, if you have the cojones enough to go ahead and reach out to your heroes, then you're like, hey, by the way, we have something in common. Didn't even know it until about the 3rd or 4th show in that I was watching to find out that Matt was former Navy intelligence. And so we found out that we actually crossed several paths. And from there, a lifelong friendship has developed. Since I've joined the show, at least 3 or 4 people have reached out to either Matt, Amy, or myself personally, where we've been able to get them referred over to the Veterans Crisis Hotline. So we know that we have made a difference in some people's lives.
Yeah,
so
we've talked a few off the cliff live.
Yeah,
we've had people who were in a bad spot, and we stopped the show and tears were shed. Lisa, you are a doll. Thank you. If you don't know who I am, it's not important. Trust me, I talk enough. You'll figure it out in the next, probably 5 minutes. Lisa, you're a very special guest. We're so excited to have you. Can you walk us through a little bit about Right to Heal and your journey? And we're all kind of excited to hear about it.
Thank you so much. It's just so grateful to be here. And so our mutual connection to Barry Morgenstein is really how I broadened my advocacy work to include veterans. But my journey began April 2nd, 2005, when I was assaulted and thrown from a vehicle in New York City. And having survived that, just was so grateful to be alive. And the following year, I founded A Right to Heal because writing and performance as an actor, all those performance skills came natural. And it was the way I channeled the pain. And it was really a life preserver, just having a writing tablet by my bed when I was released from the hospital. Of course, going through much therapy and domestic violence facilitated groups was a great help because it made me feel less alienated. And that's really important. And then in 2012, after I had formed A Right to Heal, I staged a one-woman show sharing my story of survival. And then I also all the women in my writing group, I adapted their true stories to monologues and staged that performance in New York City. And it was really powerful because in the audience, we had advocates from different nonprofit organizations that were there. And the women whose lives were coming to life on stage sat in the audience. And having that distance, watching your true story come to life is really impactful and healing and also gut-wrenching. You have to go through a lot more pain before you come out on the other side. So it's been a long journey. Barry Morgenstein introduced me to retired Army Captain Leslie Nicole Smith, who's a Gary Sinise ambassador. And that's when my mind was really blown because I realized trauma impacts all. And as a civilian, I was able to relate to Leslie and the significance of her story. She lost her sight and her leg while serving in Bosnia. So we shared our individual stories of trauma, and that really was the bonding moment to our friendship. And she's an ambassador on A Right to Heal, as well as Barry Morgenstein and his beautiful wife, Shelley. I have a combat veteran on my team, Navy veteran, a retired Marine colonel. It's just a wonderful team, and the journey continues. And using writing, I adapted a lot of stories to a series, Heroic Episodes, and that's what I'm working on now. And the premise of it is really just to provide hope and healing.
When yeah, Amy, did you have something? Because I've got a question for
No,
both of them.
I
Go ahead.
just love all of it. And again, so I've never shared my story here, and I'm not tonight either, but I will someday. I keep saying that. So just hearing other people who have been through horrible traumas with domestic violence, and I've never served our military, but I feel like I can relate because of the trauma too. Not completely, obviously, but so I just really am grateful for your organization. I'm so happy to have you on tonight. I'm just like gushing. I'm like just fangirling out. That's all. I'm just being obnoxious.
I think when Tonto comes on, we're all going to be there too. I mean, Jason was pretty big, but when Tonto's on here, I think I'm going to be like, "Oh, hi, Tonto, how you been? Can I have your autograph?" If I'm going to break out a quick question to both of you and just kind of kick off the night, is how do we get beyond the hashtag support? Because listen, I've worked with 3,000 different veterans. I've worked with VA benefit groups and 501c3s all across the country before I left the corporate world. And the one thing I know is that a lot of people lead with a hashtag, and that's great. But it doesn't change a damn thing, unfortunately. Awareness is already there. We know fentanyl is a huge issue. Well, everyone non-liberal does. And then we also know that PTS and depression and veteran suicide and survivors are a massive part. How do we get past the hashtag and how do we make real change? So for your organizations, Lisa, why don't you start first, and then Jason, you can follow up. If that's okay, buddy.
I experienced just so many amazing moments with veterans on my film set. And it all began with Captain Smith, from meeting her. I cast her in a short film. After 14 and a half hours on my set, she grabbed my hand. She had tears in her eyes and she was shaking. And she said, "I haven't felt this camaraderie since I served." And it was just I didn't realize how healing being on a film set was for her. So the next two short films that I produced, wrote, directed, you do everything in low budget films like that. I brought on veterans as part of cast, crew, and consultants. And it was amazing because every single veteran, Vietnam veterans, current day, combat veterans came up to me, hugging me, saying, "This is amazing. This is the mission we miss." So I think, for me, just having that experience was so empowering and so beautiful that that's what fuels me. And that's what really, gets me up every morning and excites me about doing the advocacy work that I do, because I want to see veterans have that experience. And when they transition home, as I've learned through 12 years of interviews, with military men and women, all branches of service, all wars, that transition, looking for the new mission. I really believe transitioning to a film set, whether it's temporary, whether it's a one-time, I just feel like it offers a platform and an opportunity for veterans to feel that mission again and feel that camaraderie. And it's extremely healing.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that's, Leroy doesn't know it yet, but he will. The camaraderie is what you miss more than just about anything. Thomas Austin, you're a rock star. Jason, same question to you. The hashtag. How do we get beyond the hashtag and make real change?
Well, to be honest with you, Matt, I really think that it's you have to find people that care. I mean, you put together an entire symposium tonight about this in this panel, and what we have found over the last, obviously before this administration came on, we found people that were just filling spaces. I mean, legitimately, with us and our fentanyl aspect. I firmly believe, and I think most people do that know us, we actually have an answer for this. The CDC just released the death statistics actually on Monday, and it's still at 80,000. And again, this doesn't factor in any homeless individuals because they never get an autopsy. So this number is 200, 300, 400,000 every single year. There is no doubt about that. But what we're finding and what we have been finding is, because we're now 15 months into the fentanyl test, believe it or not. And what we're finding is these individuals, they talk a big game, just like your hashtag. They talk a big game. They're there to, fulfill some type of a position that's actually supposed to, help the general public. And they don't do it. They have a dollar amount, they have a budget, and they'll say, hey, we're at least going to throw this at it. Then we can say we at least tried. So what we're seeing right now with the Trump administration is so important because, as I mentioned, Tom Homan is the absolute first person that cares about that border more than anybody, as well as will take action and get things done, as you're seeing. Sarah Carter, drug czar. She's covered fentanyl for 12, 13 years. She's been to the border. She's been to different countries. She's seen, actual, operations and work, and she's seen the deaths. She's met thousands of families. She knows what this is, and she has a caring heart. Derek Maltz, he's an incredible individual. He actually turned down he was the interim director of the DEA for Trump, but he turned down the actual role because he wants to get out there in the fentanyl field. So what you're seeing, though, is real people that will really work, not just put a hashtag in front of something, and will actually put effort in. And we lacked that through the entire Biden administration, and now we have it.
That's awesome. Amy, Leroy, Olivia, questions, obviously, and then Lisa and Jason, we want you to obviously talk about your sites. We got to peruse the fentanyl test just a little bit right there, and then obviously a right to heal. But it's important for us. We have a donation goal tonight, but that's not, we always try to give back. We want to know how we can help your organizations, how the fans can help, because they're all going to want to know too. Besides going to wimkin.com and signing up and having one of the best social media sites on the planet, besides that, anybody have a question? Amy, Leroy, or Olivia?
Yeah, I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Leroy.
Well, mine was more hero worship. When I'm at work, one of the things that I do daily, and Matt will tell you this is something that all analysts do, is they go through something called a read board. And on that read board is just a string of, news that you would expect to see. It's things that, and I'm in a bit of a privileged position, right? Because not everything that I read will ever end up on NBC. But something that I saw just last week was several hundred pounds of fentanyl were seized at the southern border from the DEA. And when I did the math on that and figured out how many people it would have potentially affected, the one drug bust was enough to have killed something like 220 million people. So for Jason to do this it's like the tip of the iceberg, and I just wish there was more that we could do for that effort. And then over to Lisa, same thing. We talk about it all the time, how many people are affected by PTSD or trauma. And no matter how many Brene Brown books you read, right, you have to be able to tell that story. And that's something that is one of her leading efforts. I think that is amazing. Just a little hero worship. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Ames, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question for Jason about your fentanyl, I guess kits for, I don't know if it's a kit. So I just recently found out in our local train station, which is across, actually to the next state over, they have these like vending machines in the train station for fentanyl. I guess there's all different kinds of drug reversal things, and I'm not 100% certain on what it is exactly. So my question really is, how are you distributing your kits? How can we help to get your kits out there, like this other vending machine and whatnot? Do we need to contact our local, sheriff's departments, politicians? What can we do to help get the awareness out there locally?
Yeah, Amy, thank you. That's actually one of the best ways to do this is to contact your local, politicians, your sheriff's departments, and demand that something is done, that something is changing because it's not working. Like I just cited, 80,000 has just died, and this is the number one killer of adults 18 to 49 in the United States, and the fastest growing killer of children under the age of 14. 7 out of 10 pills that they're buying on Snapchat are enough or contain enough fentanyl to kill you. And a lot of people, too, in this case, when you look at the head of a penny, when you cover the date on that head of a penny, that's 2 milligrams. That's enough to generally kill every single person with an average body mass index on the planet, okay? But in polysubstance use, where a person is getting some like cocaine that's cut with fentanyl or methamphetamine, even marijuana, you can die with as little as 3 nanograms. 3 nanograms is 3 grains of salt worth of fentanyl. So it's absolutely insane how much this can kill you. And, Leroy brought it up. The average for this is 1 kilo can kill 500,000 people. So if you really think about that, that's 2.2, in terms of pounds and things, it's such a small amount. But how our tests work and how they will save lives is people will actually use them. The 1 nanogram factor that we have, it's the only one on Earth to hit that. It's the only non-lethal cutoff test. Our nearest competitor is 10 nanograms, and the one that every single state and every federal agency uses right now is 200 nanograms, enough to kill generally 20 people if they don't test right. And the other main difference in ours is people will actually use them because you don't have to dilute your substance. These are the only tests in the world where you can touch it to a surface, a substance. You could put it into a drink to make sure your drink hasn't been spiked. And it will tell you within 3 to 5 minutes with just touching our buffer liquid to the test strip itself if there's fentanyl present down to the 1 nanogram. So if that's the best way to do this is to get this in your communities, get some outreach and state, hey, we're sick of seeing people dying. We're afraid our kids are going to run into something in school because peer pressure is a real thing. And I will tell you, fentanyl does not discriminate.
Yeah.
Jason, I have a question.
Wait, can we go to Lisa? Lisa only has so much more time. I'm sorry, but we only have a minute or two, and I need to get some things out for her, especially with vets. Lisa, I have a question directly for you. I'm sorry, Leroy. I didn't mean to cut you off. I owe you for the next guest. Lisa, you're good. We know it says 18 a day. We know it was 22 a day. And the reason why is because the generation of warfighter has decreased, and a lot of it has to do with age and also suicide. So when we say 18 a day, it's not like the problem's getting better. In fact, based upon the numbers, it's probably inclining more than it is declining. What do we need to do to truly make that impactful change when it comes to how we treat our warfighters, not just when they come home, but when they go and face these things? I think we ask way too much of our warfighters. So I just want to get your opinion. You've worked with a lot of them. What are your thoughts on that? And then obviously tell us about Right to Heal a little bit more, and then we'll have Jason wrap us up.
Okay. Well, this is my personal experience interviewing military men and women, all branches of service, all wars for over 12 years. The common thing that I would hear a lot is that when they would go to a counselor at the VA and they would establish a relationship, then they'd go back, that counselor was gone. Then they'd have to reestablish, and they would get frustrated and give up on that. I partnered with 220 organization because I wanted to have another resource to send my veterans to. And 220, I went through the approach with Dr. Pam Arnell, and it was the first time. Keep in mind, my assault was April 2nd, 2005. I still had residual effects of my PTS and a lot of anxieties. And I went through 6 sessions with Dr. Pam Arnell, and I was at, I'll give you an idea, some of my numbers were at an 8 and a 10 intensity of anxiety. She brought me all the way down to a 1 or 2.
Oh, God
So
bless you.
I knew
God
that,
bless.
yeah. So I felt so much better once I went through it, of course, and it made me confident to pass it on to other veterans that I deal with. And the great thing is it doesn't cost the veterans a dime, and it's not reported to the VA. So I think those are 2 big issues. But I think that writing is a great tool for healing, but it's not the answer to everything, of course. And that's why I think it's important, to have a platform of all these resources available. And I love what you're doing, and I'm just grateful to be here. Thank you.
Listen, this isn't going to be the last time, because we're going to book some time and get you back, because this is just I had so many great people, and we had so many great people say they wanted to be a part of this, and we couldn't turn anyone down. So
that's a good thing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it really truly is. I have a little bit of news that I have to talk about real quick. I just got word that Roseanne Barr, unfortunately, will not be able to make it. She's pretty darn sick, and she's at home getting some rest and some fluids. She has done everything she can and forwarded our site off on her Twitter page, which was so kind of her. And she has committed to coming back for another time, and we'll make sure we do that. But listen, we've got Tonto, and Tonto's already like jumping out of helicopters, ready to come over here, and he's agreed to do another half hour with us. Jason, how do they find A47? How do they find Wimkin? And then Lisa, please go ahead and plug your site. I want you guys to get as much as we can, and then we'll get you both back. But Jason, go ahead.
Thank you. Yep. It is thefentanyltest.com. Very simple. You can also find us in Walmarts and CVS's, but I wouldn't recommend that because they're way more expensive than what we sell them for. And it's not just a site to hawk tests. This is legitimately has support groups. It has, real awareness factors, real education to where, really you can talk to your children to make sure that they're not going to get into something that they never should. And Wimkin, you guys do a great job of showing that every show. So we appreciate that. And everyone can find us there and find me there. And really appreciate you guys very much. And Lisa, it's such a powerful story. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Quickly, Jason, just something you need to know is obviously the viewers are so important, but without Jason, we would not be here. We were in a position where we were with another company and as a gold sponsor, and they took some pretty serious advantage of us, unfortunately. And, that's okay. We realized, thank you, son. We realized that things happen, but Jason came in, and not only did he say, listen, we're going to go ahead and give every single one of your hosts stock in the company. And we're also going to take care of one of your listeners who suffered the loss of her husband and almost her son from fentanyl. And then gave us a monthly fee to just broadcast. And we're like, dude, we're making the videos anyway. And he's like, I don't care. I want them. And then when he found out what we were making at the other place, he said, you know what, just to make it easy so you don't have to go look for anyone else, we're just going to match that too. I love you, brother. And I will walk through the fires of hell for you. So thank you for taking care of us. And thank you for making this night possible. You are loved.
Thank you so much. That's very mutual.
Yeah, you need to get a haircut, hippie. Lisa, close us out. Where do they go, please?
Yes, and that's beautiful. I love when like-minded people come together. We can move mountains. I love it.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very easy to find, lisaregina.com or a righttoheal.com. And you'll see my 2 programs on there, the Veterans Drone Training Program and my series Heroic Episodes, which is in development.
Outstanding. Lisa, please come back. Jason, you're always welcome here. And we'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Very nice
Thank
to meet
you.
Lisa. Thank you.
All right. My next
Thanks, guys.
guest, thank you too. My next guest is a good friend of mine, someone who has, I don't know, just like it's amazing. I feel like we've made some very fast friends. Barry Morgenstein has been just an absolute dream for us, and he's such a good guy. He'll be here tonight. I went back and I read it again, TS, because I love it, dude. The Woke Mind Viruses. we have an autographed copy tonight. Anyone who donates, we're going to throw your name into a hat, and we're going to be sending it to you because it's worth it. We have some other things that we're going to try to give it. What is that? Another one?
Yes.
Frank, thank you, my Lord, buddy. Frank has given $100 or $1,030 so far. So,
wow.
TS, dude, I love the setup. It looks good. You look fantastic. Tell us a little bit about you. Who the hell are you? You have a great book. I want to hear all about it. And welcome to your second appearance on the Don't Unfriend Me show.
Hey, thanks, Matt. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm broadcasting here from the beautiful Gulf of America, recently renamed by Donald Trump. So you can see it in the background there behind those bushes.
That's awesome.
But yeah, my name's T.S. Dixon. I'm an author of the book, The Woke Mind Viruses, and I'm an advocate trying to get the message out about who we're up against, where they come from, their point of origin, their founding fathers, their real core beliefs, and the tactics that they're using against us, and how to stop them. And so that's what the book is about. It focuses on leftism, liberalism, wokeism, and the worst of them all, globalism.
Yeah. And you put the defense in defense mechanism. Leroy he wasn't here for you. And I said, dude, like if there's one guy you needed to meet, it was Leroy, because Leroy he's the existentialist of the panel. He probably has he has probably a ton of questions for you, but he's also a little bit of a Nobel laureate when it comes to his understanding of, if you think that you and I had a good conversation. Leroy, I'm going to give the first one to you, but trust me, no topic is too large. You can go back to, the first spark if you want to with TS, but I'll give it to you, Leroy.
Well, first of all, thank you for that, because that's very kind of you to say so. I actually went to go, I will be perfectly honest. I tried to find your book to read it, and I couldn't find it in time anyway. But I read so much in terms of James Lindsay's and the Jordan Petersons and that kind of thing, that just from the introduction, I already felt like there's a kindred spirit thing going on here. From your book, and maybe if you could give a quick synopsis on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it really centers around the pattern of ideological movements that shape society. And so I go back and track that pattern and look for that, and then apply that to modern society and how we have Western culture that's swept up with liberalism and wokeism, and we're being manipulated and controlled by globalists. And I wanted to dig into that group and where they come from and who they are and what they're up to. And so that was really the genesis of it. And so going back, it really goes back to the intellectual forefathers of each movement that come up with the ideas, write the books, and then there's always a charismatic political figure that comes in and takes those ideas and sort of mass popularizes them to the world and changes society as a result. We saw that with Alexander the Great, who took the ideas of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle and went out, conquered the world, created the Grecian Empire, and spread those ideas wherever he went. And that sort of gave rise ultimately to Rome and to the West that we know today. And anyway, I use that same formula to track back these four ideological plagues that we're suffering from as a society, and that are really out to take out the West and collapse the West as we know it, and destroy life as we know it. And a lot of it also plays into the fentanyl crisis and what we're seeing with our veterans today, because it is, in a way, from their point of view, a form of total warfare. And they used that kind of warfare against the Chinese in the 1800s through their global company, the East India Trading Company, and the British Empire, as well as the banks. And they made fortunes off opium sales while just destroying and devastating the Chinese people. And so we have a reverse of that tactic today, where China's manufacturing all this fentanyl and killing, 80 to 100,000 of our people per year, where when you put it in perspective, it was less than 7,000 people that died in both Afghanistan and Iraq on our side, And then I believe it was fewer than 60,000 that died in Vietnam total. So just think about that compared to 80 to 100,000 deaths a year from fentanyl. It's staggering.
Wow, that's I definitely need to read that book then. Now, from these leftist movements that you were describing, do you feel like the old terminology, when someone says Marxist or leftist or whatever the case is, do you feel like that they've had to reinvent labels for that to still make that movement relevant, but can't use the old terminology? Like, how is the movement itself contorted over time to the point that we see it today?
Well, with each generation, they have to rework their marketing scheme because they can't do anything in democracies without public support until they come into complete power like they have in China. Then they can do as they please. But until they get to that point and have the revolution, they need to deceive and dupe the people into granting them their votes and their public support for their initiatives. And so in order to do that, they have to come up with these complex social engineering campaigns. We saw this with FDR and the New Deal when he was bringing in the liberal ideology in mass into the United States, and he reworked the social gospel from Teddy Roosevelt to deceive the Christian, Catholic, and Jewish populations to support his New Deal social progressive movement that really swept liberalism in to the country and gave us a massive federal government that they controlled for a time. And then in more modern times, we see the woke ideology that has been contextualized for a lot of these sort of fringe groups, like people that feel like they're being oppressed due to racial issues, gender issues, because they're a female, because they're transgendered or gay. And so they create these new out groups, these oppression groups, and then feed them an ideology that's attractive to them with their narrative in order to get them to join up and commit. And then they sell sort of religious ideas, even in the modern sense, to the liberal followership, that it's almost like a form of atonement for sin or a way to be a good person to support liberalism and liberal causes, because in doing so, you're really saving all of these oppressed groups, or you're empowering and enabling this powerful government to come in and save all these poor suppressed groups or the planet. And so that's been strong, powerful messaging in recent times.
That's like the justification that you need this wing of government to take care of this disenfranchised portion of society. And without that, the counter argument to that is if you oppose it, you're just racist or you're some sort of right-wing extremist. Yeah, that's
essentially, yeah. And the other thing is that, after World War II, as the United States and the West became more and more secularized, moving away from traditional religion, they were moving more and more into the center, into an ideology they don't really understand that they follow, but it's called utilitarianism. It's like live and let live, help out the little guy occasionally, things of that nature. And so more and more Americans and Westerners were taking on this sort of sentiment. And so they did a lot of outreach to try and bring those guys in to their movement. That's like your Joe Rogans, your Tulsi Gabbards, your RFKs. And they sold them a bill of goods too, like social access and the industries they dominate, like media, Hollywood, academia, science, government. Things like helping out the little guy, like, hey, nobody helps out the little guy like the Democrats or the liberals. And then another like brainwashing tool they used on the young, like teenagers that were coming of age at that time, and like Gen X and whatnot, was that we are cool. If you're liberal, you're cool. If you're a conservative, you're sort of old-fashioned, you're nerdy, you're a dweeb, you're a dork, you're a loser. And surprisingly, as immature as that sounds, that has worked tremendously well.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
James, thank you. We're not able to thank every single person for donations. I wish we could, but they are coming in so hot and fast. Olivia's over here like, it looks like swatting mosquitoes in a Texas night. TS, in my opinion, the most important thing when it comes to who watches our show would be people who are moving towards leftist progressives, and the people who should read your book also are leftist progressives, because they need to realize that they're not liberals. How do you break through that? They're not liberals. Yeah, how do you break through that wall? Because classic liberalism is what conservatives were founded on. In fact, all of us are classic conservatives, but classic liberalism was a shared symbiotic relationship with Democrats and Republicans. But now, classic liberalism isn't even in the definition. So what would you say to those people? How do we get to them? How do we teach them? How do we get them to at least open your book and give it a try?
Yeah, well, what they really are, they're moderates. They're independents. They're free thinkers. But they've been lied to by the liberals to get them to join their ranks and join with the public support. But really, what they need to realize is that everything that the liberals promise is a lie. These are radical Marxists, and they're secular Darwinists. So they love the idea of fentanyl death, right? That kills more and more of useless eaters, which is how they look at the homeless or the underclass or people on welfare. For them, that's a win. That's a success story when 80,000 people die. Right, because it's less strain on the planet, and it's also less strain on the social services. So everything that they say they promote, the opposite. They're not really saving anyone; they're destroying people's lives. Like the Black community, they said, "Hey, we're going to save the Black community," and what they did was, in essence, destroy it and lock millions of families into project housing, welfare, slum schools, drug addiction, and what have you. The homeless epidemic in California, just look at that liberal program, $24 billion. Where did it go? Well, homelessness is now 3 times worse than it was when they started, and the state is just a giant slum. And so really everything that they say they're going to do, it's the opposite, because they're lying to you. So people need to realize, hey, I'm being lied to. Look at what they said they do for women. Hey, we're going to save women. We're about women's rights, right? But what do they do then? Then bring men into women's sports to have them knock them out in UFC matches, take their Olympic medals they worked their whole life for, rob them of their trophies, their scholarships. How is that protecting and looking out for women? So it's all just lies, because really at the end of the day, all they're after is a Marxist revolution.
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course you can.
Actually, I have two questions. Actually.
No, you have one. You don't get 2.
Oh.
All right.
One's quick. We didn't get your pronouns, and then that's my joke question. Sorry, I want to address you properly. Thank you so much.
I'm
a
Z and a Zem from Canada.
Z and a Zem. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
that was Zed.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Zed, yeah.
Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead.
My real question is, though, and I've asked this on the show before, I want to get your personal take on this. Is this a generational issue? I mean, I remember growing up and my parents being so worried about us, and I often ask them, like, was it this bad then, or is it worse now? I feel like I have kids. I'm trying to protect them like crazy. So I'm affected by so many of these issues, just like the rest of the world. So I'm just interested to get your take on, was it worse in the 70s and 80s, or is it just continuing on and we have internet now, so it seems worse, or is it actually worse now?
Well, you have to remember that they call themselves progressives. Go ahead.
TS,
sorry.
Hold it. No, don't be sorry, please. I just hold on to that. Don't lose that, because your nuggets of truth are awesome. If at any time the show loses power, knock on wood, everybody, please just physically knock on wood. If it does, we will be back. We will restart, we'll recut, and we'll come right back. I don't think that's going to happen. I think, listen, it rained before this, and it came down like God opened up the heavens, and it happened on our wedding, and that's a good sign to me. So we're going to be okay. I just want to let you know. But TS, please continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I hope everything's okay over there. Yeah, so back to the question, they're called progressives for a reason, because they want to make things progressively worse, and they get progressively more evil and diabolical as time goes on, as they get closer and closer to their ultimate goal of complete Marxist revolution and taking down your country to eliminate your freedom and take over with what they call powerful few, which is what they have in China, where you have 100,000 communists running the lives and dominating 1.3 billion Chinese commoners, right? That's their ultimate, that's their dream, this powerful few. And so, yes, they go through this period of degradation. It's called demoralization, where they gradually demoralize the public through the media, through the arts, through taking control of various apparatus of government, and through the education system mainly. And in doing so, they degrade the culture and the public, to the point where on one side, on their side, the people that they've captured are so brainwashed, so indoctrinated to their core beliefs, that you could present them with facts, true information, anything, they would not be able to understand what you're talking about or understand the truth. On the other side, the people that don't fall for it and realize there's something going on, the demoralization is another effect where it makes them, in essence, feel hopeless, like nothing can be done. And many probably felt that before we won this recent election with Trump, or when they were doing their various attacks on him, or Jan 6, or these various low points. That's all meant to demoralize our side to get us to give up.
350 some odd people on, and it's just going to get even better. We're usually not on until 7 o'clock. Most people haven't got the message. And trust me, this has the potential to be 1,000 people night at watching at a time, 1,000 different people. If you have not had a chance, please, this helps. Share. Hit the like button. It doesn't matter where you're at. If you're on Rumble, if you're on Webkin, you're on Facebook, Twitter, it doesn't matter. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, spam that thing. Wanda, thank you. Once again, we are on the race to 20K. We are well over 25% our way there, 3,078 and 10,000, and we're not even in the first hour. So you guys are incredible. Thank you for all the likes. We just got like 40 of them on YouTube. Olivia, you doing okay over there? I know you were.
Yes, I had to put in another donation from Wanda because she actually donated $250 and I only put in $150. So I just added an extra $100.
I appreciate
Wanda.
you. Yeah, thank you,
So I
you, Wanda.
appreciate it. Sorry, I totally hit the wrong button.
TS, when we talk about like personally, what was it for you? What was the tipping point? And I know we touched a little bit on this, and I know Leroy may have another question, but what was the tipping point for you where you're like, you know what, I'm going to put myself out there. I'm going to write a book, and I'm going to put myself in jeopardy. And let's face it, because that's what it is today. It's putting a target on your back. Jason Sheppard has a target on his back. Every host has a target on their back. Sure. And I know that when I did this, I had to feel very secure in my position as a man that I could defend and protect my family through any of outside influences that would take place. I know your anonymity is important to you. I can't afford that luxury. But what was it that made you say, enough's enough, I have to speak out?
Well, my wife and I were just seeing the country get worse and worse, and the left get more and more extreme in their tactics and the lengths they were willing to go against the conservative movement and against the Constitution in the country, weaponizing different parts of government in a way we'd never seen before. And so I was at the point, I was feeling very guilty that I wasn't more involved. I mean, I'm a very involved conservative for 20 years. Voting and being informed and informing others. But I understood I had this knowledge, and the story really wasn't getting out. And I thought it was really crucial information to help our movement and empower our side of the fight. And what pushed me over the edge, like you asked, was when my wife became pregnant with our first child, and he was on the way. I just had to do it. So that tipped me over the edge, and I said, "Screw it! Our family and his future is more important." And so I began writing the book, and then put it out a few months after he was born, and here we are today. But you know what? I feel completely at peace about it, and I'm just trying to be a good soldier and get up every day and get the word out, get this message out, because I think it's so vital for our side of things to have this information, to know our enemy, to know what we're up against, and really the effective ways to defeat them. Quickly, before Leroy goes in, is you can go to Amazon.com right now, and you can pick it up. It's the Woke Mind Viruses. It's plural, because this is a multi-pronged attack by the leftist movement. It's not a singularity. And we understand that there are multiple playbooks that they have used, and they have become masters of manipulating average, everyday loyalists to the American dream. And they've been trying this for a very long time. We dove into that. Iva Lee, lady, you're loved. Thank you, ma'am. You're amazing. Thank you. Leroy, why don't you go ahead and turn it over? And we are carrying the Woke Mind Virus on our website. We had to wait till after this show. TS and I are going to spend some time. I'm going to help him with a few things, and we're going to work together. And this will not be the last. We want to see him on here plenty, but I want this damn thing to be a New York Times bestseller, and we're going to do whatever we can to help you.
Is it out on audiobook?
Yeah. How do they get the audiobook? I know there's a version on your website.
Currently, you can get the audiobook on my website, tsdixon.com. And then next month in June, we'll be launching the Audible version. So that'll be coming in about 3 weeks. Yeah.
Awesome. And you narrated the whole darn thing. Isn't that correct?
The new one. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
wow.
The certain kind of
fun.
fun. Yeah, you do. Leroy, go ahead.
While you were researching the book, Had you noticed any trends? And I'm going to admit my personal bias here. I had always been told that the older a person gets as they transition from decade to decade to decade, that they gradually become more and more conservative. So I wanted to know if, while you were doing the research for the book, if was that something that you had found that is true, or have you seen any trend like that?
Well, it really depends. What I've noticed is that people really tend to, what's the word I'm looking for? They bond with some source of information. Well, say that could be a news station, it could be a host, a personality, or whatnot. But they really seem to latch onto that and then adopt their views. And that really comes down to the way the subconscious mind works, through either trying to sort through and judge information and then accept or reject it, believe it or not believe it, is a tiring process. And so what a lot of people do is look for authority figures, and then those are trusted figures. And if they say it's true, then it's just sort of accepted, goes right into the belief matrix of the subconscious mind and paints their reality. And so it has a lot to do with that. And then it also has a lot to do with if they don't have any sort of like water in the face moments, like snap out of it moments where things get real, like, oh, my woke wife just took our kids to a drag queen strip show, something like that. If they don't have some type of moment that affects them like that, that makes them go, oh, something's wrong. Something's happening here. This is not normal. This isn't good. And start scratching their head and go, what's going on? There's something not right with the world. If they don't have that moment, then no, they seem to be locked into it. What shocks me is I see the opposite. I see a lot of people that are like baby boomers that are still so vehemently anti-conservatism and anti-constitution. Recently, I was with a relative in a car just talking about, I was reading through Thomas Jefferson's autobiography again and making some comments, and they said, and this is a person that served, and they said, oh, it can't be accurate because, he was sleeping with the slaves and having children with a slave, and there's no way he put that in there. And I'm going, what?
How was that even?
And then they said something about George Washington being the best actor, and some liberal talking point that wasn't true, that he had said best actor on his monument or his gravestone, which I went and looked up and wasn't true. Whether Jefferson was flawed and had that relationship or not, they're trying to meet to him 250 years later. Hello, we have the Constitution, we have the Declaration of Independence, we have the free world, okay? Right. And so just these anti-American liberal talking points from baby boomer relative, just because, they're getting their news from NPR.
Right.
It makes complete sense. And something that I had noticed as well, that's why I wanted to ask the question, is that more and more boomers that I have interfaced with do seem like they would like to lean more towards the socialist model. And part of that is probably personal preference, because they feel like, oh, my health care will be taken care of and I'll never be homeless, or, whatever the reason is. It's like they completely disregard the historical evidence that shows how bad it is, and then just embrace this idea that has been sold to them through the Bernie and the AOCs and the talking heads of the left currently. They sell them on this bill of goods, and I just can't believe how many people are actually buying into it. So
they grew up in the golden age. I mean, from post-World War II until, 2010, the world has never seen prosperity like that, or peace like that. And so that's the normalcy that they are familiar with. That's the real world to them. And to think that there could be these diabolical radical leftists and Marxists and globalists that are really out to bring it all down, destroy it, kill a lot of people, and take complete power and set up a high-tech control grid, similar to what they have in China 2.0 for the West, that to them is unfathomable. That is science fiction to them, because they grew up in their entire lifespan in the greatest period of prosperity and peace that the world's ever known. And so they just don't connect with it. They don't connect with any of this stuff that's going on.
I don't want to challenge that. I don't know if they truly believe that this is the greatest economic, greatest social, sociological, and political system that has ever graced the planet Earth. And I don't think they even understand that anymore. I think there was a time during Vietnam. I think there was a time during Berkeley. I think there was a time even during the LGBTQ movement where those people were not necessarily anti-American, but they fell along the lines of anti-war or anti-establishment and still had a modicum of respect as Americans. Here, these people that we're seeing, they are anarchists. They are people who believe in no law and order. And I believe that they want to see it burn. And that terrifies me because that's the only way we can get kind of back to square one, get that retribution that we're looking for, is to have these people become self-aware and go, wait a second, I can't believe I thought that, and wake up, so to speak. I just don't know if we're too far gone, man. I hope we're not. I really do.
Can I rebut that?
Yeah,
sure.
Because one of the biggest correlations, one of the biggest parallels that I see with what's happening here in the United States versus someplace like a China, right? China has like a social credit system, and it's this nationwide credit system where you basically get judged based off of your behavior within the society. How is that any different than the wokeness that we see that's happening?
Oh yeah,
currently?
it's DEI.
It's
sure.
the same. It's the same thing, just under a different label. And if you don't fall in line with that, and see, that's where I would disagree with you, Matt. I wouldn't say that's anarchist. I wouldn't say that's anarchist. I would say that that's the exact opposite. That is authoritarianism.
No.
But it's authoritarianism from the society itself, from the crowd.
Yeah, anarchist, dead Kennedy, not Voltaire.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
I'm talking about from the mosh pits and the punks and the, those type of mentalities of anarchists that were pushing against the system. But I'm talking about the overthrowing the current good or bad just because it exists anarchist. That's what I'm talking about. So no, I'm not talking about a political system. Sorry. So I should have just said people who are extreme activists probably would have solidified the point better. So thanks for correcting me. TS, well, what else are we missing here? Go ahead.
Well, really, and it comes down to the woke radicals. It's a coalition. It's not one group with one set of ideas. It's at least four, and they all have different histories and different core beliefs, and they sit in different positions within that coalition. And then together they make up the modern leftist establishment. And so that's why it can be very confusing. So really what my goal is because I do have hope that people can see the light, that people can snap out of it and be deprogrammed. And so really what they've been through is 80 years of social conditioning. And what I seek to do in this book, through reading or listening to this book, that people can be deconditioned and then be educated and fast-tracked. What took me 20 years to put together, I can hand to somebody in a 9-hour read. That's my goal. Yeah.
I love that. Amy,
any questions, thoughts, comments before we bring in our good friend Barry Morgenstein?
I like Leroy have not read the book yet, but I will be listening to the audiobook version of this because, well, I'm lazy and I don't have time to sit down and read. I love to read. I really do. So I look forward to reading this. I just really appreciate you taking the time to do this for your kids, our kids collectively, as Kamal likes to say, our kids.
Our kids, yeah.
Everyone's kids. No, I appreciate it. I really do. I feel that we share a lot of the same views, obviously, and I just appreciate you being here and doing this for our future. Bless you.
Well, if you have kids that are 12, 13 years older, or even in their 20s, I also highly recommend getting the book for them or getting the audiobook for them, because really this can counteract years and years of the social engineering they're getting in school and the indoctrination.
My kids are being indoctrinated into the Catholic. They're in Catholic school.
Oh, good.
So they're. It's funny. Yeah, that's funny. They have no clue what's going on in this world. Thank God.
Good.
Really.
Yeah, right. Keep them ignorant for as long as we can. TS, I wanted to thank you, man. It's never long enough, and we know that we're going to be spending some time and working on the same goals. I wanted to thank you for being
Yeah.
a part of this tonight, and I really appreciate you, man. You are a smart cookie, and I love your book, and I'm continuing to read it. And what's great about it is it's not just full of facts; it's a great reference point. And if you're missing something in a conversation, you can reference it very easily, and it gives you the whole etymology of this virus that's plaguing. And we're not talking about a cold like COVID. We're talking about a mental and complete, surprisingly enough, an anatomical change that takes place in people with this wokest and leftist belief system. It doesn't matter from castrating themselves or altering their body or piercings or whatever else. And you know what? We're not that big of a deal. It's okay. We have tattoos. I get it. But there's something about destroying yourself, and God's shrine is your body, and it's your temple, and you should respect it. And if you can't respect that, how do you respect anyone else? TS, I'll give you the last word, and then we're going to bring in Mr. Morgenstein. We're very excited to have him on here. So TS, the final minute is for you, sir.
Well, Matt, love you guys, and thank you for letting me be part of this special broadcast tonight, be part of the lineup, and talk about these subjects. So I just really appreciate it. And I just encourage people, if you want to pick up the book, you can get it at Amazon.com on paperback, hardcover, or Kindle, or you can get the audiobook, like I said, on tsdixon.com. And later next month, it'll be launched on Audible. So thanks for the time. And I always appreciate coming on here. You guys are great.
We're going to get you on again.
TS.
We
Thank
appreciate
so
you, TS.
much.
God bless, buddy. Thanks,
Thanks, guys.
All right.
God bless.
All right. Bye-bye.
Adios.
Adios. Barry Morgenstein, everybody, live and in the house, my brother.
He just got indoctrinated
The man,
into
the
the
myth.
Rumble chat earlier. He was in Rumble.
Oh, he
with
was in
us.
Rumble. Oh,
He was
dude,
in
you
Rumble
don't. If you go into Rumble chat, you're never the same afterwards, man.
It's a pretty hardcore place.
Barry, can you hear me? I think your mic might be muted a little bit. It's okay.
How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There you
Got it? You can hear me?
Yep. And
Cool.
we didn't get to do sound checks, people. So, some people are like, well, Amy was a little low. And then, so I'm controlling the sound now. I've got it. I'm watching it and keeping an eye on it. Folks, Barry Morgenstein, listen, this relationship happened out of thin air. First of all, Deidre, who we absolutely love. Did we put that in?
Not yet. I'm gonna do it right now.
Do it right now. You should. We absolutely love this lady, and she is amazing. And she has been a silent benefactor of the show. Kim Dryson became a Dumb Nation subscriber. Good to see you, Kimmy. Thank you. An old friend. And so we're a big fan of Kim. But Deirdre reached out to me, and she became a member of the Dumb Club and paid for it for a year. And I was like, well, that was a lot. And we were so excited. So she goes, well, you got to reach out to Barry Morgenstein. He's a headshot photographer. So I'm like, I don't know who this person is. Here, it's coming right now. Hold on a second. Deirdre Daly gave $500 to the show, and that puts us very, very close to 40% to goal. In fact, over 41.77% to goal. And we just broke the first hour. So we're pretty excited. But Barry, she said I had to get in touch with you, and I'm like, we don't have the money for this. Look at these photographs. This guy's got Megan, Kelly, and Tucker. And then we did it, and I've got a video to show real quick because everyone needs to see it, and then we'll go ahead and we'll introduce you the proper way and let you go ahead and chime in and talk. So this is the video that I did right afterwards, after the photo shoot, and I can tell you, just listen, and this absolutely, the elation in my voice is authentic.
Hey everyone, my name is Matthew Spear. I am the host of the Don't Unfriend Me show at thedumshow.com, 7 p.m. Eastern. I did this once, and I went through the motions, but I didn't really share the experience that moved me the most. And when we did this, it was all about getting a photo. It was all about getting the right shot for a cover of a podcast or possibly doing a promo. But I will tell you, my wife means the world to me, and I have never seen her look as beautiful as she did today since our wedding day. And it took a second. I had to step outside and just take a moment to reflect, to see my friends, to all be together. We really, at the end, didn't even really care about the photos. We just wanted to recreate the experience. So if you are thinking about doing this, just be prepared. It's not about the photographs. It's not about the makeup or the hair. It's about the experience, and it's fantastic. It's a 10. It's a 10 plus. You need to do it yourself. And you need to go watch my show at thedumshow.com. Thanks.
And then
where to?
Then your team accosted me like, "Where are you going after this?" I'm like, "Disneyland? I don't know what are you talking about." And they're like, "Well, you're going to dinner," and they're leading me down the path. I'm like, "Oh God, that whole fiasco." Barry, you did an amazing job for us. You have introduced us to some amazing people. We just had Lisa Regina on. We've got the wonderful kids books that they sent us. Liv, what are they called again?
Charlie
Bubbles. Charlie Bubbles. He's going to be on the show next week.
Caraforts?
Terraforts. I don't know.
I can't pronounce his last name.
Barry, welcome to the Don't Unfriend Me show. Welcome back. And once again, we'd love for you to introduce yourself as America's headshot photographer. Tell us all about you. Tell us about your new book. Tell us what's going on and all of that.
Of course. Well, great to see the whole group together once again since the photo shoot. So thanks for having me. Yep, I'm Barry Morgenstein, America's headshot photographer, doing headshots for everybody, but I guess a lot of the patriots and the military people, veterans, and law enforcement feel comfortable coming to me. So I'm very happy about that, and I get to meet some cool people like you guys. So I love having the patriots come to the studio, and I do headshots for news anchors, doctors, attorneys, actors, anybody who has a podcast. So anybody who needs a headshot, I do. And so the book coming out in the fall, we're excited about. I started off my career as a rock and roll photographer. So people have been getting on me, say you got to do a coffee table book. So finally I decided I'm going to do it. I got a great publishing company, Ballast Books, which they do a lot of publishing for, actually it's mostly veterans that they publish. So I'm happy to be involved with them. So yeah, that's coming out in the fall, and we're making a lot of progress, and we're really excited. So.
Yeah, so are we. So I wanted to say thank you. I'm sure everyone has a question. Just a quick one for you. When you're doing these photographs, your prices are ridiculously good. You know, I was very impressed at the care you took, from the makeup to the hair. Leroy was saying just how great his hair looked, and
wow.
How do you
right to the jokes?
In New York, how do you do this, keep this so grounded and even keeled in prices? Because Amy and I were blown away, because like Olivia makes me get Christmas pictures, and I'm like, what you did for us versus what we charge to go into some pecan tree field and stuff like that, it's not worth it. But what you did was incredible. So how do you keep it so realistic? Is that one of the secrets to be successful?
Well, every time I talk to you, I'm tempted to raise my prices. So, but yeah, when I come to Virginia, it is a little bit lower in price than my normal New York rates are. But I think my New York rates are also pretty reasonable. I don't like to go overboard. I just charge what I think is fair, and hopefully but they get really the best quality. So hopefully people appreciate it.
Yep, and you photographed Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, a ton of rock and roll stars, and like I was going through the list, and it's incredible. Amy, Leroy, you've had a chance to obviously work with Barry. I know you've got questions, so Amy, why don't you go ahead? And then Olivia, we got to squeeze one in there for you too, because Olivia is running all the chat and running all the donations, and they are coming in heavy. So thank you, Livy. We love you so much.
And the cat.
And the cat.
Yanni has come to say hi.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go first if that's okay, Leroy. I feel like we should have. This question I even had that day when we did the photo shoot with you, and thank you again. You're amazing. Your team's amazing. Everything was just phenomenal, which is fantastic.
You're great to photograph. So
thanks. Oh my gosh. Thank you. But I feel like I should have asked this preemptively, because I'm sure it's hard to narrow down one. So what are your top favorite, maybe 3 to 5, like photographs that you've taken in your lifetime? What are your favorite ones?
I guess. Well, Matt just mentioned the one I shot of President Trump with Prime Minister Netanyahu. That's probably my all-time favorite. It's two of my favorite leaders, and it's an historic photo that I was lucky I was hired to shoot that the 6 months before the 2016 election. I was invited up to the Trump Tower residence. I had 5 minutes to start shooting when they had their first official meeting, and so I was lucky I captured that great shot. That's my favorite. One of my favorites. Another great favorite is it's a Gary Sinise photo that I photographed of him with the Lieutenant Dan Band live. They were performing Memorial Weekend, which I think you guys have seen. But it's a great shot. I've captured. They were performing, and I captured a lot of veterans. All the veterans were there to watch, and it was like 4 or 5 of them in the front row, and they were doing a selfie of themselves, Gary in the background, but I captured them doing the selfie with Gary, and I don't know, it's just a great shot. They just have this great enthusiasm and big smiles on the face, and to see the veterans so happy and having a good time, and Gary Sinise there to entertain the troops. It didn't get better than that. So those are some of my favorites. You know, some of my rock and roll shots are up there too. Stevie Ray Vaughan, some legends, music legends, and BB King, people like that. So yeah, I have a few favorites.
Love that.
I love just going and perusing and seeing how we don't even belong on the page. It's so funny. Livia, I know you probably have something for Barry, so let's do that. You can go also real quick to barrymorgenstein.com, and it is an interactive website, a good website. Go take a look. And he might be coming to an area near you, and it's worth the drive. Dave Portnoy says that if any pizza is over 8, you basically drive 8 hours to go and have it. Trust me when I say this, you want to at least drive 12 to get the photographs taken from Barry and his team. Livy, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I got a couple from some viewers. Sure. Bobby Richardson wants to say, 1, you are amazing. And she would like to know what political person you would like to photograph that you haven't already done so.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good question. Probably a lot. I'd like to photograph J.D. Vance, maybe, would be nice. Okay. Let's see. I got a lot of them. I have photographed quite a few in the administration already, so kind of catching me off guard because I know there's a lot. Carrie Lake, I used to always want to photograph. She's from my wife's where she's from, Arizona, and she's a great conservative and also a beautiful subject to photograph. I don't know if Melania Trump counts, but yeah, I'd love to photograph Melania Trump. Let's see who else. Yeah, I mean, those are the top that come to mind right now. I'm sure there's more that I'm not thinking of. Yeah, I'm lucky. I photographed a lot of great people.
The answer, Barry, if you're looking for it, is always Megyn Kelly again. Again. It's always the answer on this show because we love Megyn Kelly. We can't wait to get her. When she gets on, I'm just going to be like, I'm sorry, Olivia, Amy, and Leroy are sick, but we have definitely a one-on-one environment, candlelight.
Right.
So anyway.
Yeah, three times photographing her is definitely not enough. I need a fourth. So.
Yeah, me too. Just call me. I will fly in for that one. Livy, go ahead.
Carrie Spricks would like to know, what do you think of James Comey's photography skills?
Oh.
I thought that was a great one.
Oh, I like that. That's good. That's good. He actually framed it very nicely, but hopefully he'll enjoy his talents in prison.
Did he follow the rule of thirds or no? Right.
He follows those rules, maybe not the legal rules. Hopefully, so yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he'll be taking pictures in a jail cell soon.
What a clown.
Nice?
For the people who are wondering, this is what we're talking about. And although we weren't going to get into any politics, he put 8647. Now, of course, he says this was just here and he walked by and photographed and had no earthly idea about what happened. So I created a little one myself and there's I hope we all wow. James, you have to. Well, I didn't want to insult anybody. Olivia, go ahead. I know we got more questions than that.
That is it for Barry. But when are you coming to Virginia next?
Oh, we're looking. It was going to be the fall, but due to high demand, I think we're going to try to do August. So we're looking at possibly the weekend of August 23rd or the 30th. I'm checking with my team and
that's
see which one is available. So
we'll be there. We're gonna do our anniversary and
that'd be amazing.
We want
yeah,
we just want some very conservative nudes. Would be great. So if you have a couch available, that's fair. Who are your greatest? Mandy Del Rayo Smith says, "Who are your?" And can I say something? The amount of donations we're receiving from people who we don't know is unbelievable. Like. Just thank you so much, everybody. We're at 42% to goal. And my gosh, we still got 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. Who are your greatest influences as far as photographers? They want to know. And that's not what we asked. We asked, like, who were the celebrities you liked or what was the music? But as a photographer, who are other photographers And you can't say Ansel Adams.
No, I won't. I don't do scenery. First, so I'm saying Mandy, who asked that question, Mandy Smith is one of my closest friends. Her husband, Jack Smith, they're two brilliant documentary filmmakers. They do a lot of documentaries for Newsmax, which, by the way, just to give them a plug, one of them is going to appear this Sunday night at Newsmax at 9:00. So thank you, Mandy, for that question. And check out their documentary.
I think they're coming on. Aren't they coming on our show, Liv? Did we get them booked?
They should be.
I
hope so.
They have. I think you need to check your email on that because we did. The show is so crazy. So we absolutely. I responded. I said, "Sorry, it's nuts. I'll get it to Olivia. We'll get you on the show. We want you on here. Can't wait to have you on." So
I've been talking to her, but I got Mr. Carafolt's book through her.
Oh. Okay, it doesn't matter.
But I'll talk to her.
We'll take any. Listen, we'll take anybody. I mean, obviously,
I'll reintroduce you in case you need it. But
yeah, go ahead.
So the answer to that is well, I have different styles of photography. I start off as the rock and roll photographer, but I guess as far as portraits, I can start off all the way back to George Harrell, who I love old Hollywood, 30s, 40s black and white film, and I love the photography from them. If you see the old films of Ava Gardner, Marlene Dietrich with that overhead lighting, dramatic. So George Harrell, he was kind of the master of that lighting. So he's one of my major influences as far as portraits. So, some of the great portrait photographers, Richard Avedon, Scavullo, inspired me to use my now classic gray background, keep it simple. The gray background brings out the focus on the people, the warmth of the skin tones. So just clean portraits. I don't like elaborate backgrounds or anything distracting. I like to focus on the people. So people like Scavullo, Avedon influenced me for that. When I was shooting rock and roll, actually, Linda McCartney was one of my first influences. Hers was simple rock and roll photos. She was obviously Paul McCartney's wife. She shot just like candid shots of the Stones and Beatles and, Dylan, people like that. And that was a big influence on me. And a lot of the rock and roll photographers of the 60s as far as the music goes. So, but it's mainly the portrait photographers too. All the big ones like Avedon and Scavullo.
What about?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Hold on. Yep, we're good. Go.
So, for everyone who's even aware of it, it takes a lot to make this look okay. And Barry did an amazing job. So first, a little bit of hero worship. Thank you so much for those amazing headshots. They were awesome. Now, being as observant as I am, I'm looking on the wall behind you. You have a picture of the Sullivan brothers.
Yes.
That's the one in the center.
Right.
Off to the left, there appears to be a colonel. And so I know you had expressed this while we were there, that you had this this link, this attachment, this fondness for the military. And I wanted to know, where did that stem from? How did that play out? Tell me about that.
That's a good. Well, thank you for noticing my background. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm very proud of those photos. I'm just fascinated by World War II history and American history. And I guess when I was younger, again, not to get political, but I was very, very, I guess, liberal Democrat. And I changed after 9/11. I changed. I became very conservative. I just started becoming very pro-military, pro-law enforcement. And although I think I always admired them too, even back in my liberal hippie days, I think I admired. As a friend of mine used to always joke, say, Barry, you're some hippie. You always go home on the weekends and watch World War II movies. But anyway, so I've just always been fascinated by that era too. But my opinion is, for those of us who've not served like you have, it's our duty as Americans. We should honor, respect, and always admire those who do serve, who put their lives on the line to keep our freedom, whether it's military, law enforcement, or whatever. So yeah, I just have such a love and fondness and appreciation for them. It's something I've never done. So I'm just gonna, always say thank you to them and just admire them. So yeah.
God love you, sir.
Yeah. And can I thank you also for the fact that Jeffrey Oliphant, 2110, go, go, go. We're going, buddy. We're trying. It's we're steadily streaming ahead. I'm a big fan of Nick Freitas, and he just resigned his state legislature position. And he has a video there of somebody, talking down to him. And the person was an I almost served person. And he's
Yeah.
like,
I
thank you.
reposted that.
Yeah,
actually.
such a good video. And one thing I love about you, Barry, is you've never say, well, I almost served. And that means the world to us. Now, there are people, see, what's great with veterans, you don't need to say that. If you were an almost served person, we identify you. It's kind of like, you know, a fraternity or a sorority is usually you get tapped, you don't go do the tapping. So as veterans, we see people who were like, oh yeah, that person would have done just great in the military. And then there's other people who are like, that person would have been a shitbag. I have a feeling you would have done very well in the military, especially during, you know, a time like Korea or Vietnam, although would be very young, probably only like 16, I'm sure. I'm trying to help out here.
I think you would have been a little young for Korea.
Little joke. But remember, we're talking about in the past. I don't think
he was that old. My dad.
I just said I could have said the Civil War, but then he would have been drawing. And that's, you know, a little bit different. All right. So, well, they did have, okay, it's not important. The point is, when you look at veterans and you see the people you've touched, is it different photographing a veteran than it is a civilian? And like, that's the one thing I wanted to know from you, because you came up to me and go, you served. And then Leroy, before you saw his outfit, you're like, you served. You kind of have figured out what Leroy and I know is how to look at somebody and tell that they've served in the military. So is it different photographing military people? Do they have a different demeanor, a different style, a different composition? Or is it just something you've grown accustomed to and you just know now?
Well, actually, I would say they're the most humble that I photograph. Like, as you know, I photograph a lot of in the past celebrity actors, musicians. And let me go back and say that when I started off as a photographer, my goal, I wanted to photograph, Al Pacino or Mick Jagger or Keith Richards or Jimmy Page or whatever. Those were my heroes and who I really want to photograph. Not that I would turn them down if they rang, if they came to my studio, I'd still be happy. But my thrill and my goal is to photograph. I love all my clients, but I do love photographing veterans, military people. That's when I get most excited. So maybe that does come out in the photos. Maybe that's the difference. Is my attitude is I have just such a high opinion of them that I guess my love for them maybe just comes out in the photos. But again, how they act, yeah, they're just always the nicest and most humble people. Probably the people who shouldn't be. Sometimes the people who have the attitudes, maybe some artist or whatever, could be a singer or an actor who think they're so important. And I just kind of laughed to myself. Well, I just photographed this Marine or Navy SEAL who did this or this, and he's very humble. So shut the hell up, basically.
Yeah. Last one's from me, and then I'm going to go ahead and get ready, because you're going to cross-pollinate in the next guest, because you're going to tell us all about them.
I don't want to take up his time. I just want to say hello.
Yeah, well, you will. Listen, since he just came into the room, how do we get Tonto to take his shirt off?
Only I could do that for him.
Listen,
wait, you took his shirt off?
Well, can I tell you something? Listen, Tonto doesn't know this yet, but him and I are kindred spirits. I don't know how, but man, we must have met, in a formal life, and once we went to Valhalla or something, because man, this guy just resonates with me. He's somebody who I was touched by the 13-hour story. And he's just such an amazing dude, because like the emails coming back in the middle of the night, back and forth. And the guy loves emojis, man. It's amazing. So we were really stoked to have you introduce us. So I'm going to have you give us a little bit of an introduction, and then I'm going to go ahead and I wrote a little something, how I do this. Well, no, I don't know about the best, but I do appreciate your kindness. It's really difficult to compete with your work, but why don't you tell us about the relationship, how you met Tonto, how you got him here, and then we're going to get him in.
Yeah, no, I'd love to tell that story. So I met Kris first time was before the movie came out, and before I think the book was just released, 13 Hours. They were sent to me, the three guys who wrote the book. They came to me in the studio, first official portrait of the three of them, which of course was an absolute honor to meet them. I mean, incredible heroes, anybody who's read the book or seen the movie. I met them, and I stayed friends with all three of them, but Kris, he was one of those people I knew right away when I was photographing him, like, people can remember him. He's humble, but had the greatest personality, just sweetest guy, and just fun to be with. We just stayed friends. We stayed close friends, and I'm honored to have a friend like that. Just like somebody who's done so much for our country, but just a cool, laid back guy. And luckily we've stayed in touch. And then I've photographed him a few times, and I think he's due to come back to the studio.
Yeah, I'll be completely transparent with you. It was hilarious. You were like a kid in the candy store. You're like, can I come on with Tonto? I'm like, yeah, you can come on. I mean, without you,
I overlap. I want to say hello. There he is.
When we're doing the photos with you, you're like, oh, I know him. I know this person. We'll introduce you. I'm like, yeah, right. There's no way this guy. And then you call me up. By the way, I got to introduce you to Kris. He's in the green room right now. And dude, it's hilarious. His backdrop. I already recognize some things. This is for me. Lara Logan tonight is very special for me. As a survivor myself, and Kris, just because of the story, and we know a few of the people who've chewed some of the same dirt, so that means the world to me too. And I know Leroy's in the same boat. I'm going to read it. So here it is. You've probably heard the name Kris Tonto Paronto, and if you haven't, it's about time you did. This isn't some Instagram warrior or keyboard vet with a DD214 and a TikTok following. This is the guy who was on the rooftop in Benghazi, actually returning fire while politicians back home were still figuring out how to spell Libya. Tonto was a U.S. Army Ranger turned CIA contractor. He's the real deal, no filters or fluff, just grit, guts, and the kind of quiet loyalty that doesn't need to be broadcast. He lived through what most people couldn't survive in a video game and then came home to watch bureaucrats lie through their teeth about what really happened. So he told the truth, wrote the book, helped make the movie 13 Hours, and he stood up and kept talking when everyone else got scared. He's been hunted overseas, and now he's practically shadow banned at home for speaking out against the establishment, left and right, but he doesn't stop. He's one of those guys who doesn't know how to quit, even when he probably should. That's why we wanted him here, because this show, it's about real voices, no script, no spin, just truth. And tonight, we've got one of the last good men left in America, Kris Tonto Paronto. Let's fucking go. So excited to have this.
Cheers, buddy.
Dude,
did I just lose Barry too? I forgot to cheer. Well, cheers, Barry. Are you there?
Great to see you.
And it's obviously I'm not a keyboard works. I'm in here. I'm trying to unfuck my shit. Like what the? What's going on? I obviously do not know anything about social media or keyboards or any. But in today's day and age, I got to know just enough to make myself dangerous. But yeah. But thanks. That was awesome. And no, Barry, I love you, man.
I love you. That's why I to see your face because you haven't seen it a lot. So.
You and I age gracefully, don't we? I know that's a little egotistical, but we both still look good for being 42.
Yeah, I was the best looking one here until you showed up.
No, thanks, man. Thanks.
We've got private rooms, guys. We can throw you in there real quick.
Don't hate the player, dude. Come on, I was that old. I can't say that. I really that's a dad joke now, isn't it? I can't say that that's old. Stuff. Well, thanks for the introduction, and Barry, good to see you, my friend.
Good seeing you.
Absolutely.
Take your time. We'll talk soon, though.
Yep, definitely.
Barry, I love you, my friend. Thank you for everything.
You so much, Barry.
All right, buddy.
Barry, thank you for everything, buddy.
All right, we'll see you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you,
Kris. Welcome to the Don't Unfriend Me show, man. How the hell are you?
I'm good. I thought I went and tested everything, because I have my own podcast that I do, and I've got all the equipment, and I attached it to the computer, and then as soon as I log on, you have saying, and you've probably heard this before from some of the other guys on your shows, the first thing that go on any any mission are comms. The first thing. Yep. That's why you have 3 separate. And when we worked with Bub, I used to give Bub Glenn Doherty. We worked in Tripoli before Benghazi, and I used to give him shit because he would be out there with 7 layers of comms. Like, dude, if we lose 7 layers of our comm systems, we're pretty much dead. So let's keep it at 3 and let's go back inside. But and so I appreciate it, and thanks for having me and letting me be in here and be a part of this, man. I do. No. I still can't believe I'm still relevant. Kind of.
You are, brother.
How many years has it been now since Benghazi? It's been
20. 13? Yeah, 13. Yeah, 13 hours, 13 years.
And since the movie came out and the book, that was a couple years after. So it's been 10, 11 years, and it's humbling. It's still humbling, but it's nice. It's nice but humbling, and it's also sometimes tiring too. But.
Well, the cool thing here is that you got 2 ISR guys here, so we're intel. and we got to get outside the wire a little bit. So we'll try to keep up with you guys, but we're not cake eaters, but we're not quite hard chargers either. So bear with us.
Are you kidding me? I want ISRs wherever I go. I was on ISR. Get to Hellfire, man. Get that. Oh, we don't have a Hellfire in this ISR. What? Hold on a second, man. This is the first time I've been overseas where a Hellfire hasn't been on an ISR. It just happened to be that night. Yeah. Whatever. You guys know the deal.
So listen, Tonto, it's going to be Kris, it's going to be Tonto, it's going to be both, and then whatever. So whatever you're comfortable with. So here's my personal testimony real quick, because everyone gets hero worship, and I know Leroy's had a little bit, Amy, but I wanted to say, man, I bonded with that movie, and I knew it was Michael Bay. Like when I saw it, I'm like, okay, there's going to be some series of explosions that are not necessarily realistic, but damn it, they're all going to be gorgeous. So here's my question for you, and it's just the number one question: Were you rocking an M249 in real life?
Yeah, actually, it was the Mini. It hadn't been the Saw, but we progressed. So yeah, we 249. You guys know the Saw, and then when I got to Ranger Battalion, we started to chop it down, so it became the Saw Mod or Saw Modular. Which we cut down and then it became a Mark 46, and that's. So yes, but it's called the Mark 46 now. Now they've transitioned to something that SIG makes. So I don't even know what the hell that is.
How tall? How tall are you?
46 and everything. Yeah.
When you have 4 guys, I mean, I guess it's kind of like limiting who gets to carry it. So, but how tall are you?
It's the smallest guy that carries it.
I know.
That's all.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Pablo's huge. I know Pablo Schreiber, the guy, and Pablo's a very good friend. Pablo. Him and I really bonded. We became very tight, and we're still friends this day. In fact, I just got a text from him a couple weeks ago after he played in that the celebrity basketball team they have out, but me, I'm not that. I'm 5'9", 170 pounds on a good day.
Oh my God!
I know. That's what I was. I saw you rocking it. I saw you rocking it in the movie, and I'm like, do they always pick the smallest guy to rock this thing, or what?
That's standard. Ask the teams, ask the long towers, ask the Rangers. It's always, but to be quite honest, most Rangers, I mean, we get kind of, thick, doing a lot more push-ups but most Rangers aren't that big. I mean,
they're lean.
Once you get the gear on, you look like Batman.
Right.
And the gear's on, but when you take it off, you're like, I mean, our thighs do get big from all the running and then wearing the silkies. And I do have my silkies on right now. This is what I'm doing. That's how I rock it still right now.
I'm ready to lower the table, and I'll show you.
Amy
so
wants
am
to
I.
see that.
Yeah. Well, we've already talked about. This is my son Ethan, and we introduced him to the movie, and he wants to say hi. Go ahead, Ethan.
You're talking to Mike. What are you gonna say?
I don't know. This is weird.
Oh.
He's a little starstruck, I think.
No, be starstruck, buddy. I'm nothing special at all. It's always an honor to talk to the younger generations. I do. I admire, because I remember when I was like that as well, and just having somebody take the time to talk to me meant a lot. So, buddy, I'm here. You come back in if you remember your question. Tell mom and dad shut up. Come back in and ask the question, and I'll answer whatever you want me to answer. In fact, I have an interview with an 8th grader tomorrow because he's doing a paper on Benghazi, and I always try to take those. So so if you got it, you come in, and you guys are important. I don't give a crap about anything else. It's y'all.
My name is Christian.
I want to talk to, because I don't know, and I relate well to them as well. Maybe that's my maturity level. I still relate well with the younger generation. So, but it's an honor though, man. And thanks for watching the movie, and keep watching it all the way till you're my age, so you keep remembering Roan and Bob and Kris and Sean. Their legacies will never die as long as you all are still watching it, and that's you guys, bud. So
you want to tell Mr. Paronto what you want to do in the military?
I want to be a Navy SEAL or like intelligence. Those are the 2 things I want to be.
I'll forgive you on both of those accounts because I'm a Ranger. All right.
I will tell you this from personal experience: you can't be both. Just letting you know.
No, I think you can be both. No, a Ranger and a SEAL at the same time.
You can't be both. You got to pick one or the other. Unfortunately, that's something.
I'm kidding. You SEALs are. Some of my best friends obviously are SEALs. We just like to rib each other, and when you finally make it there, and you will, as long as you want to, you will. You just don't quit. Just keep trying and trying and trying. you're going to be able to be making fun of Rangers and SEALs and making fun of Special Forces, and you all make fun of each other until it's time to rock and roll. Then you all come together like that, and it's amazing. So I keep working, start running, get that run time down, start running 5-minute miles. Tell you what.
Oh.
All right.
He's like Forrest Gump. He's like Forrest Gump. He's out there. He can
running like and actually that is the best way to handle yourself in the military is like Forrest Gump. You clean your weapon system, you shine your boots, and you answer everything with yes, drill sergeant, and you're beat. That's
right. Whatever you tell me to do, drill sergeant.
That's right. Whatever you tell me to do, drill sergeant.
Whatever you tell me to do, drill sergeant. That's the smartest answer ever. Just say that, and you will become an officer like that.
Yeah,
I'm telling
outstanding.
You. Good luck to you. Good luck to you, bud. And you got to just work hard and just get that mentality that you're never ever going to quit, no matter how many times they knock you down. You just keep getting back up. Okay. And you'll be just fine. Just fine.
Say thanks, bud.
Thank you. Also,
of course.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Wait, say it again.
You're awesome.
That's a great bud.
Thanks, buddy.
Love you.
I'll talk to you soon again.
Don't you kiss me, buddy. Give me a pound. I'm just kidding.
Aw.
I'm joking. Just knock it off.
He knows.
He was so excited when he heard you were coming on.
I got to let me just listen, I know we've all got it, but if we don't show this damn video, we're not going to, and I got to show it. Everyone's got to know what he did. And it doesn't, this isn't about bragging. This is, it's not bragging if it's true. And I've known a lot of professionals, silent professionals. And Tonto, I don't think anyone would describe you as silent, but I think they'll always describe you as a professional. You are. And when the bullets start firing, that's your professionalism. That's when it gets real. And that's the one thing I took from the movie. And then at the end of it, I don't. It's called Hang Loose, right? Is that what that's the
there's a jumbo and then there's the shaka. And
okay.
I learned, and I can tell there's a reason behind that. There's actually a long story behind that too. Yeah.
I want you to tell it to me, but when I saw that in the movie, I thought the actor portrayed you, at least from the feeling when he collapsed and was like, "Listen, there's this force that we're about to face is going to clean our clocks. We can punch in, but we're done, and we're going to go to work, but we're not coming home from this." And to see the actor just collapse and let it out, and become human. I thought that was amazing. Let's watch this. And then Tonto, we're excited for this. I know you are going to sit in for Roseanne Barr, and God bless you, my friend, for spending a little extra time with us tonight. Thank you. No Here it is with no further ado. And then we will open this up to everybody. Let's rock and roll.
Paronto, and my call sign was Tonto.
9/11/2012, I was in Benghazi with the Global Response Staff. I'd been in Libya for almost 4 months.
All of us were former military. Spec Ops guys are Marines. You're working with some of the top guys in their respective services.
If you do not get here soon, we are all gonna die.
We're watching. You can hear the RPGs, rock throw grenades. You can hear them go boom. And you're just having to sit there. But you maintain. As a leader or anybody, you maintain your focus. You maintain it. You start to, we call it war gaming, problem solving. Every minute that goes by, the situation changes, so you're thinking, okay, what do I need to do next? Bottom-up leadership. We know what to do. As good leaders, though, sometimes if you are on top, sometimes you have to put that pride aside and say, like Bob should have, and say, you know what, I don't know everything. These guys know what to do. That's their expertise. Run with it. I trust you.
Hey, we're coming in. We're on property.
And that's when I saw Boone. He sees that I need help, and he comes around the corner. He takes a knee on the other side of me, hands me magazines because he knows I'm running out of ammo. I put him a new magazine in my rifle. He starts shooting next to me. And then I see a muzzle flash up on top of the villa.
And that team was top notch. And that team was supposed to be there that night.
Tonto is one of a kind. He's a guy who is ready for anything. He signs his emails, RLTW, Rangers lead the way. And that's how Tonto lives his life.
And sometimes leaders, you have to sacrifice not just yourself, sometimes you have to sacrifice your careers, which we did. We all got fired, but it was still the right thing to do.
Overcoming adversity and never giving up that you're going to get out of Benghazi. That's what Benghazi is about. It's positive. It's not a negative. I love Benghazi. I love being there. I'd go back there in a heartbeat.
I've been able to do a lot of things in my life. Been very lucky, and this is just a new experience. It's just another chapter.
As long as I'm doing the right thing, God will take care of me.
Kris, walk us through it, man, and in your words, because you've probably told this story 1,000 times, and I know people have heard it, but coming from you is a little bit different. And public speaking, I know what it's like to speak in front of a lot of people. And the fact that you do that, you're very talented. So we'll talk all about that, but we want to hear in your words about the experience, and the floor is yours.
Well, well, if you want me to start right from the beginning, I saw that, and that's super cool. I've never seen that. I don't know where you pulled that. That's on YouTube. Somebody made it. I didn't make it, and that is awesome. I need
Chris,
to. Can I have that link?
We don't.
I would disagree. I'd say you made all of that.
Yeah, Chris, we don't reveal our intelligence sources, especially human. So you're going to have to stay in the dark. But just trust me, we're connected, my friend. No. I listen. I searched it on YouTube, and I said this one is the one I want to show. So there it is.
Well, whoever made it, man, kudos out there. Thank you. That was amazing. But watching that and just going back to where I said that team was meant to be there, I honestly believe that, and I believe that the Lord works in mysterious ways. I always do. I always say, man, it's God's paths, or they are somewhat predetermined, but I think there's multiple paths that you pick, and you can go along the way. And sometimes, if you stand around and you just silence yourself and you listen long enough, you will pick the right path, the path that is probably the most advantageous to you, or the one that may be the most difficult, but is still the right path. And the why I say that is because 3 of us are supposed to go home prior to Benghazi in 9/11/2012. And if you watch the movie, we put a blip in there, and it was about that short is where we're talking to Bub, and 3 of us extended. He says the ambassador's coming in, and Ronan and myself and Boone. This was a few weeks prior to the attack. We were supposed to go home 2 days later. All of us were on that same sort of cycle, so we're heading home, and we had word that the ambassador was coming into to Benghazi, and we knew how dangerous Benghazi was. All of us knew how dangerous Libya was, because we had all been there multiple times, whether it was Tripoli or Benghazi or both, and going to Derna, going down to Sebha, and we knew that he didn't have any security, because we obviously had coordinated with their security teams a bunch going over there, because we got to know them. They got to rely on us. It was important that we knew what State Department was doing, because we knew they didn't have anything. And the scenes, again, where you're watching the movie where I'm standing on the diving board and she having a dip, and point blank, I say, you're all going to die. I did do that. I said that. Mm-hmm. But what I'm getting at is that the chance for us to say, nope, we're not going. We're going to go home. I don't want to stay here. It's not my turn. We got to rotate out. There wasn't even a question. It was, no, we'll stay. So when we were asked to stay longer and extend, all 3 of us, myself, Boone, and Roan, it obviously cost Roan's life. But I know we'd do it again, because Roan is a badass. He is complete badass. But all of us extended. So to say that things happen for a reason, it definitely does. So when that attack happened, that team needed to be there. That was the team that needed to be there. And I've been on a lot of very good GRS teams. I've been on one other great GRS team. And then I've been on a lot that are good, mediocre. Not that the teams, the guys aren't good. It's just you all don't get along. You don't gel. It's like a professional team. It's like a basketball team. It's like a football team. It's like anything. You just don't gel. It doesn't mean y'all get along. It's not that. We always didn't always get along, but you just gel. You just know what the other guy's thinking. And that team was like that. And it's something that you guys have served and you've been in the military, that it happens sometimes just overnight. Sometimes it happens from working over and over and over and over again. You spend years with a guy, or you spend years with multiple team members, you're going to gel. And then sometimes guys just come together and it works. And that's what it was. I mean, Boone and I have been together off and on, and we've been deploying together, and we started at Blackwater. We were class 1 at Blackwater in 2003. Him and I had been together for about 10 years. So we'd worked in Kabul together, Baghdad together. We'd worked in Libya together. We went to Yemen together. So him and I were kind of an anomaly. We had been together for a while. And it showed, obviously, I think the movie portrayed that quite well with our personalities, where I was very gregarious and he was very, very laid back, which is hence, I'll shoot a cubby in my, there's a gun in my cubby and I will shoot you when I'm standing around jumping, trying to pester him with the flashlights and I'm dancing, because he's not like that.
Yeah, that was a
But-
great dance, by the way. Was that
And
an accurate?
that happened quite. That happened quite often. I'm like, he's the kind of guy, just leave me alone, Tonto. I'm like, nope, I'm not going to leave you alone. Pay attention to me. I'm a body. I'm a body. Come on. But that was our yin and yang, and it obviously worked. But when the mission started, we were on sync, and I think the movie showed that very well. But so when it happened, that team of leaders, which it was a team of leaders. The age groups we were all up in our 40s. I think Tig was 39 at the time, which is still pretty old for a military, paramilitary. When you're 39 in the military, you're probably about a colonel. I think, if I'm getting my times right. But it was meant to be. So when the attack happened, it really wasn't more of, all right, it's game time. It's let's go. I trust this guy. I know what he's doing. I trust Ron. I trust Jack. I trust Oz. I trust Tig. Boone's with me in the room. When we got the call to go, I remember we were just sitting there. He's a big gun porn guy. He loves reading gun magazines. His gun porn. He's always in the middle of that. Me, I like watching terrible movies. So I was either watching Battleship, the Peter Berg Battleship, what I still love. I still love it. It's just terrible.
Come on now. Now hold on. My former CO was in that movie.
Oh, he's not. No, was it? Who was it?
No. So it was a guy named Rick Hoffman. He was the commander of the Way City and on the USS DeWitt, and he actually had speaking lines in the movie. He's one of the guys in the Pentagon who's delivering the lines about
I love that movie. I when I say that it was pain.
Oh, I make fun of him for that movie weekly.
I love it. Oh wait, and then I was watching not the new Clash of the Titans. The next one came on was Wrath of the Titans. The second one.
Yeah.
But I remember, you could hear some sporadic gunfire going on in the background, but you get used to that. You get acclimated to it. You're in a third world country. There's AK-47 fire going on all the time, and it doesn't have to be coordinated. It can just be. I mean, how many times in Kabul I've been
birthday
driving
parties
around and there's a wedding going on, and all of a sudden,
Right.
holy crap!
Right.
There's nobody shooting at us. They just got married, and there's AK-47 just going straight up in the air. So you're here. We're hearing it, but not really paying attention to. We thought maybe there was a soccer match that was going on, or just something, a wedding going on, and but then it starts to get coordinated. It gets there's not that sporadic. There's actually some rhythm to it, and I remember Boone and I are just still kind of. I know he picked up. I picked up a little bit. Our ears. We're still not really thinking anything's going on because it's a fight. Maybe some other clans are fighting. There still was lawlessness going on. It had nothing to do with us. You can't. Hey, we aren't America. We're not the police of everybody. We're not going to be that, especially for GRS and there's 6 of us. So we're thinking, well, maybe there's some rival gangs fighting. The militias are fighting. They're leaving us alone. And then the radio call came across from our GRS team leader, who we did not portray in the movie. He's in the book. We did not, because he really didn't do anything. He was a staffer, no special ops experience at all. And but that's typical. CI staffers, they don't have to meet the same standards as the contractors.
Right.
Not knocking them. We had some excellent ones.
No, everyone's got a job.
Staff. Yeah,
but they all have different backgrounds too.
Right.
Yeah, they all. But Ron was really our team leader. He was our team. He's the guy we listened to. So, but he came across the radio and he said, "GRS, we need you in the team room." Now, the first thing that happened is Boone looked at me and he goes, "Tonto, what'd you do?" Because I love picking on CI case officer. I loved it. When they started to transition, and it was awesome working with the jawbreaker guys. Those guys were hardcore. The Charlie Wilson's war guy. Those, the guys that were fighting the Mooj. Love those guys. They were badasses. A lot of them were former military, and a lot of us saw how the CI went from that to Harvard graduates, to college kids, to people that you could tell the sky's green, and you're right, the sky's green. 20-somethings, very smart, very intelligent, no street smarts at all, very easy to manipulate by the government, which a lot of people are seeing now, which is funny because we were seeing that years ago, and everybody's starting to realize it now. Oh my gosh, these 30-somethings, wow, they really do think the sky's green. But we were seeing that, so I would always pick on them. Because it's like you're not Jason Bourne, dude. You're not. I'm not gonna. No, I'm gonna make fun of you. I'm gonna put something on your keyboard that says you're a effing. So if you I'm going to be very unpolitical. I'm going to be very politically incorrect and make fun of you. And it would piss them off. And of course they'd tell on me, and then everybody would get in trouble. And
He
I
hurt my feelings.
hurt my feelings.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
I hurt feelings. But everybody would get in trouble. So it would be a mass call to the team room. GRS in the team room, walk in there. All right, Tonto, knock it off. Everybody like, oh, Tonto, will you stop it? Just leave him alone. I can't, guys. I can't. It's like an addiction. I can't quit playing. I can't quit screwing with him. But he looked at me, and that's what happened, because he thought that's what was going on. He says, Tonto, what'd you do? And I wanted to go home. I hadn't done anything. I had a little girl who, she was, I want to say 3 at the time. And my son was, he was 6. I just wanted to go home. I hadn't seen him pretty much their whole lives because I was always gone. And I said to Boone, I looked at him and I said, dude, I've been a saint all day. I ain't done anything. And then we do get that call that you hear on the movie, which is, it was spot on, is that GRS, we need you in the team room now. And I remember when you hear that, and it's not what they say, you just know the tone that something, okay, this is serious.
Right.
Hair on the back of your neck stands up. It's in a good way. It's that fight or flight response. It's how you take it. It's adrenaline. That's all it is. You can either get freaked out by it, or you can let it fuel you and allow it to strengthen you. And I don't say superhuman, but that adrenaline goes in your body in a good way, which is what SEALs and Rangers and Delta and Night Stalkers that's how you train. You learn how to harness that. And I remember went that, and I just smiled. I smiled at him like this. And he's smiling too. And I said, dude, we could do something fun tonight. And we grabbed our gear and we headed out the door. And as soon as we got the door, you can see the tracers, the fire, they're using tracers because of course at that time they didn't have the advantage of night vision, which thankfully after Afghanistan they do now. Their night vision is damn near close to ours.
Thank you, Joe Biden. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Joe, and your staff. But at that time they didn't, so they're using tracers. Tracers are bullets that burn that you can see at nighttime, so you can adjust your fire with the naked eye. And those bullets don't always fragment, and they'll hit and they'll go up in the air, and it's beautiful. It really. It's like fireworks. Gorgeous. We used to go, because that's why I love GRS. Is GRS, we aren't a direct action element, so we could go into areas. We would sneak in at the cover of darkness, link up with an Afghani security force, a Libyan security force, locals, go to a bombed out building and do our meetings and just sit there and hide while this fighting's going on around us, and then we'd leave. And I remember I'd sit up. I remember in Las Gagar specifically, when we would fly into Las Gagar and Helmand, and we do our meetings with these assets that we had out there, is that I would sit up on the top of buildings and I'd put a Copenhagen in and a cup of coffee, and I'd have my little Afghani guy with me, and we would just watch firefights. And it was, I'd sit up there and be like, wow, this is, people should pay to do this.
Right.
Like this is doing a resort, right? You said,
right.
Not really, but to me,
no, I get it. You got it. The downtime is when you start realizing, hey, these are the things around me, and maybe there's some beauty in it. And then, the shit hits the fan, and then you find the appreciation in that, because listen, I mean, you had to know against those odds that at any time one round could have just turned it off.
So why not embrace the moment? Be while you're there. And that's how I talk when I speak. I'd say that just embrace you're there.
Chris,
you can accept the.
I'm so sorry. I have to do this while it's up. Mel Lowe, $1,030. Mel, we love you. Thank you so much.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
You're amazing, Mel. Thank you so much, Chris.
You are amazing.
Thanks, bud. Yeah.
I didn't want to introduce you interrupt. Go ahead.
But Mel says thank you for your service.
Hey, it's your show. You can tell me to shut the hell up anytime. It's your show.
No way,
it's your
brother.
show, bud.
Not going to do that.
Yeah. By the way, Mel says thank you for your service. She's Canadian. She's chewed a lot of dirt and drank a lot of water that Leroy and I have on the Canadian side. So she said thank you for your service.
You guys are awesome. I used to live in a CanSoft base. We used to work with those guys in Gecko and Kandahar. Love those. The Canadians SOF guys. People don't realize CanSoft guys are pretty high speed, man. There's some badass dudes.
Well,
man.
she's like soft girl. So and I know Mel makes it sound like a guy, but she's intel and other things that she doesn't disclose, but she's seen the other side, and a lot of it was against Russia. And so her AOR and my AOR are similar. Go ahead, Kris. You were talking about it, the fireflies and sitting up there.
Well, Mel, thank you for your service too. Can I say that at least before I kick back? Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
And But like what we're getting at, and I do talk about this a lot when I do my talks, is that when you accept that you're in a situation, you just accept you're there. You're not going to change it. You're not going to be able to get out of it. The only way you are going to get out of it is continue to press on to it and grind through it. You can find beauty in anything. I love working in Baghdad. I love to watch. I did. I car bomb. And granted, you could die die in 1 minute, but in that time, enjoy it because they make movies literally out of stuff like this, and I'm sitting here in the middle of it. Wow, this is a blessing. Well, anyway, we're watching that, and I'm just watching that team of leaders do what they do, and everybody just did their jobs. We all had responsibilities. We all had task conditions and standards. Every one of us had a lane that we needed to adhere to. We all trusted each other, which is why I said that team needed to be there. Nobody was micromanaging. Nobody was trying to tell the other one what to do. It was, all right, this is my job. And my job was to go ahead and, we already talked about this earlier, go ahead and get all the weapon systems that I had, the M4, and the 46 and all the ammo, and get our night vision. Boone's job was to get the vehicles, get his ammunition, get his weapon systems and so forth. And we were ready in 5 minutes. And that 5 minutes, I do remember that I walked up to Bob and our team leader, and I said, we're ready to go. I'm looking at Roan. Roan's giving me a thumbs up because he's in the sedan up front. I'm driving the SUV in the back. And like, we're ready to punch out the gate.
Right.
I mean, that's our job. It's not like we did anything special. That's just what GRS does. We're QRF. We know where our stuff is. Let's go.
Yeah. Can we talk about Bob for a second, Kris? Can we talk about Bob?
Yeah.
Because I love the actor, but I swear I wanted to rip his face off.
Oh, yeah. But
I watched
the actor. The actor actually is a super nice guy. Dave is a wonderful guy, but Bob.
Yeah.
I thought we actually made him look a lot stronger than what he actually.
I was going to ask, okay, this is what I wanted to ask you. See, this is, first of all, in Breaking Bad, when Jesse shoots him, I've watched that. Every time I watch that, I'm like, can we watch that again? He's like, why? I said, that's the guy from 13 Hours. And
He was in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, he was not Dale. Come on, made the great coffee and got shot in the head.
Gale. Oh,
Gale.
He was Gale.
Gale. He was Gale. Gale Benneker.
I didn't know that's
Yeah,
the same
it's Gale
dude.
Benneker. That's why I always rewind it when we watch it. I'm like, can we watch this again? Because he gets to die again.
I didn't make the connection.
I wonder if people have done that actually. Dave Constable.
I do it. He's a great actor though. So Bob. So here's the thing. I noticed that in some of them, like at the end, like he gets pulverized, and in the beginning he gets pulverized. I mean, because he's a dick and he's stuffy and all those things that he doesn't like. But then in the middle, all of a sudden he looks like he takes his medicine and goes, you know what? I'm going to support. How can I help? And I'm like, this seems out of character. Did he do that, or was he just always that pretentious dick?
That is something that I don't know. That's why I say I think we made him look a lot from what I saw. Because during that time frame, I'm up on the rooftops, man.
Yeah.
I did though. In the middle of that, and this is in the book, we didn't put it in the movie. I did, or actually in local when we were over at the consulate. This is when we actually fought our way on, and I'm going to jump in because I am falling behind a little bit. After we left and we got over there, we did find a little BlackBerry in the rubble. I mean, before I left, an Afghani, a local did, and he came up to me and said, "Hey, this Mister for you," and he handed it to me. When we got back to the annex, my night vision, my PVS, my 10, screw had come loose. Oh. And so I couldn't get it to work. So I went to, it kept flopping down. So I went to get another one. And when I walked in there to go get another set of night vision, I was going to take one from the case officers because they weren't using them. Bob was sitting on a wall. I remember he was sitting he was on his ass. He was on the floor. Kind of like when you take shelter and you're in grade school and you're sitting on the floor with your knees up in your chest. And he's leaning against the wall, and he's just like this. And I couldn't have been more disgusted, because first of all, you're in charge. You're the leader. Sure. You're in charge of this base, whether you like it or not, whether we think we're not. You're giving off the wrong perception to everybody around. You're giving off a defeatist perception. You're saying you're quitting.
Right.
And I couldn't have been more angry with that. But instead of, I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to grab him by and pick him up.
Right.
I got bigger fish to fry. I took out that BlackBerry and I said, this might be the ambassadors, and I threw it at him. I wish I wouldn't have done. Looking back, like, God, I wish I would have kept that thing because it just disappeared. Nobody knows where it went to. And I know there probably was a lot of stuff on there because it most likely was the ambassador's BlackBerry.
Right.
And again, I'm speculating, guys. I
Sure,
can't say
sure.
this for sure, but it just disappeared. That there was some stuff on there, but that is what I saw in the middle when we got done fighting at the consulate when we came back to our annex. I saw that defeat us in there. When they
Right.
put that in the movie, there are guys that have other perspectives, and that's why our movie and our story is so powerful, is that we have all these different perspectives. It just wasn't me.
Right.
It just wasn't Oz. It just wasn't Boone. It just wasn't even some of the security officers that was there. It was everybody. So I just assumed that maybe somebody saw that happen. And Michael Bay has a pretty good, they like him at the agency. They give him a lot of information if he needs it. And it's not, they give him, I'm not going to say they give him classified stuff. So I just assumed that, well, maybe he did do that. But
Right.
you know what? Regardless, whether he did or did not, I don't know. I'm not going to argue about it. I didn't see that happen. I hope he did, or I hope somebody did. And the girl that was there that night,
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you her real name. She actually did try to help out. She came up to the rooftop. She gave stuff to us. She fell on her face. Smacked her face, right? Oh, man. So yeah, it was just one of those things where we're not going to argue about it. We don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. Maybe Oz did, maybe Tig did, and we may have had that conversation. It's been so many years now where Tig and I and Oz have talked about it, where I just forgotten. Maybe they did tell that to Michael Bay.
Yeah, but as an operator,
did.
you're not going to sit there and let's have a conversation about somebody who is not going to be, punching in and going to work. So, but you did in the movie. It's interesting. The interpreter flagged you like 30 times, man. Like every time he had that weapon, he just. I'm surprised you didn't die from that. I mean, forget the combatants.
He was the true, but he was the true hero. He was the hero that night, and people realize he did. I remember, and the movie spot on. This is before we're trying to go over there. I remember we're going to have to go find him and get out of the car to go find him because we need him. We definitely need him. We don't want a blue on green. We don't speak Arabic well enough. It happens. Blue on green, guys, is when there's a friendly fire between a foreign force and an American force or a force that speaks English, and you're friends, but because of that language barrier, you shoot each other up. It's just, and it happens. And that's why I said that team needed to be there, because a lot of us had been through that kind of experience prior to, so we knew we needed him, so we stopped. And I remember thinking to myself as we stopped the vehicles and I got out to try to find him. The movie didn't show it. The book explained this very well. The movie jumped around a little bit just because of time, and no big deal. It still captured, I think, the essence of it all. Is that I looked at him, and as soon as I looked at him, and he looked like Bob Newhart. In real life, he looks like an Egyptian Bob Newhart. The old Bob Newhart. The Bob, he's adorable. He didn't look that. He's not that young. He looked sort of young, capable in the movie. He was actually older, balding, glasses. But a Bob Newhart, droopy cheeks, cutest guy in the world. I did have to break up with him when he left. Love that guy. But I remember I came around the corner and I said, "Dude, we need you." And all of us. Myself, Roan, Bob, Oz, Tig, Jack, we have to go. There's no question. This our job. We're going. This guy has no business going. He's not weapons qualified. And I remember when I asked him, I said, "Dude, we need you." He goes, "Tonto, I'm not a combat terp." He goes, "I'm not weapons qualified," and he wasn't. And I had a Glock and I handed it to him. I said, "Yarnell, go get your stuff." And I remember he grabbed my Glock. He ran back into building C where all of our gear was. Now, initially, Boone and I thought I lost my Glock. I was like, "Man, he ain't coming back. Damn it." But it was no more than 30 seconds, 45 seconds that he came running back with all that gear on. And it didn't fit him. He didn't have the cool Gucci gear that we did. He had his helmet. I swear that thing was on backwards. It was so big. Just jingling around. And he had a flak jacket on. It wasn't body armor, and it was below his waist, so it was like a little mini skirt, body armor mini skirt. And he was running like this, and his fingers in the trigger well, because it's not. And so he's sitting there flagging me the whole time he's running. And to me, it's comical because I'm watching it, and I'm watching this little turtle, this little Egyptian cute little guy with Bob Nut running. He's running at me, and he's scared shitless. His eyes are huge, and all I can think of is, "Man, you are the cutest, most adorable. I am so proud of you." It's like that's how I was feeling inside. And I remember thinking that, and he got in the car, and You know what? And you know, that's the comical part. And there's a lot of comical stuff that happens in combat. I think a lot of movies miss that ours got. And I remember just laughing, but just being so proud and motivated because it was like, holy crap, this dude has no business going. There's no way I can tap out now. I gotta go. And we shut out the gate. And why I do say he's the hero is because he did coordinate a lot of the confusion that was going on at our consulate. He was coordinating a lot because there was a lot of people that just started to mill around. It just came out of nowhere when the fight, and that's normal. That's normal third world country. And then he's the one that got the Libyan force to get to us before the mortars hit. They're the ones that helped get Bub's team in. And then he also coordinated that big force. I didn't know it at the time. I found out later after Trey Gowdy's multiple committees, and they actually subpoenaed Amal to come in and testify, that he got that force to come help us as well. He coordinated all that. So he saved us.
Still no American flags, right? No, zero American
What's that?
flags. Zero American flags at that point.
Zero. It was all, and they were all Gaddafi's guys. He was coordinating with Gaddafi's militias. Those are every militia that came to help us that night you see in the movie, they belong to Omar Gaddafi. Ain't that
Fucking
ironic?
Fucking Clinton. We'll talk about her. Pablo Schreiber. He looks so much like you, and he captured. Geez, man, I've known you for 30 minutes, and I'm telling you, man, this guy crushed it in the movie. He nailed you pretty well. Listen, Kris, can we take a quick sec? I want to hear everything. I mean, I'm so glad we got an hour and a half. Amy, question, Leroy, question. Anybody have questions at all? Please throw them out there real quick.
Yeah, there's from Jane on Rumble. She wants to know if the prayer got to you, hearing the prayer all the time.
Oh yeah. So when they're
call to prayer.
Yeah. So
the call to prayers.
Yeah.
It got to a point where when I was working in Iraq and I'd fly back through Amman, that I would open up the windows just to hear it. It's one of those things that you see in movies and you watch the Travel Channel and they tell you all these things that you need to hear and see when you go on vacations, and I'm living it every day. And there were times where I'd have the TV on, like, man, I'm kind of missing the culture. I'm here for free. I'm getting paid to take a vacation in some of these places. Granted, you don't want to go a lot of places for a vacation, but no, I would open it up just because it is, and it is something that there is, again, I won't say beauty in it, but just the melody and the hauntingness. It's honestly kind of haunting because you hear it, but it's one of those things where you first you get the beauty of it, and then it just becomes a daily activity, so you get used to it. You don't even hear it half the time after that. And honestly, that next morning when we started to hear it, especially if you're coming in the morning and you're getting overrun, it's easy to be an alarm system. It's like, okay, it's over. They're going to start hitting us again, because you knew they weren't going to hit you during the prayer, and that was a plus. That's a detriment on them. That's like, hey, we know you guys are going to go take a break, so now we can go get some food and rearm ourselves, and that's how we saw it. And that's why in the movie I said, when they called the prayer ended, I said, guys, this sucks. I said it because we part of being a ranger is the Ranger Creed, but also knowing Roger standing orders. It's at dawn, French and Indians attack. Right. And I said, man, prayer went off. It's starting to get light. Man, this sucks. Dawn is when the French and Indians attack. So it never wore on me. When I first got there, it was cool because it was new. And it was something that I grew up on watching and wanting if I was going to experience in not Iraq, but Morocco or somewhere where you could take a vacation. But it was like, okay, I'm there in Amman. We're relatively safe in Amman. And then towards the end, as we go through it, it became a time that you knew that they were going to get attacked. There was going to be a lull in the action. You knew at that time. And then you knew when it came back up, when it was over, all right, let's get ready because they're going to start hitting us again. Or if we were attacking, all right, the prayer's going, let's go get them, because they weren't going to be ready for us. Or, of course, there's different people have different views of that. That was my feeling, and that was how I saw it. And I did more security than I did direct action, so it was always, to me, it was a lull. It was, all right, the prayer's going, we're good. And that's how I felt even Benghazi that night when I was hearing it. I could hear it off in the distance. And it does become haunting. And especially when you're hearing it and the Mediterranean's right there too.
Right.
Yeah, there is some romanticism in it. There is.
Sure.
It is the feelings that you get when you watch a movie and you hear something like that, and then you're the ocean and the sun's coming up. It is beautiful. And I'm not Muslim. I'm a Christian. We're not going to get into that argument. I'm not saying that I support extremism because I don't. Well,
Right.
obviously I don't. But I'm still going to tell you the truth and say, was there some honestly beauty in it? Of course there was.
You got to see both sides of the Muslim religion. It's not all extremists, and it's not all cakes and rainbows. Did you take any rounds when you were in that 13
Yes,
hours?
they all kept. We got lucky. They all kept hitting the one. Me and Boone got extremely lucky. Our parapet wall was peppered up pretty good. But no, either I got hit. We got
no
some
vest
things.
contact, helmet contact, vest contact, nothing.
No, Tig and Oz did. Me and Boone, I don't say we were relatively unscathed. We got beat up just falling up and down off walls. But as far as just getting trapped, and we were lucky. We had a ISR, RPG went right between us when we were shooting during the second firefight. We saw the ISR feed and you see it go, but I didn't see it that night. I didn't even know it did. I was like, that happened. And you watch the ISR feed, and Oz said, "Do you remember that?" No. I remember I was still trying to shoot guys, and no, Boone and I were relatively unscathed aside from our hearing and then just like I sliced my arm up. He cut his arm up too pretty good, but it just was normal wear and tear from jumping over those walls and then falling off of them half the night. So
you mean the drone without a hellfire? The drone without a hellfire? You mean that one?
Jeez,
dude,
don't
that
happens. I want to ask you guys. That's my question to y'all. How often did that happen?
Oh,
if you're in a
more than you think. Well, Leroy's going to be better to answer it because my experience with drones was secondary at that point because we were using things that were size of the buses.
And this was a drone over Derna. Derna was hotter than Benghazi. Derna we couldn't even get into. We tried to sneak into and they could pick us up like that. We just stopped trying to go in there because they root us out quick.
Right.
Leroy, go ahead.
Unfortunately, the drone thing, that happens far more than you would think. I had personally seen at least 2 different interactions where, we were just supposed to be providing an overwatch of sorts. And then the next thing you know, something happens and now we have to wait for other assets to come in because the one that we brought on scene to provide overwatch didn't have anything.
Was it armed?
And it happens far more than you think. And in some cases, you bring in the wrong type of munition. We had a situation once where we were observing an ongoing attack through YSF forces, and the only thing that we had on hand was a 9 X-ray. You know what that is, and you're like, that's the wrong tool to use in this case.
The wrong
but just due to desperation, that's what you use.
Yeah.
And
that's why I still give him shit because we had one that was usually armed for Seb Hop when we go into Seb Hop do our SA7 pickups. And if it wasn't, it wasn't. I don't know. I'm still gonna hear to myself and say, yeah, that thing we had the Hellfire, because I kept asking them to arm the Hellfire, and I did get one response that said, "Roger that, we're arming," and that was through the other channel though. I have to send it through RCI guy, then they would send it to the whoever's sitting there on the computer with the joystick moving around, and it would come back. And after I only got it one time, and where they said, "Yep, we got it, we're coming in," and then it was silence. I mean, we kept getting reports of it would tell us like when people were moving. And the movie did a great job on that one scene where I saw them moving and they're moving. It's a second attack at our place where they're moving on us, and I'm already telling Bob. I said, "Bob, they're massing again. They're starting to move through zombie land." And then 30 seconds later, the ISR says, "Hey, just tells Bob, our guys in the top,
right.
Hey, they're moving on in." I did say, I remember it was funny. I remember that it came through the radio and I'd already put it out 30 seconds prior. And I said, "Hey, Bob, tell those ISR guys they're pretty much fucking worthless. I just said that about 30 seconds ago. And then I said, they didn't put it in the movie, but I also said, please tell them to rise up and expand their vision because they're too close. They need to expand out and get a bigger parameter because they're not seeing everything.
Yeah.
And,
So what happens is the ITCs that tend to run those types of missions, they will just hammer on the analyst. And it's not, oftentimes that's what I would do. And they would have us reporting everything that's in the field of view. But in the meantime, they're the ones that dictate the altitude or that field of view. So you're like, I absolutely see where you're headed with that. Quick question. You had posted a couple of pictures way back when. This is better than a year ago. And ever since we realized that you were going to be coming on the show, you do all this what IS guys do, right? They do all the research. They, dig up all of the fun little factoids.
I just stared at your almost naked pictures. I'm just going to let you know that's all I really gave a fuck about.
The shirtless ones really get me going.
Yeah, I stopped after that.
You posted a picture of yourself on a ship, and it looked suspiciously like it wasn't anything like a gray hull or anything like that. So I was going to ask you if you were ever on the Ocean Trader.
No, actually, those were after Captain Phillips got attacked. No, so what it was a private. We were protecting private merchant ships going through the Gulf of Aden and around the Horn of Africa. No, so when Captain Phillips got attacked, there were 6 of us. I got 6 that jumped on ships, and that was for Pacific Gulf Marine. Then there was another company working with Maersk and or whatever. And no, that was actually, we were floating, just leaving the Gulf of Aden, and we were heading down towards Durban at the time, and that's where it was. And that was, I would do that in between GRS trips. So I wouldn't go home. I'd just go to Port Suez or Port Said, or I'd go to Fujairah, which is in Jordan, and I'd jump on a ship and we'd float. And that was a hell of an experience too.
Did you get any target practice on that trip? Get some target practice on that trip?
Just a couple times. And the reason being is I've those pirates, man, I respect. They don't want to lose their ships. They don't want to lose their motors.
No.
They're not going to attack something that they can't win. And the only armed ships at that time were U.S. ships, were U.S. flagged. And I think the Israelis had security on their ships. And that's just a highway. It's like going down the interstates. You just got ship after ship after ship, and they would run at one, and as soon as they see a gun on it, they'd hit the one to back to us. And there was a couple of distress calls. That was tough. That was a tough one because you could hear the distress calls up on the brig from the ships getting attacked. And since those were private merchant ships and ours weren't military, that captain that's running that ship, we were like, "Are we going to go help?" He's like, "No, we got cargo. We got to keep going." And you would hear the distress calls, and it was like, and I mean, I just leave the brig because that's not how we're set. But I understand.
Yeah,
I do. I mean, I don't accept it, but I get what he's saying. He says I can't turn this merchant ship around and go fight some pirates. Man, we got to keep rolling, and that's how it was. And they would attack German ships, they attack Korean ships, and they would take them and they take them back to Somalia.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
care.
The flag doesn't matter, just the cargo. Go ahead, Leroy.
I need to bring this up real quick because my wife just texted me and says, I need Kris Paronto's autograph. I love him and all that he stands for.
Thank you.
And underneath that, the next line down is, or you can invite him over, LOL.
Yeah.
God love her.
I don't know how to answer that.
She said the same shit to me, Tonto. It's fine. She does it all the time.
My wife loves everyone.
Thank you, Mrs. Jenkins. Thank you. Appreciate your invite. Yes, ma'am. Anytime or not, whatever.
Whatever keeps you engaged on the show. So Mel has a question.
I have a question too.
Yeah, Mel had a quick question,
and
it's a good one. Yeah, good. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to hand over to the ladies. Mel wants to know if you would have gotten the air support from Aviano or Ramstein or CENTCOM or wherever the fuck they, should have, coulda, woulda. Man, we'll get into this, but would it have turned the tides? Do you believe?
Well, it wouldn't have saved, and we testified to this. We got grilled on this by the aides, the Democratic aides, because they're not real intelligent. As smart as they think they are, they're not. But I remember them asking and say, "Hey, would that have saved Kris or Sean?" So let me answer your question, but I'm going to answer. So we answered. The whole thing.
Yeah, sure.
I remember all of us said no, would not have saved Kris or Sean because they wouldn't have got there soon enough. What would have saved them is if you would have let us go, we would have saved them. We would have saved that. Would they have saved Bub and Roan? Oh, hell yeah. No question. They were so petrified of air support because they just got their asses handed to them by NATO forces during the Qadar. They would hear a jet screaming, and it was like moles going into holes. It just, and so that's why we said to them, and multiple people said to them, and we said over the comms going through our talk. So we don't even need to arm. We just need to do a flyover. Us just scream it by. We just need to come to scream it by. Yes. And we did have the 555th Fighter Wing. We had relied on them. They were our QRF element, Aviano. They were.
That's
there.
what I was going to ask about QRF. What the? Yeah, sorry.
They were there. No, they were there for us. They were there for that whole North Africa sector. So because you had a SEAL, you had SEAL teams in Djibouti. You had teams still working in Somalia. You had teams that were still working over in on the west side. Is that Sudan? In that, there were clandestine teams just like there still are now.
Right. Like all that shit's open source now, but at the time was,
it wasn't. It was like you guys are the only ones there. It's like, no, there's troops there. And also they had a detachment that was at Suda Bay, Greece. 2 jets that sat there. Now, for those that don't know, Suda Bay, Greece is 30 minutes on a crop duster to Benghazi. So that thing would have got to us. And they always had 2 planes. That was part of the 555th Fighter Wing. They were at Suda Bay. And so, yes, that would have saved Roan and Bub. No question. And we did testify to that too. Like that would have saved them. So you're comparing apples to oranges. Don't try to. So they tried to pin us into a corner. Say, well, it wouldn't have saved you guys. You're right, guys. It wouldn't have. We would have saved the ambassador and Kris. Yes, we may have died, and all of us said that during our testimony. And we may have, but that's what we're there for. That's what we are put there for. We're the security team. We're there to take the bullets. So the ambassador, this guy that ranks as high as the vice president, because Ambassador Stevens was way up there on that level in the State Department. We're here to save your guy that's a 3-star general, him to get home, and we'll take the bullets. And I remember when we said that, there was no other question. It's just silence. I remember it was a King, the New York, he was a Republican from New York. He's laughing because he's sitting over there laughing. Michelle Bachmann, she's laughing. I remember watching, they're just snickering because the A's just shut up. And it was kind of comical.
It was a chicken shit fucking operation. And in the sense of the way the indecisiveness worked. And like most people who've been outside the wire or within it is, most of the time it's Washington making bad fucking choices, not letting the operators operate.
Always.
Folks, we're almost 6,500. We're 65% to goal. We still have 3.5 hours. This crew is an incredible crew. I'll take my 500 most loyalist over anybody else's show. The fact that we do this is incredible. We love you guys, and having Tonto here, and we know he's filling in for Roseanne Barr because she's got a real bad bug and she could not make it tonight. But trust me, I'll be honest with you. Although I love Roseanne with all my heart, and I'm looking forward to Lara Logan, I'm stoked Tonto's here. So thanks for helping us.
Cool.
Yeah, she's an amazing human being. Livy, go ahead. You got a question.
I have
You're
a question.
smiling, so this is going to be
I'm curious. Were you really wearing shorts that night?
Oh yeah, you were wearing silkies?
Actually, I still got those shorts. I was wearing. I was actually here, and I'm going to get up so you're going to see my silkies, but I'll show you something too.
Okay.
I was wearing shorts.
We're here for it.
Amy's like, we're here for it.
I'm kind of covered. I got my silkies on. We're good.
Hold on a second. We're zooming in, so just go ahead.
Well, let me get up.
The girls are wanting you to pull a Nacho Libre move.
Oh, you can't even see. Right here. Silkies.
Nice. Most comfortable things in the world in PT. Tell you what.
I had like a new hip, reconstructed my quad just a year.
I was going to ask how your health was.
I'm just beat up from living a wonderful life. Just everything's starting to fall apart. That's all it is. But I was wearing the shorts that I'd made. A Kandahar tailor had made me. They were true spec pants, and it just got hot out in Kandahar, so I made a bunch of shorts and I wore them. It's hot, man. You already got swamp ass.
Yes.
Try to air that stuff out.
Right.
So, and then I had a Mickey Mouse shirt on. We couldn't put in the movie. I went on a cruise. I took my family on a Disney cruise a couple years earlier, it was when Pirates of the Caribbean, the second one or third one was coming out, and we watched the show. So they were making the Mickey Mouse shirts, but they had a Jolly Roger Mickey Mouse shirt, and this is actually the shirt.
Oh,
was-
that's
It was one of
awesome.
those Mickey
That's
Mouse.
amazing.
That's
and
badass.
Tim Hickey over at Patch Ops made these for me because I can't get them from Disney, but
That's
so I was wearing a
another
Mickey Mouse
that's
shirt
another
that had-
that's another cross pollination between you and I as Patch Ops. So I know the guys over at Patch Ops, they follow the show.
Tim's
so
awesome.
like I said, we
Yeah.
we have some similar contact points, and so yeah, the guys at Patch Ops are amazing. Love those guys.
They did. It was shorts and boot and little ankle socks, and I was wearing Obo's trail shoes and the Mickey Mouse shirt. We did try to get
They
it.
had done a
and
one-off
get
of this
some
one
of-
too.
What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, that
They had done a one-off of this one too, and
Oh, they did. Tim does everything.
Yeah. There's nothing
He's
they
awesome.
don't do. Like there'll be some, like the seashells, the 8647. I guarantee there's a patch already in production. It'll be out tomorrow. And patch up, like literally the next day, you're watching something live and they have a patch made of it already. I mean, I'm not kidding. This 100% serious. Liv, what else you got? And then Amy.
This one was from Carrie Spricks. She wanted to know, how emotional was it for you when you saw 13 Hours for the first time?
Oh.
And are you grateful that Michael Bay?
That's a great question because it's honestly it gets harder to watch it every year, to be quite honest. When we first saw it, of course, it was emotional. The person that does the music in it, and he's Hans Zimmer. You know, he won an Academy Award for
I
Top
just saw his
Gun.
concert.
Yeah,
You're always in love with him.
He's the him and the other. They did the music for ours, and they know how to do it. I mean, they know how to bring that moment out, which it's because it's hard to do when you're just watching the movie because you're not smelling anything, you're not feeling the heat, you know, you're not feeling all those other elements that you can't feel in a movie, and the only way to bring it out is, like you said, we talked at the beginning where those explosions, like Michael Bay's got to make those explosions. You do, because you can't feel that percussion, you can't feel the air being sucked out of you by the blast. You know, you can't feel that in a movie theater, so you have to do it different ways. So what I'm getting at is that I'll hear the music now from 13 Hours, especially where John. I always lose it when John Krasinski's Jack Silva's calling home, because we all made those phone calls.
Yeah.
And I don't know, the music for some reason, not even the scene, even though John Krasinski did an excellent job and he was awesome. He actually he's a very good person. So is his wife. Very, very nice people, really took it seriously. But he did a great job showing that. But it's the music that just reminds me of being there on that tarmac calling my wife, and I lose it every time. In fact, even when you show, there's a sizzle reel that I'll show before I speak, and it has that little piece in it, and then it has the music. I lose it. It's hard, of course, because I just remember, and I kind of need to remember. I don't want to forget, and I don't want to remember every day like I did, you know, when I was doing a lot of speaking events, doing a lot of media, getting pressed, you know, doing one of these three of these kind of interviews a day, and then having to go speak, and then having to do a book signing. That was overwhelming. It's like a bell curve. You got to get right in the middle. And now though, I've got to watch it. And I do watch it on 9/11. And that week, as much as I try to fight it, or I recognize that it's coming on. My wife would even tell you, I get quiet. I get a little bit angry. I get sad. And it's just that week. It's the week leading up to it. And then when 9/12, you know, still kind of there, and then 9/13, and my body comes out of it. And it's I don't plan it. It just happens. And I didn't realize it till till one year I realized, man, it's just going to happen. Yeah. And so what I do, I remember. I watch the movie. I remember, and I cry, and I feel better.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it definitely emotional, and it's not just the movie. It's the Chris Cornell song, the best Chris Cornell song that nobody will ever hear because the damn woke community canceled it. That Chris Cornell song is unbelievable. It's I think one of the best songs he's ever made. And I'm a big Audio Slave Soundgarden fan, and you know, when Sun Comes Back Around, the lyrics on there are perfect. And when you're standing on the wall and don't know which side you're going to fall, does it even matter? I mean, I mean, I'm gonna lose it right now talking about it, because that's the truth. When you come back home and like we're fighting for this country, we're fighting for this government, and they don't give two shits if we die and we fall on the bad side or we die and we fall on the good side. They don't care. And that's what the song is about. If people listen to Till the Sun Comes Back around, you listen to those lyrics, it's spot on of how all of us felt. And so to answer your question, man, yeah, it's hard. It was easier in the beginning because all that was kind of an experience in itself. Being on a Michael Bay movie, going and sitting and doing all this media that we'd never done before, and traveling from coast to coast and doing the jet setting, and living kind of like a public figure. I hate being a public. I don't like the term. I'm not one. But
yeah, well, you're shit out of luck now.
I know, but I kind of. I live in Kansas. I'm keep to myself. So I'm guys. I go to Walmart. Nobody bothers me. So I'm happy. I'm perfectly happy. But that was at that time in the beginning. It was less of me getting emotional because I could hide it within those experiences.
Mm-hmm.
I was having to smile.
Yeah.
It's hard when you don't want to smile. I understand now why why people sometimes hide some of these Hollywood types, and I'm not comparing Hollywood types to veterans at all, but I understand that when you're out there and they just go in their holes, why they do that. You just don't want to smile. And it's hard. And in our case, I think it's even harder, or Rob O'Neill's case, or Marcus Luttrell's case, or any of that have had movies or gone out.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's hard to keep smiling because you think to yourself, wait a second, I'm getting celebrated. I'm enjoying all these fruits, and my friends are dead.
Yeah.
This isn't right. And you have that in your head, and I know all of us do. My Oz, Tig, Boone. And that's why a lot of us have pulled ourselves out. And I had a lot of guilt. And that guilt came around 2017, 2018, where I did deal with a lot of that. It's like, why am I happy? I shouldn't be happy. These guys are gone. But you can't, I come to terms with it because of teammates that came and said, you know what, they would, and this may be cliche, but they did come and say, you know what, if they were here, they'd want you to be happy. And if you were on the other end, you would want them to be happy. And I know that is cliche. You hear that a lot, but it's the truth. It's God honest.
Sure it is. They're brothers. I
So
know
I
Amy.
had watched.
Amy's been waiting. Leroy, Amy's been waiting.
ahead.
We got to let Amy talk, man. She's been sitting there for 30 minutes. Oh, thanks for your permission. Amy, go ahead.
You're welcome.
Actually, this is perfect because I was actually curious to know, and I'm not trying to make this so emotional for you. So if you don't want to give the full answer, I completely understand. But I was curious to know how you keep such a positive attitude and how you are so happy when we see these veterans coming home. And I know we all of us know people personally who struggle with their mental health. How do you battle that? How do you what's your advice to these other people who are not doing so well?
You have to accept what we went through. You just accept it. If you try to you'll never be able to forget it. You'll never be able to wake up one day and the pain and the emotion will go away. It won't. I tried to, and I'm pretty public. I do talk about it during some of my speeches when they want me to talk about it. I put a gun in my mouth in 2017. I was going to pull the trigger. And I was done. I was like, I'm done. I was divorced from my wife. We reconciled, but life had gone toxic. Divorced. Drinking all the time. I'm miserable and I feel guilty. Because this is towards the end of all that. Hey, I got plenty of money, got plenty of followers on the TikTok and all that other. What? Who gives a shit, right? I got all that, but I was miserable and guilty, and I remember thinking as I put the Glock to my mouth, and I remember looking in the mirror, and I did like, and this is again not something. This isn't, I'm gonna tell you anyway.
All right, we want to hear. We want to hear it.
I'm thinking to myself, this is done. I'm done. I don't want to do it. I'm done. I hate myself. I hate the movie. I hate the movie. I hate being out there. I don't want to do any more speeches. I'm out there smiling, and it's all fake, because I'm not happy.
Right.
But you guys are seeing that I'm happy. Like everybody tells me, man, I had no idea you were messed up. Yeah, I was pretty messed up. That's how good of an actor I am, I guess. Pablo, I'm coming for you. Pablo Schreiber, I got your bill there. But I remember looking and going, okay, wait a second. My life, I went through the steps of it, of where I got to that point. As you know, I went in and I did get kicked out the first time I was in the military. I screwed up big time. Managed to get back in. I was very blessed to get an honorable discharge, but I had to fight my way to get back in. I did everything all over again. I did basic, I did airborne, I did Ranger twice. Pushed myself through that. Became an officer. I became commissioned, and then I came down with ulcerative colitis, a very, very severe case of ulcerative colitis, where my guts were just basically rotting out, and I got discharged from the military, and managed to get that in remission and fought my way back to good health. And right when I fought my way back to good health, I started contracting. It just happened to go that way. I got a call from Blackwater, and I was like, well, contracting. And then the next 10 years, you know, I got to see girls going to school the first time for the Taliban when we kicked the Taliban's ass out, and that was wonderful. And then I made a bad call in 2005 in Iraq when I was leading a team in the Mansour district, and I let a little girl die, and I let her die, and I could have saved her. And I'm thinking all this, and then I'm thinking, and then a lot of the other stuff had happened, and then I'm thinking of Benghazi, and I'm thinking of Roan and Bub and them passing away, and Kris and Sean, and I looked in the mirror, I'm like, you fucking pussy. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And I did pray. I said, man, God, I need it. I need you. I said, I need you. And I just put the gun down, and man, I'm going to quit on myself. And I thought, you think about wars, that's kind of, we're always thinking about wars. All these outside wars, and I thought about, I'm this war for my soul. I've won all that. I beat all that. I got to where the point I am now, these diseases, these divorces, these toxic relationships, these losing money, these watching people die, this saving people, all this craziness. And then I'm going to kill myself now. I got my little boy, my little girl. We just had another little boy. You know, he's a year old and not, and we're divorced. And I just put it down, and God just answered me. I don't know. It just was like, okay, I can beat this. I got this. And I called my wife. They were actually, it's funny, it's always Disney for some reason in Disney's world. That's why Disney, you need to fix yourself, guys.
Yeah.
But I remember they went on vacation at Disney. It's Christmas, and I called her, and I said, "Hey, can I come be with you guys for vacation?" And there was no doubt. It was like, yes, come on. And I was on a plane. I got a plane the next day, flying out there, and my life just went. It just took off, and that's why. It's because all those trials and tribulations, and this is what I'm telling all you veterans out there. We're supposed to go through them. We are. With that, I was meant to go through all that stuff, and some stuff I didn't talk about, just so I could get through to that point and realize, looking back, you know what? If I hadn't gone through Benghazi, I would have pulled the trigger. What saved me is me thinking about Benghazi and be like, you know what? You got through all that, and then you went through hell on earth, and you made it, and now you're going to quit? No way. And that's why I tell all veterans out there, push through it. You're not going to forget it. It's wonderful. It made you stronger. It allows you to get over that obstacle that's going to come up down the road and teach others how to get over obstacles. Why? Because that's what saved my life. And that's why I'm so upbeat now for real. not in the past where it was. It's because that was supposed to happen so I could be here talking with you all now. And that's a blessing. And I have my family, and I have all my bills are paid. I'm fine. It is great. I have wonderful children that a lot more responsible than I was growing up, and it is. It's just beautiful, you know. And I'm gonna go out my deck in Kansas and look out, and it's green, and it's quiet, and that's what I want. That's what I want right now. Some people want the city. That's their oasis. Some people want the ocean. That's why I'm happy. That's why I feel blessed, because all those things that I got to go through, and I did. It was a blessing. I got so many great experiences I can look back to. All of them were, though, prepping me to get to that moment where the devil was going to pull my soul and say, you lose, dude. You're going to go to hell. And I was like, man, all that God had put me through, that got me through that fight where the devil almost had me that night in my bathroom in 2017 with a gun in my mouth. And so that's why. That's why, because it's a blessing. It is a wonderful blessing. And these experiences, guys, literally, people make movies out of our experiences. That's how special they are, if that means anything.
Yeah, it means
well, you
a
have
lot.
just such an inspiring story to begin with, and the fact that you've been able to you have the resiliency, I think is the clinical term, to be able to bounce back from that. A couple of years ago, one of my senior chiefs was retiring, and he had some strings that he had pulled to bring in a guy named Jimmy Hatch. And I was just going to ask, you're already nodding. I already feel like I already know the answer now. I was just going to ask if you knew his story, because it seems like every person that has had something along those lines, it sounds like they always contend with the same things.
Yeah.
The pressure points, right? The emotional trigger points for someone always seem to go back to obviously everything that had happened, right? But he had something very similar. He went on this terrible mission. He got shot up really badly, and he was an amazing man. When he was given this talk, he was just so eloquent. He's also the oldest person ever to get into Princeton, I think, which I found that to be amazing. Anyway, he was talking about the night that he had his breakdown.
Yeah.
And we were all, the entire audience was just already in tears after having heard the story. And he described it as he went out to the side of his house where his trash can was, lifted the trash can lid open, had his gun in his hand, and he had the forethought to at least aim it that way as to not make a mess. You fast forward a little bit, the cops came, they walked him off the edge a little bit. He got admitted. He went through several weeks of counseling, and the thing that triggered it for him, and I found this to be just absolutely just as inspiring as everything you're saying now. He was sitting across in this circle, and this girl had been giving her story. And it was in her story that he thought to himself, this girl went through, and I don't want to go too much into the details, but it was bad. And I guess the trigger point for him was he was listening to the story, and he thought, this girl went through all of this, and I'm crying because I got shot. And right, and it was really bad. And so every day after that, he reflected upon that. He went back to that story, and he thought to himself, I am not going to be, your exact words, I'm not going to be that pussy.
Yeah.
If that girl can live through that, I'm going to own this. And he did. It was amazing. Every one of your stories are like that. God, you're inspirational.
It's just overcoming. And I saw it as a blessing. I just see I've been lucky. That's why I said, I wish I'd go back to Benghazi in a second, just because not that I missed the combat. I'm not a war junkie or anything. It was wonderful. Just the sights and sounds. Who gets to see all that? Who gets to experience all that stuff? Yeah. And I was blessed enough to do it. And I think all of us, because when we lose somebody, and we lose people over several years too. 10 years I was overseas going back and forth. It wasn't Benghazi was the only, a lot of years before that. We're always going to be tested, and we're always going to feel a little guilty too, because we lived, and that's not going to go away. But for all you veterans out there, it won't. But your buddies would want you to live, just like if you were traded places with them. And I thought about that too. That got through my head. Man, Ron wouldn't want me to do this. Bub wouldn't want me to do this. Any of my other buddies wouldn't want me to do this. I need to live, because if the shoe was on the other foot, I'd want them to live.
Right.
And said the experiences there would help us drive on and get over the obstacles, and help others hopefully drive on and get over their obstacles. And I'll say it's not going to be difficult. It always will be difficult. It's just, but it's okay to be difficult. It's what makes us stronger. Iron sharpens iron. Getting knocked down and picking yourself back up. When you fall off that horse, son, get back up on it. Where do you think those came from? It didn't come from me. It came from people that were strong, that didn't quit, and you just are part of that lineage and helping people overcome. And it doesn't happen overnight. I think that's another thing too. People think it happens overnight. It doesn't.
Right.
You have to. I had some setbacks after that where I just, man, I won't be here. But every day I just get up, get a little stronger. Every day get up, get a little stronger. And I just told you, I still have my week before 9/11, I still get upset. I still get a little depressed. I still feel emotional, but I know it's coming. I know that's part of it.
Yeah.
And then it's an acceptance. But it's also a beautiful feeling because I remember a lot of the feelings that I had during that night, during that week.
Right.
That I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget watching those mortars hit. I watched those mortars hit. I was shooting over their heads when those mortars hit the building. I mean, the movie said it was kind of morning time. It was actually still nighttime. It was before morning nautical twilight. So my night vision was still on, and I watched those things shooting. And boom, boom, and night vision. Over that. You guys know, white comes back, and man, I remember that last one. It got silent, and weirdest thing, silent. Probably for about 5 seconds. It felt like for about 30. And I just watched the pixie dust rain down.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to think about because I just watched my friends get evaporated. But then I think about, wow, I got to see mortars hit, pixie dust raining down. It's I guess it's just how your perspective, how are you going to take it? How are you going to live your life? Are you going to feel bad about it? Or are you going to say, wow, okay, that kind of sucked, but that also was really beautiful. And you know what? I'm sorry, Roan's mom, and I'm sorry to Bub's family. And I've apologized immensely for feeling like that to them. And I still am friends with them, of course. And they've never made me feel guilty about it. Like you saw something. Don't feel guilty about that. In fact, I just got a letter from
I don't
Roan's
think
mom.
that there is any wrong feelings you could have, though, either.
There isn't, but we're always going to feel a little guilty again because we live. And that's just how it is. There's no way around that. And when you have that acceptance, then you can start to move forward instead of continuing to regress back to that guilty feeling. If that makes any sense from my roundabout the cat chasing a red light on a wall sort of.
Oh, I'm the same way, dude. I do that all the time.
No,
it drives Matt nuts.
Can I?
No, just when you won't let anyone ask a
second?
question. That's what drives me nuts. Amy, go ahead.
I just want to say this has been awesome. I know you have to go soon, but I really enjoyed this conversation. And if you ever find yourself or your family finds yourself in the DC area, please let us know. We would my family would love to have you over. And
me too.
My son, just like Ethan, is interested in the military. Although I'm pushing him to do an academy, not just enlist.
That's smart.
He's smart. He's only 11 though. So we would love to have you over, not to just talk about that, but just if you're ever around, you're such a delightful person. We would love to just
Thank you.
If you're ever in DC, please come over for dinner. We would love to have you and your family over.
Thank you. I do every once in a while get there to speak whenever I think I have something in Ocean City, Maryland, but that's a little ways away.
It's close enough.
2 hours.
It's close enough.
About 2 hours. We'll meet you halfway.
Yeah, easily.
Deal.
Easily.
Thank you.
This is a special moment for everybody because I know Leroy and I from your military service, probably could sit here for 10 hours and talk to you. And then obviously Amy and Olivia from it's just an incredible trials and tribulations. I'm not going to offer you advice because you've been through a different thing.
We all need advice.
Well, no. In the sense of not from how to process, but we happen to be our worst critics, and self-destruction needs an able-bodied person to participate. And as someone who understands that, and I do very well, I can recognize it. And if you ever have a situation, we've talked people down on this show live before, and Leroy and I've stopped a show and had a conversation, and we care a lot about people who've went through it. I think we need swim buddies and battle buddies in life too. And if you ever need it, we're here. I would love for you to talk about your foundation. I want to hear about the vodka. I want to hear about your CQB and tactical courses. You're doing so many great things. And the podcast, dude. Lay it on us. All the things you're doing.
Yeah, and the foundation, the 14th hour, we help other foundations. So that's what it's mainly set up for. I am working with the Boots Lates Up Foundation on helping them. I watched the movie. A movie where they make fun of me for being an insurance adjuster. Bob had that argument after I fell asleep, and I did. I am a licensed insurance adjuster. Been one for 30 years, And I work with their foundation to help fund veterans to become licensed adjusters and go through an academy to get licensed. So I'm helping Boots Laced Up Foundation with that. And my foundation, though, if there's foundations out there that need a grant, just contact 14th Hour email, and then we just try to give you the grant that we can. And it's been working out well. It's hard to do a foundation if you're not 100% in it all the time. Me and my wife just couldn't do that because it's hard to all the applicants. It's easier just to give other foundations money, and a lot of those are run a lot better than ours. And we do heavily support Glenn Doherty Memorial Foundation and the Tyrone Woods Wrestling Foundation, of course, are two fantastic ones out there. The vodka just started. I didn't plan on doing it. My Ranger buddy, Ben Morgan, who's 1st Ranger Battalion, he asked me if I wanted to do whiskey. And I said, no, there's too many damn veteran whiskeys out there. Let's do something different. He goes,
there are never too many whiskeys. Knock it off.
Yeah. But and I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, you guys got me a little verklempt.
It's all right.
When I was talking, I almost started losing it. So I'm trying to get it back.
We're the Grey Gumbel of podcasts. We kind of like to do that stuff.
But we did that, started the vodka, and it's just it's not a money maker or anything. For me, it was something to do with one of my best friends that I grew up in high school with, and that's what it's been. And it's cool to have it. We've got it in some stores. We got it all over Texas. God bless Texas, man. Texas loves its veterans. On all the spec stores in Texas, you can pick it up.
We love
have
specs.
Some here in Kansas. We have it in Colorado where the distillery is, and you can get it online. But it's cool to have, and it's well made. It's great stuff. It's better than Tito's. So take that, Tito's. But Tito's probably sells more in a week than we do in a year. But whatever.
But it's all about quality.
Cool project to do. That was the big thing. And then the podcast actually, it was something I started with Ian Scotto, who was with Soft back in the day. Remember when Soft Rep was the only thing out there? Soft Rep Radio, Brandon Webb, and I mean that was it.
Yep. Now it's all over.
And now they dug their own hole. But Brandon and Jack are good guys. I'm still friends with both of them. But I met Ian going on Soft Rep Radio when we were doing all these tours, and he also was the producer for Andrew Wilkow as well. I used to go on Andrew's show quite a bit. And he said, you want to start a podcast? We did. And I said, I don't want to make it drama related, just whatever. Let's just talk about whatever. And we just have people on, and we have anybody on from one of my favorite, we have, like Pablo's been on, Schreiber, Rob has been on, O'Neill. We just have veterans that people haven't heard of that I want to get their stories out there. Jeremy Mitchell, who was at Gitmo, he was a guard at Gitmo. Loved having him on, especially now with all this talk about sending people to Gitmo and how bad actually the guards had it there from the terrorists. Having him on, or having Dean Cameron, who played Chainsaw in summer school and was Men at Work, was the pizza guy.
I remember. That's a great movie. That Mark Harmon was in that. It was that's a great flick, dude. Great flick.
It was cool. And then we get some radio guys on because of Ian's experience with Sirius. Having Corey Taylor on from Slipknot, or Edsel Dope from Dope, or Britt Lightning, who's the guitarist for Dixon. So we're just all over the place.
It's a great cast, man. It's a great cast. It's good.
Yeah,
solid.
Yeah. Most of it though is veteran and law enforcement heavy because of me, and we just get their stories in there. I love it because their stories. The reason we did that and why I enjoyed doing it that way is because my story got out there, and I knew tons of guys that had stories similar to mine that you'll never know, and it was like we got to find a way to get their stories out there. And that's what the podcast actually started as. And then it's just morphed into ours is kind of like a gumbo too. We get into it. And sometimes we get into politics as well, but and sometimes we get into music. Lee Greenwood was on last month. Love that guy. And having him on. And
so do the Souds, I've heard. The Souds love him too, according to. So Tonto, here's the thing. You've sat down with Jocko, right? Joe Rogan, Jocko. You've sat with all those guys?
I have not done Jocko's or Joe Rogan's.
I thought you did.
I've been on Sean's. I mean, Sean's a friend though.
Sean's amazing. By the way, you can make that connection, dude. Please. I don't want anything from you other than what you did, but I'm a big fan of Sean. We love him. I would have sworn you were on Jocko. Doesn't matter. You should be. I've got Damani Felder sitting in the bullpen. If you don't, I'm sure you know Damani. He's all over the internet. He's a great guy.
Yeah. I as much as I follow social media, but I saw one of his posts on X today.
Yeah. He's our diversity hire for the panel tonight. So he just gave me the finger.
He's in the green room.
He just gave me a finger. He's laughing. So no, he would never do that. He's laughing his ass off, though. I'll tell you that much. I got a picture of him. Listen,
it was a good post. It was the Starbucks. It was the Starbucks black shirt thing.
Yeah.
I remember, man, when I had got paid $4 an hour and I had to buy my own freaking clothes.
Yeah.
They're bitching about their clothes getting paid at $20 an hour. Give me a break, man.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, that's the guy right there. I was like, it was a good post.
That is the
Oh,
guy.
that guy.
Damani is he's our favorite. We love him to death, and he's a great dude. Tonto, I just got one thing that I like. I need another 2 hours, and we're gonna have to do it over a whiskey or something and a couple cigars, and we'll figure that out.
Okay.
Because I truly mean that with all my heart. I feel a kindred spirit with you, and I just wanted everyone else to kind of feel your aura, because you've already impacted my life a lot. And it's funny, 2017 was my year too at the end of the bed. So it resonates. The only thing I really wanted to say is what's next, right? And I love hard chargers because it's always what's next, right? What's the next evolution? Only easy day was yesterday. You know the mantras.
I've never got. I've last few years I have been, and I've been able to. And that's what I wanted: a father, a husband. I'm home. I don't speak as much as I used to because I want to be home. I all my teaching battle line. I used to travel quite a bit, and I don't. I have a range here, so what I do is here reading Dogman with my son at night. I got a 9-year-old. That's what I do.
Hard to beat that.
I still speak, I still teach it, but I don't. I'm very blessed that I don't need to do it 60 times a year anymore. I don't need to go speak 70 times a year. I don't care about the media. I love doing this stuff. Fox and seeing all them groups hate me because I don't want to do their shows anymore. Whatever. I'm not relevant anyway. I'm not the news cycle. So it really is me just being home finally. And I always wanted to be home. And I'm at a place now where I am, and I was smart with my money. I didn't go spend it in Amsterdam on our between trips. I didn't do stupid shit with it, and I paid off all my bills. So I'm able to sort of live the good life, and then also all these surgeries to get everything fixed. So I've got a lot of metal in my body now, so it offers time for that. So
Tell me about it.
That is it, but also still, doing stuff like this, that I enjoy doing. The shows that I can pick now. Be like, yeah, I want to do that. No, I don't need to do that, but I want to, and I can do it from my house.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I wish I had something sexier to say, but I don't. I did my last deployment in 2017, and I kidnapping contract in Costa Rica, trying to find an American. And I was sitting there on Halloween going, why the hell am I still doing this, missing another Halloween, as my wife sends me a picture of our son dressed up as he was a pirate. Like, why am I doing this? And that's when I was like, I'm done. I'm going to be home. And so 2017 was literally and figuratively a coming to Jesus year for me. And that was the focus of my life, and to get into that point where I could just be home, and I'm at that point. So that's it, man. Nothing sexier than that.
I'll just end it with this. Everybody gets a minute here for anything you want. It's so humbling for you to be here, and it means a lot. I remember when we got Damani, and I was just like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing. And then you started seeing these guests who started to come on. It's still amazing. Every time he comes on, I'm just so stoked. But this means so much to us. And I know everybody has a million questions, and it's not long enough. But please do me a favor. We would love to come on again. I'd love to put some rounds down range with you. I've seen your classes. I want to get booked. We want to do that for sure.
We just reach out. You know how to find me, and whatever you guys need. And it's an honor. And thank you all again. And thank you for the dinner invites too. And thank you, Lara, for your wife inviting me over. That still feels kind of awkward. the way it was. But that's right. Tell her.
It's probably in the delivery more than in hers, right?
That's right.
I'm the one who probably, because I really don't want, the competition with my own wife. That seems weird.
No, you're awesome. And Amy, thank you for that invitation as well. It means a lot.
I'm
Whatever you
serious.
guys need
We're
from me, just
serious.
reach out, we'll work it out.
Yeah,
No,
we're serious.
serious. If whenever you go to Ocean City, hit us up and we'll meet
let
you.
us know.
Yeah.
I love Ocean City. It gets a bad rep, but I grew up going there, so I'm down for.
I've spoken there a couple times, and I think
Yeah.
it's beautiful. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, I love it too. So,
Chris, stay
Come for a quick,
stay frosty.
trip. Yeah.
You're worth it. You're an
Hey, it's an
inspiration
honor.
to a lot of vets, brother. We appreciate you, man. Thanks.
Thank you, Ron.
True that.
Take care, guys. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Chris. Thanks.
Thank you.
Have a good one, Chris.
Amy may need to call back in. She's like glitching out. If
Well,
anyone
that's
can
okay.
see it.
I got. It looks
I was
like
going to
some-
ask
It's
if
not
anybody
really-
else was
it's
seeing that.
Yeah, everyone is.
AI.
Everyone's making
I'm
comments.
not really here. I'm just my hologram.
it is. You look like Max Headroom. I don't know what's going on, but we
I
can
don't
get
know
it fixed.
either, 'cause,
And
like-
then I don't know what the hell's going on with Damani's green screen because it basically looks like he just got shat on by Godzilla. I don't know what's going on.
You want me to just to click out and click?
Oh, you
back
put
in?
the background behind me.
I know. Do you not?
What is up, Amy, Olivia, Leroy, and Matt?
Damani.
Thank y'all for having
So
me.
good to have you
Damani.
again, buddy.
Here, let's put
It
you.
is.
Great to be
Should
back.
Put you on the beach.
Oh, nice. He's on vacation. Should I click out and come back then? I'm
Yeah,
not gonna be-
just come back in and put you some bricks, colorful shelf. We've got some wonderful things. I think I've got a motif here. Okay, we'll just get rid of all of it. Damani, dude, what a freaking night, man! It's been insane. Like
I know. I've been trying to catch little bits and pieces as I can. Being a father of an almost 18-month-old now. Let me tell you what, that runs me ragged. But I was trying to catch in and check what I can. But it was fantastic, and congratulations to you guys as well.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. We're
She's
so
adorable.
Yes, she is. And we were looking. It's so funny. I'm trying to find a bunch of different pictures of you, and then Olivia's like, "Oh, there's the baby and the wife. Go back." And it's like, "Oh my god!" I was like, I thought she was gonna punch me. Like, go back. All right, I'm working on it. My god, there he is.
No, we just went to Galveston for Mother's Day. It was like the day before Mother's Day. And that was when, the stars aligned. So we were able to go to the beautiful Gulf of America. And then afterwards, or right before that, we saw, an anti-Trump protester. I got that on camera as well. So it's just like all the stars aligned just perfectly. So it was really fun, really, really funny. Because it's like just the usual suspects. What can I say, right? And it was like trying to get him on camera. Oh, you're a white supremacist. You support white supremacists. Like, oh, yeah.
You
Say
fit the
something I
bill.
haven't heard before.
You-
Oh, yeah, 100%. Right? I identify as non-black.
We need to.
That's funny because I identify as black.
Well,
look at you, and apparently gingers identify as black now, according to the latest trends on social media. Apparently,
saw that
redheads
one.
are black people now.
Yeah,
I saw that one.
It was funny when I was going through your videos. I was like, okay, this one's great. This one's great. This one's great. And I saw black fatigue. I'm like, fuck it. I am not putting that on my show, even though it's fantastic. We have to coincide our videos because a lot of the stuff that we do, I've been sharing a lot of your stuff lately. And I'm just like, God, this is great because whatever I miss, you seem to pick up and it's good stuff. So you're doing great.
Yeah.
Leroy didn't get a chance to be with you last time, I don't think. Right, Leroy?
Yeah, no, he wasn't here. Good to see you again, brother.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
So,
But you
Leroy
know
gets-
what's really frustrating though is the sometimes I feel like I get stuck in this feedback loop of like, the bigger conservative pages, and it's like they get their story for the day.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, you and me, I know your team and then myself as well. I feel like we're sharing other information that people probably aren't as privy to. So I think we're doing everyone a service, if you will, and we got to keep that up.
Are you talking about the Anthony Weiner dick pics? Because I did share those, and it was but they were my own personal collection. So I'm glad you saw that. So no, I agree with you, man. We don't share the everyday stuff, and then the opinions don't always need to be in alignment, and that's what I love. I wish Roseanne was going to be able to be here tonight. She's sick, but she had Ian Carroll on, and that's like Ebony and Ivory. That's weird. She did it anyway because she thinks that opposition is good for the mind. Leroy, I know you have been a huge fan of Damani for a long time, and I'm hoping I would love for you to kind
You
of
stop saying you're fans of me. There's nothing to be a fan of. I'm a regular freedom fighter, just like the rest of you guys. So you cut that out.
Okay. So
Look,
anyway,
everyone who's
so
been on
anyway,
the show has been so humble. You don't need to continue that trend, Damani.
Yeah,
just own it. All right.
Yeah, just okay. You know what? Just be. I'm a fan of yours. I have, and I miss your brother. I know he's kind of out of the game, but you got to tell T I said hello. But Leroy, you got Amy's restarting, so you get to open it up for us, and I'm really excited. Really, the focus is fentanyl. It's a huge opportunity. Wimkin is doing great work to stop it, and then obviously veterans and TBIs and soldier suicide is also a big focus of this show tonight. But topics are open, and let's have a conversation. Leroy, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. More than anything else, every time I've ever seen any of your posts, there's an intellectual piece to it, right? It's some jab in order to get people thinking, but there's also a comedic flavor to it, and I think that's what makes Damani's videos just so awesome. But we have, you're welcome. So how do you respond when you do get called like a race traitor or a traitor to your race? Like, how do you handle those?
It's really funny. Thanks for the question. And maybe I just have a thicker skin just because, when you're raised in a household with 8 other siblings, you learn to hold your own pretty quickly. But when people use that line, it's a line that I've heard so often. One of the biggest detractors to the Democrat Party platform and ideology these days is they are completely and wholly unoriginal. There are never any new insults. Okay, you're going to call me a race traitor. You're going to call me an Uncle Tom, even though you haven't read the book. You're going to call me a sellout. You're going to call me a coon. You're going to call me a Sambo, shucking and jiving, and that's about it, right? So once they exhaust that list, I'm just like, okay, now
porch monkey,
give me something new, right? Like that's really how I come down on it. So to me, it's honestly more entertaining. And then I take it upon myself to actually, sometimes I'll broadcast some of that negative feedback that I get, just to prove to people who might be on the fence, hey, this is who your side really is when the chips are down. They will say one thing and do another. Right. They're the most hypocritical individuals I've ever had the displeasure of interfacing with on the internet. But honestly, every time someone does levy an insult like that, it just bolsters my decision to never associate with that side of the aisle, never fraternize with them, because it is an ultimately self-defeating ideology. And we're seeing that self-defeating ideology really take further shape here in the second Trump term because of all the things that they are doing, if for no other reason, just to stop Trump, even when these things are demonstrably good. So you've got people now who are coming out and they're saying that lowering prescription drug costs is somehow a bad thing.
Right.
But a few months ago, they're the same ones who were like, oh, yeah, the United Healthcare CEO, Luigi Mangione. Oh, my gosh, I love him. Down with Big Pharma. This is what they do. So it's like the beautiful thing about this, honestly, when you strip everything else away, and I'm sorry for being long-winded here, but I feel passionate about this, is this is only the second time in American history that we've had a 2-time president. Very rarely do you get a chance to actually compare and contrast the difference between the 2 terms and the term that's in the middle. And people are having to reconcile actual reality with their errant emotions. And they are so prideful, they cannot admit that they were wrong, because all the old arguments that they tried to use in the past in 2016, they don't work anymore. Oh, I'm going to move to Canada. No, you're not. Oh, Trump's going to put me in a concentration camp. No, he isn't. All these things are just like, when are you going to get some original material? So I guess all that to say that the left, they haven't changed. They never will change. They're the same party now that they were in the 1800s. And that honestly is a good thing for the right side of the aisle, because all we have to do increasingly is just continue to let them speak. And if all they do is speak, they are doing us a favor. So I say keep it up.
Can I get a
point?
Yeah, Amy gets to go, and then all right. I just need to. This is a 1-second answer, and then I'm going to go after Olivia and Amy and try to be as polite as I can. Can I get an N-word with a soft A pass in a second so I can ask you a question? But
that was my question.
Yeah. Okay.
Olivia, you can do whatever you want.
Can Olivia get an N-word? Can Olivia get an N-word with a soft A passed right now, real quick? Do we have any?
You know what? it's a free country and there's freedom of speech. So you do what you do, but I was
Olivia's
raised to
the
never use
panel
word,
racist.
so.
She says
I
some
wasn't
shit
gonna
that you
say it,
can't
I was
even.
just gonna ask.
You got to ask it. You got to ask it because if you don't,
I can't say it.
you got to say it. You got to say it. Here we go. Ready? Do it on the count of 3. 1,
Wait,
2, 3, go.
Have you listened to Ye?
Oh.
I couldn't say it. Have you listened to his?
What?
Well
oh my
played.
God!
Again?
Just go ahead.
Have you listened to Ye's new song? And what is your thoughts on that? Or have you even
That
heard
song
of it?
that must not be named.
Yes,
right.
the song
So
that must not be
stupid. It's
named.
Voldemort.
Oh my goodness.
You
yes.
speak his name. You give it power.
I'm not gonna lie. The song's pretty catchy.
That's what I was. I said we said the
agree.
same thing.
I
That's what
agree.
you
Yeah.
said. It's got a catchy beat.
It's really, it's
Yeah.
like such a good song.
Yeah,
Except
and
for
I
the
mean,
message.
Except for the words.
Well, I really feel like we are at an inflection point for society because everyone is so tired of being told what they can or can't say anymore. Everyone is tired of being branded. Oh, you are a racist. You're a misogynist. You're this and that. And the insults don't matter and they don't mean anything anymore. So I feel like we are at a unique point where it's almost like a cultural revolution where people are so defiantly flying in the face of the liberal oppression that we've lived under, honestly, probably since, I'd probably say around 2012 is when I really remember things popping off and getting crazy. And it really hit its peak probably around 2018 or 19, even up to 2020. And now people are so tired of it that we don't care. You're seeing the resurgence of words and descriptors that people would say, oh, are so offensive. You know, people are using words like the R word, right? You might have your own feelings on it, but it's like we are not going to shy away from saying how we feel anymore because we are afraid of being canceled. And I think that's actually a positive thing in the long run because we are reclaiming free speech. And if we truly are a country of free speech, then free speech includes all speech, not just the speech that you like. And that's something that the left does not understand, but they will continue to understand very shortly.
Amy, go ahead. You have a question. Thanks, Damani, for letting us joke around a little bit. Amy, go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, before my question, I hope that you and your family are well. I hope everything worked out. I know we guys had all that flooding and everything, so I hope everything is well for you guys. You've been in my prayers constantly. I love you guys. But as a bigoted race trading person who hates, everyone, and you're a white supremacist now, sorry.
It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid, man.
It really is.
That's a mouthful. It's a mouthful. I know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess my question, I don't even know. I just wanted to throw out all the horrible things about you and just really paint a picture of how bad you are as a human and just call it I don't even know.
Call a spade a spade.
I'm
This
totally
is why
kidding.
you just said
love
that
Damani.
shit. What did? Okay, Livia, you have got to figure out what you can say and can't say.
She called.
What did I say?
It's a say.
You should have heard what she called Ghislaine Maxwell. Or
I didn't say anything mean.
It was the mayor of Chicago.
Oh, okay. Mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. You want to? Can I? You know what? We're gonna stop. Can I show a video real quick? I got to. It's of Lake and Riley rant, and it's one of your rants, and we got to show it because it's gonna.
Yeah.
I think it ties into the fentanyl and opioid crisis so well, and it's amazing. So if you don't mind, let's go ahead and watch this real quick, and then it'll open up some conversation. Let me put you in the right shot here. All right, there you go. Here it is.
Some of y'all might not want to hear this, but some of y'all really do need to hear it. The only reason that the person who took Laken Riley's life, the illegal immigrant who took her life, was here in the first place is because we have far too many people who virtue signal on social media claiming that we should have no borders, no wall, no USA at all, no human being is illegal, all are welcome here. But the minute they are actually given the chance to take in these people into their own homes, they magically find some reason that they can't do it. That's because they want these people to come to the country and become someone else's problem. And in this case, Lake and Riley ended up having to deal with someone they shouldn't have been here in the first place. And that's because there's a bunch of people out there who, for one reason or another, they want to feel good about what they say on social media, even though they don't really truly mean it. And if you actually ask these people, oh, well, you want to bring people in, you want to house them yourself? The answer will always be no, because they care more about virtue signaling and social currency by posting a video or whatever online than actually stepping up when they need to actually step up. When they're the ones who've been calling for these disastrous policies that result in the loss of life, they are nowhere to be found. And that should be very indicative of the true nature of individuals out there who will claim to be for illegal immigration, proclaim to be so welcome and opening, when nothing could be further from the truth.
Oh, yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't like you at all. You're boring. So now that we understand that the border, just give me the money, right? I'm just like, pay me. Then he's like, well, I need to propose legislation. And literally Trump comes in and he's like, let me show you what to do. Like, seriously, Trump is winning in so many different areas. I mean, they don't even know how to respond to the Middle East. They don't even know what to say. Oh, plane is really bad. Oh, you like Qatarians. Well, wait a second. Let's look at your funding. Let's look at the Clinton Foundation. Let's look how much Obama got. Let's look at the pallets full of cash. He is so far ahead. I think, you tell me what you think, 4 years he spent how he was going to literally dissect and destroy the liberals, and his kung fu got stronger. What are your thoughts on what he's doing? How is he doing? How is the first 100 and some odd days for you? And then I'm sure everyone else will have some questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, he is respected, obviously, and therefore America is respected again. You know, Middle Easterners aren't trying to give Joe Biden a plane. They're worried if he can walk up the stairs or not, right? But we are in a different era now, which is fantastic. And the things that he's doing overseas are going to benefit America. So much foreign investment pouring back into America. The only thing that I feel is a little unfortunate is the inherently cyclical nature of American politics as compared to other countries who are able to have leaders for 20, 30, 40 years and build out further visions, because the left is so petty now that all they're going to try to do and run on for the next God knows how long is undoing whatever good things Trump is doing now. That's where we're at. It's the most sophomoric, reductive form of politics, but that's where we are. I think that anyone with a logical thinking brain should realize that the things Trump is doing now, the thing he even wants to do, are going to pay positive dividends for them, whether they're on the right or left side of the aisle.
Right.
I haven't heard him talking about the stock market in a while. It does what it does, but people they jump from one issue to the next. First, it was the price of eggs. Okay, sorry, no, I can't do that. No, it's the stock market. And then it's, Trump's getting a plane. Like, at what point is it going to stop? You can't sit there and claim to be a serious person, but all you do is talk about Trump this, Trump that. This is so bad. This is so terrible, when Trump is actually trying to work and fight for you. So, one of the things that I was actually thinking about the other day was how much enthusiasm I feel that has been restored to America after so long. And yes, there are still problems. Here in Texas, where I'm at, we have a lot of issues with property taxes rising out of control and things like that, but we're getting somewhere. And there's actually some hope that something positive can happen. But because the left continues to do things like publicity stunts, going over to El Salvador to try to bring, Abrego Garcia back home with his MS-13 ties. They're doing all that for an individual who shouldn't have been here in the first place, who was on record, well documented as being an abuser of his own wife.
Right.
But then they won't
times.
even show up in their own communities. Even go so far as Representative Shri Thanadar. He was asked recently, name some neighborhoods in the congressional district that you represent. He couldn't even do that because all he's worried about is Trump this, Trump that. We should impeach Trump. We should impeach Trump. And at what point do you start sounding like a broken freaking record? I'm sorry, I'm trying to be as PG as possible, but that drives me crazy. This man, he's had documented instances of apparently animal torture and whatnot, and but he's your standard bearer now, isn't he? Like, these are the kinds of people the left is lifting up, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to pull some Gavin Newsom stuff in 2028. We'll deal with that then. but the vast majority of their party is in disarray, and the only thing they can rally around is anti-Trump, which is in itself an ultimately self-defeating agenda.
Yeah. Real quick update, by the way, if you take a look, when one idiot gets knocked down, one Democrat pops back up. So, you remember it was Shifty Schiff, and then all of a sudden Raskin jumps up and takes his place. And then what was the guy's name? It wasn't Ben Nighthorse Campbell, but he looks like him, the guy with a cane who tried to impeach Trump. What the hell was his name? Who they censored?
Al Green.
Oh, yeah, Alan
yeah,
Green.
Al Green. Right. Al Green comes up.
Right here in Houston.
Right. Now they got
Not the
Shandahar.
singer.
Yeah, they got Shandahar. And you're just like, you're sitting here going, do you guys just have like a never-ending supply of vending machine douchebags? I mean, is the clone machine really that effective? It's ridiculous.
They've got Jasmine Crockett now.
Oh,
she's the strong, independent black woman who don't need no man.
Man, I'll tell you what, but she's a real black woman. She's not Jamaican, so she might actually win. By the way, folks, race to 20K, just an update. And honestly, first of all, I can't thank you enough. People have been putting money in, and I haven't been able to say thank you. I try to, do sign language and thank you because I don't want to interrupt anybody. It's a different type of show.
It looks like you're saying the F you, though, not the thank you.
No, this is F you. This is, I'm right here.
This is thank you.
I just did it. This is thank you. I'm not doing this.
I'm just messing with you.
More money, fuckers. So $7,037.83 raised. We are basically 70% there. We still have another hour and a half. We're going to have to crush it the next hour and a half. It's slowing down a little bit. So if you've been waiting, now's the time. We are doing the full new studio. We're very excited about it. We're going to build a whole custom studio so I can fly Damani out here and he can have a beer or a whiskey and sit here and do it live. Amy can come over. We'll even let Leroy in because we love him to death. So if you have an opportunity, please go to thedumshow.com/donate.
That's the only reason?
Yes.
We love you.
And just FYI, we have the reason why this is so important. If you look at that's 7,037 is actually 14,000. If we hit 10, one of our great fans, Chuck Peterson, I always call him Peterson because it's a D. He is matching. If we hit 10, he's going to give 10. So this is why we're doing this. And it's a huge event. I want to be able to get to a place where we can go to Damani and say, hey, dude, we want you on 3 nights a week. Here's the salary. Let's fucking go because your brain is too damn special. This is how we get these things done. So we're growing, we're making it happen, and if you could help out, we would appreciate it. Liv, Amy, Leroy, I'm going to turn it over to y'all. You guys got a question or comment for Damani? I'm sure he would love to talk about it.
Well, real quick, if I can just add something. Every one of your videos, all it does is exposes the hypocrisy of the left. And something that Matt and I had talked about on the show, this is probably, I don't know, a month ago, was the fact that Trump had taken over so much of the middle ground of politics, so many of the moderates that he won post the election, that effectively it has chased the left even farther left.
Right.
So the only things that they had left to really kind of fight for was either trans rights or the rights of literally a population so small in America that, right, exactly. And so, to Damani's point, right, if all that your platform is doing is just knocking Trump, right, and you don't have anything substantial within your own party to claim as a policy, knocking Trump does not a political platform make.
Mm-hmm.
That shows nothing how you're going to help your people.
Yeah.
So anyway,
What are you going to run on in 2026? Just Damani, what are the Libbies going to run on in 2026 besides I hate Trump?
Right.
That's all they have. But the thing is, what is alarming is the degree to which mass formation psychosis has truly gripped so many in their base that they are completely averse to reality at this point. You can actually show them actual data points that they asked you for that indicate, oh, Trump's approval rating is surging higher than ever before. Oh, the stock market is rebounding. Oh, the tariffs weren't that bad. Oh, we're actually negotiating. All these things, but still, it comes back to we hate Trump. So it's a juvenile mentality that they have now. It's inherently contrarian to the core. And ultimately, all it's going to do in the future, even in far into the future, is people are going to now say, oh, well, I just don't like Trump. And that's going to be enough for them to attract a sizable number of people. I don't like Trump or the Trump agenda, the MAGA movement. That's what it's going to become, because the thing that they always miss is this is not about Trump anymore. Okay.
Right.
Like, yes,
right.
Trump is the leader, the vessel right now. But guess what? There are still so many people who are going to stand up for what is right, for the MAGA agenda, if you will. So it's going to essentially eclipse Trump. He was just the catalyst to start making it what it is today. But all you're going to have in the future is people who say, oh, well, this is MAGA, Make America Great Again first. And think about this. I am against Make America Great Again. That is what the left is going to be saying, not just now, but even a decade or two down the road. And think about how damaging that kind of messaging should be in a normal, regular, coherent society. But that's what their agenda, their platform is going to be. So all we can do really on the right side of the aisle is continue to draw attention to the fact that the left is against things that make America great, that make America better.
So are the GOP.
Hopefully that
right?
message will take hold at some point. I'm sorry,
so,
say that.
So,
say it again.
so were the GOP, right? You saw that they shot down the great, beautiful bill tonight.
Yep.
When
and
are
even,
we going to say
Supreme Court justices?
Yeah.
What, the 7-2 ruling against Trump being able to use the, the Alien Enemies Act, I believe it was, to get Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang members deported expeditiously. At some point, we're just inching closer. I just posted this about an hour ago. We're getting closer to having to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807.
Yes,
that is the only way that you can actually get anything done anymore. If you're going to be stonewalled by your own party and by Supreme Court justices that in many cases you appointed, Amy Coney Barrett is an extreme disappointment to the right, and with good reason. And Brett Kavanaugh, he's about as, he's about. No, I'm not going to go.
You want to call him a cracker,
Brett
don't
Kavanaugh.
you? You're going to call him a cracker. Say it.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say something to the effect of he's about as trustworthy as gas station sushi.
Yeah, or he needs to stop drinking beers with squee and start doing his fucking job.
Stop journaling.
Yeah,
or that. It's just unfortunate though that you're so excited. I remember how excited I was actually when an election day happened back in last year, 2024. We were actually in the middle of the Caribbean on a cruise ship, right? On our first family cruise. And what's crazy is there are people on this cruise that had packed their MAGA hats away and they were meeting up in the cruise ship bars to like have a watch party. And I was like, oh my God, these are my people, right? But that excitement was palpable and it was there. But now the Republicans, especially the House GOP and individuals like Mike Johnson, they run the risk of alienating their own party by lack of action to such a degree that people will stay home next year in 2026. And then the seesaw is just going to tip back the other way. And then we'll be able to be upset because it seems like a lot of people in the House GOP, they are more interested in pretending to be against the leftist agenda. But when they have all the power in the world, they do nothing.
Right.
I'm sick of it.
Start codifying some of these executive orders.
Exactly. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated.
No, it's not that hard. Stand together. But this is what they did in 2016. It's what they're going to do now is that they stood together for a couple months. And then once the luster wore off, they go, oh, well, we're going to be in election season here shortly. It's time to start playing down the middle. Amy, Olivia, what do you got?
Well, don't you think that shooting down the tax bill is not a very good way to get reelected? I mean, it seems like a pretty good bill to me, but that's just me.
Well, there's things in it. It's like all bills. The problem is that it's still pork barrel and it still has things attached. We need single issue bills. I agree with Matt Gaetz about that before he left in the Freedom Caucus. We should be. Why can't we walk and chew gum at the same time? Why do we have to do pork barrel politics? Why do we have to do all these one single bill? The reason why is because it's all about getting reelected. We have to change the way things are done. It used to be you would leave your farm, you would go represent your area, you would be a tobacco farmer, you would come in for session, and you would go the F home and you would get your per diem. And then you never went back to Washington. Now it's perma-stay. It's like literally the Hotel California.
So
you can check out, but you can never leave.
Because a lot of the policies a lot of the policies that some rando politician can put in place can benefit people long after they're out of office. Either by way of the actual party itself or by business dealings.
Mm-hmm.
And so those roots that have caused that kind of cancer are far deeper than what you're describing. I would agree 100 years ago, that might have been your greatest argument, is that somebody, could have come from a grassroots movement, somebody who owned a farm or whatever, could have joined a local party and eventually become a congressman. Sure, that could have happened. Now I think that the Congress people or the senators that we have today are far removed from your average citizen. I don't think that can happen anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I think it's just showing that the uniparty is real. The uniparty exists. And because the notion of being a career politician has become so alluring to so many people, they will do anything it takes to essentially kick the can down the road just far enough to say, if you reelect me, I promise this time I'm going to fix it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, here in Texas, they haven't been hearing the arguments that the citizenry have about, reducing our property taxes so that we're not literally fighting our own government to stay in our homes every single year. Down the street from me, well, technically down the street, like in Beaumont, there's a Representative Dade Felon. I cannot stand that dude, but he's a Republican, right? Yeah, Phelan is his name, right?
Still like
and
Felon.
he's more concerned about signing into law certain bills that say, oh, if you make fun of an elected official, because he gets clowned on a lot by the right.
You're doing this thing with your hands makes me think that he swings one way or the other.
That's unintentional. Maybe he does. Who knows? But
put your hands down, dude. Put your hands down.
He was trying to put through some legislation that was going to essentially criminalize using memes to make fun of politicians. Like, look that up later on. But it's like, this is the kind of garbage we're putting up with in the Texas GOP, which is a microcosm of the House GOP. There needs to be a reckoning, but the thing is, people are growing weary of showing up and doing all that hard work, turning out the vote, and then essentially getting noses thumbed at them in return. The Trump is a once in a lifetime politician. What happens after him is going to be very revealing of the true state of the party, because my prediction is, and save this video for the future. My prediction is you are going to see a rift begin to form in the right side of the aisle. Because there's going to be the hardline MAGA patriots and then the milquetoast, Bush lights that want to just go back to sleep or continue to play patty cake with the left. That's where we're going to go.
That happened before.
And I'm very curious, particularly even in the influencer class, because there's a bunch of people, we saw them back in the 2020 election, I believe, 2024 even election. Some of them are warming to Ron DeSantis or Vivek Ramaswamy. They want to forget about that now, of course, right? But they were doing it because they were trying to put their finger in the wind and see where the winds of change were blowing, instead of actually putting their vote behind the person who essentially made them who they are. So there's going to be a reckoning on the right side of the aisle that's probably going to be kicked off first off in 2026 in the midterms. And we're going to see that continue to bear fruit in 2028 in moving forward if we do not see the action, the things that we want to see take place. I don't want to see a bunch of influencers there in the White House with little trapper keeper binders talking about, I got some information here, and it's nothing burger. I don't want to see that anymore. Like,
Don't hate on the trapper keepers. Don't hate on the trapper keepers. Okay,
they're good binders.
Some of us still use them. They're great.
And we just want to let you know that Benny Johnson is not who we're talking about, who basically went ahead and pimped Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Ron DeSantis. No, remember, he didn't do that. I promise you, it wasn't Benny Johnson. If you're thinking it was Benny Johnson, hey guys, it's your boy Benny. I promise you, it wasn't.
Benny was the same one who went and bought up a bunch of cases of Bud Light just to shoot him for a video. And he was also on record for plagiarizing in the past. So don't get me started on him. Got a lot of tea.
Stealing sets.
I love his
Yeah,
set.
got a lot of
His-
tea on a lot of influencers, you know, up to and including some of everybody's favorite ones. I'm just like, I'm not going to say anything, but I always tell people years ago, I'm like, just watch these people. Because the minute that they can't, you know, necessarily sell you something or whatnot is the minute that their usefulness to you expires. I'm tired of the slow drip, and I'm going to probably be a little controversial here, but there's a very well-known investigative journalist right now who's getting a lot of well-deserved flack for, oh, there's this huge drop. I'm very nervous. I'm going into hiding. Oh, no, there he is at a big party or whatnot. But here's the information I got, and it's literally a
O'Keefe's
picture of
a
a kitchen or
twat.
something.
O'Keefe's a twat. I'm sorry, I'll say it.
Yeah.
He is.
Don't get me started on them, but it's like these are
He's
the types of people. We've got the David Harris Juniors of the world.
Yes.
So essentially, they're going to sit there. Are you kidding me? I have a T-shirt for you. I'm fighting for you. Look at me on my 100th trip to the White House. I'm fighting for you. Well, why is nothing getting done then? There needs to be a changing of the guard, and it's going to start when people like yourselves, people like myself, people like other people in our ecosystem begin to be given the floor in more demonstrable ways, because there's become a microcosm of the issues that we're already dealing with on the political level in the influencer social media class. There are the huge gatekeepers, right? There's the big influencer accounts where you can't say anything against them or you're a bad person, right? Oh, they'll turn against you. That needs to change, because until that changes, I'm tired of seeing all these graphics come out saying, oh, here's a turning point event. And it's all the same faces I'm used to seeing for the last 6 years.
Yeah, can you invite
If we're
somebody
really
else?
If we're really open to new voices, we have to start showing those new voices and those new faces that might not say all the things that you want them to say. Because there's going to be some people who are going to say some negative things about maybe other countries out there that we're supposed to be allied with and do everything for. I'm speaking in code almost here, but there's some people who are like, let's focus on America first. I'm one of them, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure y'all are of the same mindset.
Fairly,
but there's some people who are
pretty
like,
much.
oh, well, we can't say that because we're part of this conservative organization or that conservative organization. That kind of hierarchy needs to go quickly.
So those are the people that I find that still support this idea behind globalism, who kind of they want to cultivate these relationships between countries that we may not even be necessarily allies with, but because it's in some way, shape, or form, they hold a place within the supply chain, right? That, oh, now they're a focus because we just want to, help them develop their culture, when really the idea is, oh, I can get my iPhone made for, $50 cheaper. I don't like that type of political thinking either. I'm with you. I think America should come first, but there will always be the snake oil salesman, to your point, because Trump has been so polarizing and the MAGA movement has become so iconicized, if that's a word, with the red hat, that there will always be people out there, the reporters, who will have this. They will throw this lightning bolt story out there, even though it's bullshit. And the entire idea is, oh, there's so many MAGA people out there. If I get even 1% of them to buy into this story, that'll set that person up for life.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It happened.
People would be shocked the amount of money that changes hands behind the scenes.
Oh yeah.
Their favorite influencers. One of my favorite tips actually is whenever you see particularly like one of these really big influencers or whatnot, whenever you see them, talking about this product, that product, click the link in my bio, copy the link, put it in your browser and see if it has like reference points or reference IDs.
Ref ID.
Yep. Ref codes. Yep. Because that just means they get a cut of it. They don't have to believe in the product or not. They just need you. Out of the tens of millions of followers they have, they need maybe 1,000 people to click it and say, yes, I need this extreme survival vitamin gut blaster pack that's going to help get me through the next 3 years, and the influencer gets a cut. And there's no transparency on that side. There've been people, I'm sure, who've approached you. They've approached me for sure. Hey, can you promote this product? Remember the Freedom Phone a few years ago?
Yep.
Can you promote the Freedom Phone? And then, what was it? I think it was Candace Owens who promoted it, but the tweet came from an iPhone, just all a mess. It's like, okay, well, what is the point of all this?
I don't know.
Is it just to literally milk the MAGA movement dry?
Yep.
Or is it because you really care about the country? Because You know this. All four of y'all know this. I know this. God has provided for me and my family in ways that I couldn't have imagined without me having to, sell a million different products or whatnot. That's not what this is about. You get into this because you love the country. Like the promo video that I saw, that Matt, you sent to me. This just starts from one person who has a mission and a goal. Anything else that comes is gravy by the grace of God. We're so grateful for it. But that's not why we got into this. And the problem that I fear that we've seen is so many people utilized or viewed the MAGA movement as a means to an end. And that's it for them. So the question, that's why it goes back to that rift that's going to start to form. What's going to happen when the MAGA movement stops being about Trump, starts being about who else is going to be MAGA? Is it J.D. Vance? Is there going to be a huge bidding war on, is it J.D. Vance? Is it Ron DeSantis? Is it this person, that person? That's going to reveal a lot of these people's true motivations. And that's what I implore people to be very hyper-focused on in the next couple of years, because that will set the tone for our party and our movement in the future.
I couldn't agree with you more. I have to take a second. Folks, the little blue pill that you go ahead and use all the time, it's way too expensive, and that's why we use Cockasure. Cockasure is one of the best products ever. You can buy it right now for $19.99 by going to Cockasure Ref ID 1726 12-incher. 1726 12-incher, and make sure you tell them that the Cum Show sent you.
Oh my God, Matthew.
That's the promo code.
Cum Show 10.
Oh my gosh.
So,
oh my
so
goodness.
let's just put it.
Lord.
I've got two things that you said, and then Leroy's got it. We're not the Catholic Church. We don't decide who is going to be the next pope or MAGA king. MAGA is a philosophy which should be centered around smaller government. It should not be focused on globalism. It should be focused on national security. It should be focused on balancing the budget and using as this Christian Cadeo ethics that we were founded on, and following the Constitution ad nauseum. Like, that's make America great again. And the problem that we have is that when we assign it to be an idea needs a thought leader. That's what Democrats do. A true movement is a philosophy. And the problem with the GOP is we came out of classic liberalism, and we just forgot the classic, and we forgot the liberalism, and we forgot the conservatism, and we just went straight with two parties, the Uniparty and the neocons. This happened after Reagan. When Reagan left, we saw a split in the conservative movement, and we saw big spending. Reagan spent more money than just about any other president in U.S. history. That guy spent his way like crazy. We can love him, but he wasn't a prototypical conservative. So somewhere the party fractured. It's going to happen again. It happened in 2014 with the Tea Party. And I must implore you, I don't think we survive after Trump if Democrats win again. We need 8 to 12 years of a Republican in office, and we've got to somehow win the House. But not if you guys constantly stab Trump in the back. My God, you feckless cowards. Leroy, go ahead.
So what Damani was talking about, just absolutely true. And this will forever stay with me now, is that there will always be a level of, we'll call it evangelists, right, within the party who just want to sell you on either products or people, but not necessarily the values.
No.
When you go too far left on the political spectrum, right, ultimately that path leads to authoritarianism. When you go too far, well, I don't necessarily, too far right would be anarchy, but the idea that I have anyway is that I lean far enough right that I maintain my sense of individualism. Part of that means that I don't follow a person. I am not a Trump loyalist, and I don't necessarily follow products or evangelists or other people who tell me, oh, you need to watch or follow this person because they have it right. Maybe they do. I don't know. But I know what it means to be an individual. And ultimately, what that means is that I lean right.
Yep. But that's the decision tree that people should use to arrive at that destination of what is my political ideology.
Right.
You know, it should never just be about, whatever this one politician says, I love all of it. Like, because if you're honest with yourself, there's some things that Trump will say or do that you might not 100% agree with, and that's okay. That's how it should be. But the minute you become such a loyalist, that's how so many people on the left were willing to vote for Joe Biden, again, knowing that his cognitive decline was readily apparent. It's like, well, it's just Biden, I'm just going to vote for him. It's like, do you have any critical thinking skills at all? What are the policies that are important to you? What are your own values? You know, that's one of the reasons why I always ask people, hey, I just ask people a lot of questions when I get a chance to talk to them one-on-one. So I'm like, if I can just ask you a question and get you to start thinking outside that box of, oh, are you team blue or are you team red? Hey, you have a beautiful young family, 2 beautiful children. Do you want someone to be some man who has a record to be bouncing your child on his lap while he reads him a story while the man's wearing makeup? Do you want that? No? What should that tell you? These are the basic questions that if you're able to engage with someone one-on-one and say, hey, would you rather have more investment in infrastructure to fix the roads and bridges in your town, or would you rather give $100 billion to Ukraine? When you position arguments that way to someone, it stops being an argument. It starts being a critical thinking logic test. That's why I love asking questions. Yeah, that's why I love asking questions and posing things the way I do, to get people to think outside of this dichotomy argument that so many people have. Oh, I'm just a Republican. I'm a Democrat. Okay, tell me why.
Why
that's
why
what
do
we
you
have to
love
get to.
Putin so much? My question.
Yeah, you sound like a Putin apologist. I'm really not. God,
I'm going to Russia for vacation. I'm going to Moscow for vacation.
Hayden, can you get me a black Russian, please?
Oh.
So,
So good.
So-
That's what Kahlua and is that Kahlua and something else, right?
coffee. I don't know. No, vodka. I don't know. But
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Sounds
Yes,
good.
that question is important, but they have been programmed to give you a non-coherent, nonsensical answer. Would you rather give $1 billion to Ukraine, or would you rather go ahead and fix your roads and bridges? What do roads? Here's the answer. What do roads and bridges matter when we're going to lose our democracy? And you're just like, you know what? Can we have the purge?
Idiot.
I mean, seriously, I'll buy a few tickets.
No.
I want to punch a few clocks. But this is the mentality. They don't think that way, Damani. You're using logic. Damn it, knock it off.
Can I just really quick before you answer that, Damani, because I want to piggyback off that. I wrote this down because I'm like, we're talking about freedom of speech. I know the Constitution was written before the internet existed. So we have freedom of speech here in the United States. But do we think that it should be limited because of the internet? Like, I mean, should we be allowed to have freedom of speech on the internet? Like, because of all this shenanigans? And people are lying, but you're allowed to do it. Should there be any consequences? Like, should there be any kind of, like, backlash? It's hard to, there's so many, it's so nuanced. Like, do we have to have some new rules?
Okay, so what you're saying is
who would be the arbiter of that, right?
I'm just asking. I loved him. I loved the way Damani thinks about things. So I just wanted to, ask
everyone jump on Amy at the same time. Go. Get her. Damani, you're the guest.
I'm a free speech absolutist. So I believe that you should be able to say anything you want. But that also means that people should be able to say they disagree with you. Right. We don't know who would be the arbitrator of what is okay speech or not. And the same argument really does apply to, the gun debate. People on the left always say, oh, well, the Second Amendment was written back when they only had muskets and not semi-autos. Who cares? The intent is the same. So that's why I'm an absolutist as far as it relates to the Constitution. It's like, if we have freedom of speech, that's absolute. Right to bear arms is absolute. It literally says shall not be infringed. So I feel like, yes, nuance, Amy, is important, but sometimes what happens is conversations become so nuanced that then the original intent of our founding documents becomes unintentionally warped by individuals who obviously have their own agenda in place. So yes, I understand that there's people who are going to say some really objectionable things. Right? Like, I want to live in a country where someone can walk up to me and say, hey, Trump is a piece of, you know what, F you, I can't stand you, like, you're a white supremacist, and I'll sit there and be like, you're an idiot. I don't care what you think. Because the minute we start policing that's how we get to being where Australia and the UK is. They literally will lock you up in the UK for making offensive jokes against
quietly praying.
Quietly praying, talking against the religion of peace, all these things, right? But it's really unnerving when you look at what's going on over there, because America's only about 12 to 18 months behind wherever these countries are. If we are able to maintain a fingerhold on our Constitution, our founding documents. And I think nothing was better evidence of that than the virus charade that was perpetrated on all of us, because we saw how draconian other countries got, and we got real close to it. But thankfully, we had just enough people in the country with common sense and just enough elected officials enough to keep us from going over that metaphorical edge. So, I mean, not to be too long-winded, but yes, I'm a free speech absolutist. I'm a constitutional absolutist. And I think that the part of the reason why we are in this mess as a country is because we allowed individuals to apply too much nuance or too much interpretation into documents that, honestly, I'm so grateful our founding fathers made damn near ironclad when they wrote them.
Yeah. I totally agree. That's what I just like the way you speak, so I wanted to hear you say it. And really quick, one more thing. No, one more thing. I love me. I'm like, you're always allowed at my house too. You and your family come over anytime. Just drive from Texas over to DC. You mentioned Candace Owens, and we've talked about her, I feel like, a lot recently here on our show, because I used to love her.
But I had to kill her. Oh, sorry, wrong song.
She's definitely, in my opinion, and I don't watch her new show, so I shouldn't fully judge her, I guess. I don't know if you've watched her new show, but you brought her up, so I want to get your opinion on her newfound.
Oh my God, she hates Jews. Just be honest. She hates Jews. Come on, that's what it is. She hates Jews. That's it.
But I'm just curious to get Damani's take on it.
Go ahead, Damani. What do you think about Candace hating Jews?
I just love how he speaks. So I'm talking about him, but he's not here. So
and speaking of DC, actually, a fun fact, and this is a DUM Show exclusive. I'm actually going to be flying into DC next Friday, but I'll literally only be there for about 12 hours. I got invited to go on with Tim Pool. Next weekend.
You're gonna literally be like,
dude, he's like right down the street.
Dude, you don't understand. I could throw a rock at Tim Pool.
Yes, you better come see us.
Yes,
he's like
close.
15 minutes from us.
We live right next to him. You're coming.
Yes. Yeah,
and then plug our fucking show and have him put me on. What the fuck? Sorry.
But no, what I was gonna say is for Candace, essentially, and a lot of influencers are getting to this point, they don't need to do anything anymore. They have built such a tangential cult of personality around them, much in the fashion of the Trump cult of personality, that they can say whatever they want about anything and still attract an audience. Candace dabbled a lot in celebrity gossip, and now she's gone. She most recently did something about is Emmanuel Macron's wife a man, something like that, right? These are it's maybe interesting topics if you're deep down the rabbit hole, but she's done it. She successfully went from the founder of socialautopsy.com as a liberal to a firebrand conservative on the right side of the aisle who had all these different brand deals and sponsorships with Turning Point USA and so on and so forth, the Daily Wire and so on and so forth. And then she obviously married, George Farmer, a super rich guy from England, and is essentially able to chart her own course now. A lot of the influencers out there have gotten to the point off of Trump's first term and then the Biden years where they can essentially do no wrong, and where I fear, unfortunately, the followers of these super large influencers have become to treat the influencers the way they kind of treat or view Trump and the MAGA movement as, oh, this is a MAGA super influencer. I cannot disagree with them at all, right?
Yeah.
When there are some MAGA influencers who sometimes they step in it. Most recently, Jack Posobiec. He was upset about, obviously, everyone with a brain was upset about the 8647 tweet that post that James Comey made, former FBI director. But you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth, because 3 years ago, Jack Posobiec, he tweeted 8646.
Yeah.
But it's like, but because these people have almost become MAGA in a weird way to so many people, they have people coming out of the woodworks to defend them as influencers, the same way we'd expect them to defend someone like Trump or the MAGA movement, as it were. That's why I keep saying there's going to be a reckoning, because eventually people are going to start breaking away and figuring out what's going to happen next. And I feel like that's when you're going to start to see a lot of these large mega influencers for who they really are. Candace has done great things for the MAGA movement, but I'll be the first to tell you, there was an event here in Houston, I think it was 3 years ago, and she was, literally probably about 3 feet away from me, walked right past me. But I didn't say a word. I didn't say hello or, oh my gosh, can I get a picture with you, right? Because she had a line out the door of the church. And in order for you to get a picture with her, you had to buy one of her books that she autographed for you to get a picture with her. And I was like, I don't like that.
Bullshit. Yeah, I don't
So
like that either.
I'm not a fan of that kind of influencer. I'm sorry. But you're going to see more of those self-ingratiating behaviors from these people. And I'm hopeful, though, that people will be able to separate them from the MAGA movement and realize them for who they really are when they start to actually show them. And they will show them in the days, months, weeks, and years to come.
Was it a pop-up book?
Yeah.
So listen, I'm just going to put it out there, because listen, it's not that Damani and I don't agree. It's that I don't give a crap if you don't like Israel. That's fine. You don't have to like Israel, because Netanyahu and Israel frustrate me sometimes, just like every country. Even the United States frustrates me, because let's face it, I'm a pessimist optimist. But when you start making shit up and you start telling, that Churchill was worse than Hitler, and you start saying that the USS Liberty was a blatant attack and declaration of war in the United States, and you said the Rothschilds went ahead and, basically run the world, and that the dancing Jews caused 9/11, and that, everything else from Epstein being, okay, 0.6% of the population, if that's true, run everything, then it's not the Jews, it's the transgenders, because those fuckers are everywhere. So give me a break, okay? Let's be honest. Right?
Yeah, I love you, Matt.
I'm serious. I'm just being honest. I mean, if you're going to say it's based on population and people who are always in the news, then transgender people run the country. Moving on.
Well, to Damani's point is that Candace has been able to capitalize on that terminal velocity that she's had while being in the spotlight. And now that she's had so much exposure, right? It would take a lot for her to lose all of that.
Yep.
But at the same time, it doesn't take a lot for anybody to lose all of that. And we've seen that, right? We've seen a lot of the people who like to report on politics. They step on a landmine, and the next thing you know, they're out of work. They're out of a job. Yeah. And Candace is quickly heading down that road.
She's getting,
because the interesting thing, though, is
when that's your job, is to be a political commentator, then basically your product is opinion based. It is going to be a string of podcasts, a string of interviews. And if you start spouting crazy shit like that, eventually nobody's going to buy it.
Yeah. But the question becomes, how long will it take for that awakening to take place?
Right.
Because I'm even starting to see that same, I almost call it apologist mentality ascribed to other people now.
Yes.
I think we can all agree possibly that Pam Bondi is someone who to date has not delivered on many of the things that she claimed to be able to deliver.
Yeah.
But then the argument that I hear instantaneously is, oh, well, these things take time. Give her time. She's working.
No.
She's on Fox News every other second.
Yeah, she's got a busy schedule, bro, on Fox.
And get off Fox's. Yeah.
Yeah. So
when
are we going to start addressing that? When you start saying, okay, you are either going to do this job right the first time or get out. That's where MAGA has to be, because we're not going to have President Donald Trump in 2040. We can't be so short-sighted and so happy patting ourselves on the back now, self-congratulating ourselves. Oh, we did it in 2024. We did it. But then have no plan for 2028, 32, 36, 40, 44, 48, 52. It's going to go on and on and on from there.
Yeah.
And if we don't have an action plan like the left has been building to this point where they're at for the last probably 20, 30 years that I even am aware of. It's probably much longer than that. Ever since you look at Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, they've had a playbook for decades and decades.
Saul
Alinsky, that's right.
Solinsky.
So what's going to happen to us when we have to start playing a long game as well, regardless of who is in the Oval Office?
Okay, time out.
Can you
Time out.
maybe
Time out. It's time out. Time out.
start running for political office?
Time out. So, Lara Logan is running late. So I just wanted to give people an update for those who are waiting for her. Running late. So FYI, folks, we are 18. Can I do the math? 1800. Is that what it is?
No, that is
28.
2750 ish.
Yeah, so 2800. We're 2800 short. We are, folks, we got to hit the 10 in order to go ahead and get the 10. It's right in the camera. It's right in the screen. 7,244.
I thought we were talking about time. I thought we were doing military time.
She doesn't. We're talking
Amy,
about
are you drunk or just tired? What, are you drunk or tired?
I'm tired. I'm tired.
Go to bed.
I was up at 4:15 this morning. No, it's normal. I'm normal. I'm 10 o'clock is usually like my wall. You know, I'm here till 11, so like I might just be like woo, but like
Sounds like a bunch of white people first world problems to me. What
you know, Amy, what this is?
Exactly.
The world's smallest violin.
Playing for you.
Yes.
Well,
no, I'm not asking for sympathy, but
can I put a bow on this real quick, and then Amy, finish your thought in your drunken stupor. So here's
tired.
I'm not that drunk.
At all.
Right. Sure. Whatever.
I'm not
anyway,
that drunk.
Sure. Anyway,
No.
so here's the thing: is Candace Owens has free speech. We asked the question. Let's answer it. Free speech is paramount. All jokes aside, and I absolutely support her to say whatever she wants. Really do. Truly. If you profit off of this, then, and I don't care if you're Hamas supporter or you're supporter of the Jews. If you're profiting off of people who are finally getting a platform to openly just be anti-Semitic and just talk trash about Jews, if Jake Shields is espousing that you're a good person, if Nick Fuentes is espousing, if Stu Peters is saying, oh my God, Candace Owens is the best, that's all I need to know is that you've lost the fucking plot. Okay? That's it. That's just my opinion. She can say whatever she wants, but I'm sorry. It's easy money. It really is. And there's a lot of content creators who are jumping that ship and are like, I'm just going to go ahead and just asking questions here. I think you should have higher standards. That's just me. Higher standards.
Well, you remember that? Remember the Family Guy skit that they did in one episode? I forget, but it was where it was like Lois Griffin was running for office, and all she had to do was stand up there at the podium and say 9/11. Everybody started like clapping and cheering. Oh, I'll vote for you, right? Like that, I fear is kind of how some of these big influencers become. They know what that red meat is. They have it diagnosed, and it's clinical at this point. They can say, "Oh my gosh!" Basically, they can just tweet, "Christ is King." Million impressions, million likes, like lots of money, right? So, okay, when does it get deeper than that? It has to get deeper than that. We have to be more cerebral than that moving forward. We have to.
It's a great point. It really is a good point. And it's exactly what I'm saying. By the way, Kris Tonto Paronto says, thank you for having me on, Matt. I enjoyed my time on the show, brother. Please tell Amy, Olivia, and Leroy thank you as well. Till next time, amigo. I love this guy. Leroy, go.
Amazing.
What was I going to say? You derailed my train of thought.
I didn't derail. I'm running the show.
No.
No, stop calling me a train. I'm not a train. I don't align with trains. I'm a subway. I'm a subway. Stop misgendering me.
Oh my goodness.
Now do you have it?
I know what I was going to say.
See, I knew that'd bring it back. Fucking right on.
I'm sure there are study groups out there. There are whole companies who do nothing but study, hey, if you, Mr. Politician, if you say this one thing, right, that's going to get you 0.02% more of the population that will like you. But if you say this, it's going to be more like, closer to 0.9%. right? And so that's how they key in on this stuff. It's all a sales pitch. Anybody who didn't believe that marketing doesn't work needs to talk to Matt, because he nails it all the time, right? Marketing works. And if you get told often enough the same thing over and over, you become curious, and I know, Damani, from, God, that must have been a year and a half ago when you did that video about the Streisand effect. I don't know, man. I really do. I feel like people are just gullible enough to buy into the leftist marketing.
Mm-hmm. I was a marketing major myself at Texas A&M. I love marketing. It makes so much sense to me. So thank you for bringing that up.
Lara Logan just entered the chat, and we certainly want to hear really quick about Tim Pool. And then we need to get you on for a full show, because I miss you. I miss our banter. I miss our jokes. And you get my humor, which you complete me, bro. Just
I feel a hug is coming.
No, just
Hey, it's been so good. This time always flies by. I know people are chomping at the bit to see Lara. She's probably much easier to look at than I am. So, y'all get to that as soon as possible.
We'll see. We'll see.
But no,
what do you do? How did you
feel, buddy?
How did you get Tim Pool? How did he contact you? Just tell us what happened, man. I'm a little jelly. I'm not going to lie. I mean, the Mad Beanie literally lives like 5 minutes from me.
That's wild to me. Yeah, so we definitely will connect when I'm out there. That'll be next week. But no, it was one of his producers and bookers. They just reached out to me on X of all platforms, and they invited me to come on, and everything lined up. So I was like, why not? This is a good opportunity. If I have the opportunity and the bandwidth at the time and all, I'll definitely make sure to shout out, y'all good people as well, because I'm not, I don't believe in, gatekeeping or hoarding, whatnot. It's a blessing. I want to acquit myself well, and then obviously bring more attention to the issues that matter, the issues that matter now and that will matter in the future. So I'm looking forward to doing that next week. So I guess keep an eye out for that, because y'all are the first people I've told, besides, my wife and daughter.
I'm so stoked.
I'm
stoked.
doing that.
I'm
So
so
when
excited
we're
for you
out
too.
there, when I'm out there, it's only going to be for one night, because I'm literally flying in that morning and then flying out
That's
early
all
the
we
next
need,
morning.
brother. That's all we
Wait,
need.
are you staying in like a hotel or something?
We gotta
Like,
go.
Yeah, it's they've got all those arrangements all set up for me already, so it
you
should
Yeah.
be close.
literally, you can stay with one of us if you.
They're
if
a
you want
podcast that has
to.
money. Just let the man get
I'm
pampered.
just
It's going to be
saying, but
awesome.
Maybe he
Right.
would like. Okay, that's also true, but maybe he would like to
Okay.
have like a home cooked meal. I don't know.
Okay,
We live
Damani,
15
we're
minutes from
here.
there, is all
We're
I'm
here
saying.
for you. Whenever you're here, we will make the time. Have a blast.
make-
Go
yeah,
crush.
we'll
Go
meet you out
crush
there.
Tim Pool. Have a blast, dude. He's a
10,
real
15
smart guy. You'll have a good time.
I appreciate it, and thank you guys for having me on. For I cannot overstate how grateful I am to people who have reached out when I know it could have been so much more alluring or exciting to reach out to a quote unquote bigger name. But let's face it, we are the people who are going to save this country. It is not going to be a select few influencers. It is us. It is people like us. This is the exact same spirit our founding fathers had when they were meeting in the bars and the pubs back in the 1700s. This is the spirit that will save America. And if it does fall to us, then you better believe that we are well equipped and more than ready to actually defend this country long into the future. Even after Trump is not president anymore, we will still be here fighting for what is right. And I'm so grateful to be alongside all of you guys in that fight. So those of you who are watching, thank you so much for joining us, for tuning in. You can find me at the Damani Felder or Damani Bryant Felder on Facebook. I actually have a YouTube. I'm going to try to start that up again in the next couple of weeks. But thank you so much for making me a part of your evening, for making them a part of your evening. Please make sure you're donating, supporting their efforts, supporting their work, because they are doing the Lord's work, and we should all be so honored that they have included us in their lives. So thank you guys for all your time. I appreciate, love, respect all you guys, and we will be in touch offline with the details for next week. I can't wait to see some of you guys in person.
Love you, buddy.
Thanks,
Appreciate you,
buddy.
D.
Have a good night.
Yeah,
Take
love
care,
you,
buddy.
Damani.
Good night, brother.
Alrighty. Y'all
All
take
right.
care.
All right. Folks, D is an amazing human being. If you do not follow Damani Felder, please do. Miss Lara Logan is in the room, and looks like she's having a conversation. I'm going to give her a second to make some eye contact. She's in the room. So Miss Lara Logan, if you're ready, let me know, and I'll pull you out of the green room and bring you into the show, but I'll wait till you're done having your conversation. We'll see if she's talking right now.
And she's Catholic. I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's having a conversation, so somebody is talking to her right now.
Didn't know. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, I didn't know she was. I'm assuming she's Catholic.
Yep.
Because of her necklace. I didn't know she was Catholic. So
Okay, I think she's ready. Let's pull her in and see if we can get her in here. Ready? And there she. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hi, Miss Lara Logan. Wonderful to have you on the Don't Unfriend Me show. It is good to see you, and I hope you're having a fun time tonight. Looks like you're doing something fun.
Yes, I'm at the Kennedy Center, actually, where Richard Grinnell's in charge now, and Floyd Brown from Western Journal. So I was here for a classical music event with Beethoven for
beautiful.
General Flynn and America's Future. So forgive me for the red lipstick and the evening gown.
I think you're doing okay. I'm going to fix your camera. I think you're going to fix your camera here and see if I can get you in here a little bit more effectively.
Okay. What do I need to do to fix it? Does that help? Wait.
Nope. I'm going to get you right now and get you full screen. There we go. And can you see
hold
me?
on. Okay, wait. I'm turning around. Yep. Let's see. Does that help?
Yep, that's perfect. I got you. We'll just center you a little bit, and you'll be in the camera. So listen, I know you have a great relationship with Jason Sheppard, and you have been. I had a chance to sit with you on a panel, and you've been working on the fentanyl chase and A47 that Jason is working on. I know how passionate you are about this, and I wanted to give you a chance because that's what tonight has been all about. It's about how do we combat fentanyl. Yes. And I would love to just give you some time, and I'm sure there'll be a couple questions. And we thank you so much for spending the time with us.
No, I'm glad that you're talking about this because I don't think enough people are talking about it. And there's a couple of things. I mean, you mentioned Jason. Yes, I've been working with Jason for a little while now because this man is committed, and for some people they get overwhelmed when they see the reality of a situation, and some people kick into action. And Jason is one of those action people, who's very principled. And I don't really understand why, if you look at the opioid epidemic, right? That you see how much people are willing when they take on an issue and they're going to be honest about it. You see exactly what they're able to do, and yet with fentanyl, it's still an uphill battle. Just ask any parent, of a child who's died of fentanyl, and they'll tell you not about how much support they got from the country, from the nation, and from law enforcement. They'll tell you about their struggle, and they'll tell you about their battle, and there is also the problem that this is part of a broader strategic initiative by the Chinese, which is part of unrestricted warfare that they're waging in the United States. And, I don't want to rehash over any old ground if you've already covered this, but, fentanyl began, it was created by a Belgian pharmacist in the 1960s, and it was created for surgery. And what happened when globalization, when we were sold the, sort of the ugly pill of globalization as the thing that was going to change the world, American pharmaceutical companies moved to China. They gave up their intellectual property to the CCP, basically at the altar of money, right? Because they wanted money, and it was cheaper for them to produce what they did in China. So, then of course you have the globalists who sold out America's national security, who sold out the lives of our children. They sold them to this country's enemies. That's what happened. And then the Chinese, Xi Jinping was prepared way in advance when Trump went to Davos and said to him, hey, you got to do something about the fentanyl. What did Xi Jinping say? Oh, yes, okay, we're going to ban fentanyl. Why? Because they'd already farmed it out to the Mexican cartels. You asked DEA. I sat down and interviewed DEA agents when they were doing busts in Sinaloa and other places. What were they finding? Chinese pharmacists and Chinese chemists. That's who they were finding, because the Chinese knew they had farmed out the making of fentanyl and the distribution and everything else. They farmed it out to the cartels. It began as a mail order drug from China, but they brought it to scale, right? Industrial scale, and they proliferated across the United States. And the Chinese were smart. They weren't going to go to war with the cartels. That wasn't their objective. Their objective was to use the most effective distribution system they could find. And that was the Sinaloa cartel and CJNG and so on, right? Because what is the currency of every street gang in the world? What is the currency of every street gang in America? It's narcotics. Yeah. And who controls most of the global trade in narcotics? Well, the Mexican cartels. And so, they were able to infiltrate our towns and our cities across the United States because our leaders wanted them to, You just ask the parents of, of children who've died of fentanyl. They'll tell you that, they get so much resistance. Because why? Because the emphasis and the momentum is not with the victims, of not of overdoses. These are not overdoses. This is poisoning. These are crimes against children. And we really need to start calling it what it is. So I just feel it's important to recognize the strategic picture, to understand how fentanyl fits in the bigger situation in the country, but then also to understand that it can happen to anyone. And I've talked to cartel specialists and other people related to the border, and what they will tell you is that the cartels have responded very effectively to what the Trump administration has done, right? They know perfectly well that what they need to do is to give Trump a win on fentanyl. And I've been studying the words and the actions, of various cartels. And what they did is they prepared for this moment. So they're going to try to pretend that the fentanyl numbers are down, and they're going to try and mask it. And one of the ways that they're doing that is by putting fentanyl in everything. So they not only do they create markets for themselves, not only do they create addiction, but now they also create a layer of cover, because people aren't really aware. There are people that think that they're addicted to meth. They think they're addicted to heroin. To is fentanyl.
Mm-hmm. 1 second, Laura, you're just cutting out just a second. I think you're caught up now. So you just did a video that I saw, the Rogue on the Road.
For 1 moment. Do you have me back?
I got you back now.
Yeah.
There's a video you just did. It's Rogue on the Road, and Going Rogue is your show. And it's talking about Panama, and it's talking about the smuggling of fentanyl across Panama. If it's okay, I'm going to show everybody the video real quick, and then I would love for you to talk about it. And ultimately, I think it's just a great piece of reporting, like you always do. And we'll watch that real quick. It's only about a minute, and then you can tell us all about it. Here it is.
So here we are at Toro Point, which is on the northern end of the Panama Canal. And we're standing here really on the shores of Fort Sherman, the American base that was built in 1912 to defend the canal. Well, what passes through here? Not just goods and services, but fentanyl, one of the deadliest drugs ever to hit the streets of the United States. And it goes in submersibles right up here through the canal onto American streets and into our homes. Too many American kids are dying from this deadly drug. It's a threat to law enforcement. It's a threat to all of us, really, and nobody's talking about it or doing much about it. Certainly not doing enough. There are people trying, but they're not getting a lot of help. One of the reasons we chose to work with the fentanyl test is that we really believe strongly that this can help people. This will reduce the number of people dying. There are prisoners dying in our prisons from fentanyl, and nobody's really doing anything about it. But with the fentanyl test, you can actually, without diluting the drug in water, you can take a very small amount and you will know if there's anything in there that is going to kill you. So that's something that we believe is worth fighting for. And it's, when you come out here and you see, this is one of the passages, one of the ways that fentanyl passes through the Panama Canal into the United States. And so we're out here reporting on how important this strategic waterway is, and we are reminded of what this means for American families that are losing their kids at unprecedented rates to this drug. So go to thefentanyltest.com and see for yourself.
Laura, who in journalism do we trust anymore? Because I used to watch with my mom and my dad, and we grew up and watched the Ollie North hearings, and we would hear all about the world and trust so much. But do you trust anyone in journalism anymore, or are you just completely disassociated yourself from it?
No, I don't disassociate myself from it, because I feel like, you imagine if you're a doctor, right? I mean, who's going to save medicine from politics if it isn't going to be doctors? Right. Because they know more than the rest of us. And I feel like as a journalist that we have a really big responsibility to stand up for real journalism and to fight for real journalism. I mean, I try to look and find firsthand sources as much as I can. I urge people that, if you're going to report on something or you're going to comment on something and say, well, the White House did this today. Well, have you gone to the White House's website? Have you read the press release, or have you watched the clip to make sure that this wasn't taken out of context,
right?
And it wasn't misrepresented. So there's a little more work, but if you're going to spend a few hours online, and you're going to be reading things and, searching things. You can do a little bit of work yourself. Otherwise, you have to find the people that you trust, and then you recognize what they're really good at and what they're not so good at, right? Because people are not good at everything. And so, there's people like Cheryl Atkinson, who's a real journalist. I really like her. I like the Federalist. I mean, they have some good people there. And
Yep, they do.
There's other publications like Kanoka the Great and Technofog. These people do a great job with a lot of research.
Laura, I'm going to open it up to the people here, and it's been a long night for us, and I am just watching your six right now as you walk through a parking garage and wishing I was there with my concealed carry, because I'm a protector, and my Myers-Briggs, I am like protector A, number one. But Amy,
you.
Yes, ma'am. Amy, Olivia, and Leroy. Any questions for Miss Logan?
There is one.
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Leroy.
Yeah, so I had a question. When you're interfacing with anybody from the left, to your point, when you're trying to get people to start digging up facts and just double check the work, because I think trust is one of those things that has just fallen so far off of the way of mainstream media. So when you are interfacing with the people from the left, how do you get them to actually buy into that? How do you get them to buy into the fact that, hey, I do need to do more research on this?
This is the thing. My job as a journalist is not to force people to do anything. I can't do that. That's out of my control. Okay. I don't know, how you guys feel about this, but I think of the old Irish prayer, which is, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And that's the reality. My job as a journalist is to find the truth. And I have such a profound belief in the goodness of humanity. And that I just believe that when you give people the truth, they do the right thing. Not everybody, but enough of them, right? People do the right thing when you present them with the truth. And so my job as a journalist, I'm not an activist, and I'm not an attorney in a court of law trying to prove a case. I'm not a politician. I'm not running for office. My job is to give you the truth, and then it's up to you to decide what you want to do with it. And I have always believed that when people hear the truth, that the right people with the power to change it will do the right thing. But if you don't even know what the truth is, you don't stand a chance, right? And so that's my job.
Laura, you're going to go home and you're going to get out of that area, and you are going to come on some other time where we can sit down and have a longer conversation, because I'm a big fan of yours, and I never got a chance to talk to you on our last panel, and you're doing amazing work. And I also need to talk to you about the Baltimore Bridge incident where I disagreed with you, and I would love to have that conversation. But you need to drive.
Okay.
You need to drive safely. And I thank you so very much for coming on to the show. And we
The
can't wait.
most important thing for you to know is that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
were wrong and I was right. I'm just kidding.
I tell him that all the time, Laura.
Yeah,
I tell him that all the
but
time.
I learned that because I'm married, so I'm with that with all women, so I get it. So we understand. But listen, I'm going to have the panel say goodbye, and then I'll shut up, and then we'll see you soon.
It was very nice to meet
thank
you,
you
Lara.
so much.
Thank you
Bye,
so much
Laura.
for coming
It's
on.
so nice to talk
Thanks,
to you.
Laura.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
All righty, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What an absolute freaking doll she is. She's just such a smart person. I'm not, dude. I was so nervous when she's walking in that thing. I am just ready to.
I want to interrupt you because I've been to the Kennedy Center so many times, and I know exactly where she is. I know exactly where. I know walking. I was oh, she's upstairs. I know literally where she is in the Kennedy Center. I know exactly where she was. I know what parking garage she was in. I know where she was walking underneath. Yeah, because it's not that big.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know
it's
at
a little
all where
scary.
she was, because I was mostly
know.
focused on the dress. So
I think it was above the cutouts of the dress.
Okay.
That's been the comments from the
She's
peanut
so
gallery
beautiful.
over here.
She's a gorgeous woman, and she is the thing that I love about her more than anything is that she is kind. And to me,
I got that vibe immediately.
she's just so kind. And I if you go to that Roseanne thing where Roseanne talked about watching the show and in that panel, the thing that I love the most is that she was listening intently and laughing in a supportive way. And that means the world to me. So I want her back. We have to have her back because I think she would just be awesome to have a long conversation with. We have our last guest of the night, and somebody I wanted to bring on because he was one of our first guests that we had on the show. He's someone we both have been through very similar roads on this journey through Facebook. We congratulate each other every time we roll across 50,000 or we get banned together. We share each other's memes. He steals my shit often. I love it. And he's just a good dude. Marine, I don't hold that against him. Ryan Samuels is such a good friend. I want to give you an update. We are 75% to goal. And the deal of this tonight was to bring all these people together. And you know what? I've watched Tim Pool. I've watched Jocko. I've watched Rogan. I've seen all these guys. I've never seen anyone put a panel like this together. I really haven't. And to me, I know Roseanne was sick and she wasn't able to make it, but I thought we put a hell of a show on. And the great thing is that we were challenged by Chuck Peterson to put through, raise $10,000 and he would match it so we could build our new studio. We've got to hit the 10. If we don't hit the 10, I'm not going to allow Chuck to give us the money. And the reason why is because we want to hit it. So we need as many people to dig deep as they can who watch this show. We have hundreds on now across the channel. We have over 10,000 views on Wimkin. We've got people on Facebook and Twitter. It's maybe your first night watching, but I promise you this. If you watch the DUM Show, again, you will be happy. This is what we do. We have a great show, and we need your help. And the reason why is because we want to bring people to our studio. We want to get more guests on like we did tonight. And the only way we can do that is with your help. So we've got about $2,400 more to go. And I believe we can do it in the next 30 minutes because if we don't, well, that's all she wrote. Ryan Samuels is in the
Lara
house.
Logan piece.
Oh, go ahead.
The Lara Logan piece alone was worth, my God, I've paid plenty to see something similar.
She's a beautiful woman. There's no doubt. She has a great accent. I want to talk to her about South Africa. I want to talk to her about the Baltimore Bridge incident. I want to know why China. There's so many things I want to ask her. But right now, I want to talk to Ryan Samuels. Dude, you clean up pretty. Look at you. What's up, buddy?
You are very pretty.
What's up, Ryan? Oh, are you muted? Hold on.
He's muted.
You got to unmute. Unmute, buddy.
He got the
It's his
jacket.
first day.
Ask
What
to
are you new?
He got the jacket memo.
Apparently.
He's got the shirt.
Can you hear me? Am I
now
unmuted?
There we go.
Now I can.
Is this your first day, Ryan?
Don't let
Well,
Olivia talk
it's
shit.
a new software that we're calling in with, right?
What are you?
It's
yeah,
new.
it is. It's Zoom.
Yeah, it's Zoom. So my tuxedo T-shirt was dirty, so I couldn't wear that. So I had to throw on the jacket.
It looks great, dude.
No
You
pants,
look-
by the way.
You look good.
Me
Yeah.
neither. I'm wearing my freaking
Somebody
spandex.
put pants on. I put pants
Yeah,
on.
I got gym shorts on. I'm not
wearing
sitting
some-
in jeans right now. Or
I'm wearing yoga pants.
Tonto was wearing his silkies and he showed us. So Tonto was on. I don't know. Did you have a chance to watch that? Because that was cool.
I watched off and on. I watched up until about probably the last hour. I've sat here and watched. We have a homestead. It's farming season. I've been planting banana trees and all sorts of stuff. It's been chaotic. We just added quail and ducks, and we have like 50 chickens. So it's just that time of year when everything's, coming together.
So Ryan, here's the deal, man. We're talking about veterans. We're talking about fentanyl, but mainly we're talking about. It's been too effing long since you've been on the show. Election night was so damn fun.
Election night, yeah.
It was a blast, dude. And you're such a sharp guy, and I like you. And I don't know. I mean, your ASVAB score must have been at least 51. That means a lot. And we want to hear from you, dude.
26.
26. You got a waiver, huh? I'm gonna open it up to the panel for questions. Anybody want to start off? And I think this is where we kind of get to let our hair down a little bit and encourage people to help. And that's why Ryan's closing us out, because he's such a good time. So panel, open it up. Ryan Samuels is ours.
I have homesteading questions, so I'll go last.
Okay.
I tend to think of this as like the after party, right? This is where you really have fun when it's with a friend who is, we've bantered before. This is gonna be good.
How's how is the channel doing? How are you doing? How's RyanFSamuels.com? Just walk me through how the journey's been going, and are you still getting shadow banned like I am?
Yeah, so I just got hit today.
Me too.
Like today. They must have known I was coming on your. Well, every once in a while, they just do like a sweep of your whole account, and they'll nail you something from 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. They said that I posted content that wasn't mine, which is not true because I never do that unless I'm commentating on it or I'm talking about a video.
Did it look something? Did it look something like this?
Yeah, that happened today to me. That's
happened to
exactly
us.
what happened
They
to me.
just hit me this morning and demonetized me.
Mine too.
Again.
Yeah, but did they tell you what video it was?
No.
Because they refused to tell me what video it is.
Same.
Yeah, so I can't even go and correct it. Yeah. So,
Fuckers.
but since the election, I will tell you my page has grown substantially.
Me too.
My followers completely organic. I haven't spent a dime on advertising.
Me neither.
And I'm up probably 7,000 or 8,000. So it's I don't know if Zuckerberg, after his little Rogan interview, actually took the things to heart and actually implemented the policies or whatever. But it's substantially different. I'm getting much more reach than I was under Biden. Now that could just be because everybody's focused on Trump and they're Googling and it's the algorithm's working, but we all know the truth, right? Speaking of which, I've been sipping on my melted snowflakes.
Yeah, I love
since the election.
Jane,
you can get that at ryanfsamuels.com.
Yeah, go to ryanfsamuels.com. Go do it. And great show and guest. Thank you, Jane. So Ryan, just a quick one, and then we'll put it to bed. Trump, is this what you voted for?
Yeah, 100%. Fuck yeah. Like I can't emphasize that more. I love it. I love what he's doing. I think what the Democrats did is they screwed up. They pushed him too far, and now he doesn't give a shit. And why would he? Why should he? Why should he care what he does? Why should he care about anything politically? He's going to do what he wants to do because they literally tried to bury him and ruin his life. He's got nothing to lose. So I'm going to full send this until I'm out of here in 4 years. And I'm going to tell you I'm going to run again in 2028 just to watch your heads explode. So I love everything that he is doing. The tariff thing was a little iffy for a bit, but he's using it as a leverage point is what I firmly believe. He's using it as a leverage point. I think it's a great thing for America, short-term pain, long-term progress. But I think he's doing a great job on the deportations. I think it's something that should have been done, that needed to be done for many years. I think we need to secure our borders. I think it's way better now. 10 out of 10.
Where do we go from here when the GOP is already playing their 2016 bullshit and they're not passing the big beautiful bill? I was so stoked to have all my tips not be taxed, and now what's this shit? I mean, I don't know. What do we do?
Congress is just so compromised.
Yeah.
Well, that's the question, and that's why we do this show, right? That's like the ultimate question. That's why we're here. That's what we're talking about, and that's what my show is really about: is how can we get back to founding principles, not overreaching, overbearing, completely grown out of control government, where you have an EPA and an ATF and an FBI and a DEA that all do the same thing, but they don't, and then they intertwine, and then they don't intertwine, and then you're spending trillions of dollars on this, and then they burn a bunch of people alive at Waco. Like, it's just grown way beyond what it's supposed to be. So that's kind of my thing, is like, how do we get it back locally? How do we get back to where the 10th Amendment is more prevalent than it was before the Civil War? Right? That, things not outlined in the Constitution are up to the states. I mean, states' rights are supposed to supersede the federal government's rights. That was the original intent of our founding fathers, or at least be a very strong proponent of the federal government to stand up and say, hey. But now we've come to a point where if, DeSantis says up and says we're not doing that, then the federal government can say, hey, well, guess what? We're not going to give you any funding for your roads. So there's a lot of, it's just grown, but that's the natural course of government, right? It just grows and grows and grows beyond its bounds, because that's what it wants to do. It wants to get more power, no matter who's in office, Republican or Democrat.
My last question that I've got, where do you see this going for the MAGA movement? Do you see an open pushback because there's no candidate who's going to, I mean, like which candidate? It's not going to be Vivek Ramaswamy. It's not going to be DeSantis. It's not going to be Haley. Youngkin's going to have a tough time.
You're never going to.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You're never going to have another Donald Trump. Donald Trump is one of a kind. He's an outsider. He's not a career politician. That's what he's a marketing genius. That's what he used to leverage his way to the Oval Office. He's been talking about running since the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been a plan of his almost his entire life. You can look at clips of him on Oprah, on Barbara Walters back in the 80s and early 90s. They're asking him. He's talking about it. You're not going to have another Donald Trump. The heir apparent would be, of course, my fellow Marine, J.D. Vance. That's who I would root for.
Right.
But you're not going to have the same... I'm trying to think of the proper word here.
Yeah. Je ne sais quoi.
as
Camel,
you're gonna
camel
have-
hair, camel hair jacket.
Yeah. But you're just not going to have that. But that's why it's so important that Congress does unite and gets the things done that we need to get done. And stop holding things back because of their special interest groups and their PAC money. And, well, if I vote yes on this, I'm not going to get reelected. Trump brought a lot of these problems to light about what is actually going on with the deep state. Nobody's ever talked about the deep state before Donald Trump, unless you were JFK and then you got killed. But then just, a couple of weeks later, whew.
Yep.
But nobody has really done that, and he's brought it into the mainstream. That's the thing about Trump, is that he can bring that into the mainstream and have that on the forefront of everybody's minds. But once he's gone, I do anticipate we're going to be back to regular old politics, and it's going to gradually fade back to the way that it's kind of always been,
So what do we do, man? Because listen, they needed to shoot a hostage. Why don't you just loose Bongino and Kash Patel and Bondi and make a sacrificial lamb to send to these guys and say, you better fucking get in line and start voting right, or we're going to open up investigations on everybody. I'm sorry. You've got to get Gestapo on these people. You want to clean it up, but you can't clean it up until you start making arrests. And I keep hearing this, just wait, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. If there was this much evidence, I know it's not coming. You're expecting the convicts to arrest themselves. Hold on. You expect the convicts to arrest themselves. It's not going to happen. These are the crooks. Everybody's deep in it. Everybody's got their hand in the cookie jar. And you think they're going to self-regulate? Give me a break. Amy, go ahead.
I just was really quickly, I think humor is the way to go here. Donald Trump is hilarious. And I think we need the Donald Trump 2028 merch out for people to start trolling like the mass population.
It's out.
To really cement. Like, is it out? I don't know.
It is out, Amy. Take another drink. You got to stop drinking. You got to stop drinking. You're not, then go to bed. You don't have to stay. I'm not paying you overtime. Go to bed. We love you. Good night. Go to sleep. Go to bed.
It's fine. It's 20 more minutes. We're good.
Well, you don't know with this conversation. Leroy, go ahead.
So something that Ryan had mentioned, and it's spot on too, is that this focus on Trump, it's only temporary, right? And in a post-Trump world, what's going to happen? Are we going to revert back to these hardline stances on the subjects that were already divisive between us, things like abortion or inflation, employment, guns, immigration, taxes? Are we going to revert back to our hardline stances on those, or do we just for the next 4 years, is it just going to be, no, Trump is evil, let's do this? You know what I mean? Like, we're at some point the Democrat Party is going to have to take their focus off of him and then go back to stances that are legitimate.
But they didn't in 2024. Why would they do that now? Can they? What here? Okay, so here's a question for the panel. Hold on.
They have to, because it won't be Trump.
Okay, here's the thing. They've already done the 80-20 toxic freaking kiss of death, right? Every great major topic out there that wins elections, they have taken the bad side. Immigration, drugs, crime, border security, military, veterans, taxes, reducing government, pharmaceuticals, abortion. They are on the wrong side of everything, right? I mean,
Right.
so what do you do? How are they going to flip this in 2026 and say, you know what, we want better border security? They're going to get laughed out of the room. What are they going to run on? Let's have that conversation. Let's solve it right now, because they're going to have to flip on something. What are they going to flip on?
I honestly, I don't think that abortion was quite,
Well,
it didn't get enough traction, right, in order to move the needle. I think they're already seeing that there's a huge black and white difference between the inflation that happened under Biden as opposed to what's happening now under Trump.
Right.
He's
down.
I don't know immigration, but how is that bad?
Well, legal immigration. I mean, that's the only other thing. Ryan, what do you think? What do you think the Democrats are going to pull out of their playbook? I mean, because they can't say racist, Nazi, orange bad guy is a monkey.
Right.
Well, they're still doing it, so they can say it, and they're going to continue to say it. Will it work is the question. What they need is an actual leader of the Democratic Party, right? Which now I guess they voted and said it was AOC.
Oh my God,
Fine
I
by
saw
me.
that.
Hey,
I saw it.
Listen, yeah, go ahead, run as long as you want for as many years. You and Kamala can run on the same ticket. I'll support that. But they need somebody. They need like a unifier, like a disruptor to come up to the Democratic Party and put some logic in, and not necessarily change the message, but tweak it a little bit. I think they're going to focus on a lot of the fascism side of it, which it's not there. But the sticking points that are going to stick with the public is they're going to have to not be so radical on abortion, right? Now, I'm anti-abortion 100%. But they're going to have to be a little bit more logical and come back to the center of the aisle. The left has been in control. The left has been in control of all aspects of politics for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. They've been so entrenched. They've been taking taxpayer money and putting in their own super PACs and reelecting themselves, controlling the deep state. I mean, look at Biden had the FBI suppress the Hunter laptop story while Donald Trump was still president.
Yeah.
So, I mean, think about the power the Democratic Party had at that time. And now it's all been exposed. So that is the question for the Democrats. What's the play? And I don't think they know what it is unless they have some sort of unifying Barack Obama figure or Bill Clinton figure that comes in and puts some logic behind it and brings the party back down to earth, because the average American is not as radical as the mainstream Democratic message is. They fiend all the way as far left as they can, but that comes from Barack Obama in his second term, because he got shellacked in the midterms, and he probably would not have won the next election with the universal health care and Obamacare. It just went so far south that he had to pander to the young radical college voters to get him out to vote. So that's where kind of it all started. But now they need somebody that's going to sit at the top and say, this is what we need to do. Everybody calm down. No, we're not going to say that you can have abortions at 9 months. We're going to have the exceptions, rape, murder, incest. That's what we're going to talk about. If they did that, they would come back strong. Are they going to do that?
That's the right to life.
Unlikely.
That's the right to life bill. We know it's not going to pass. Nobody's going to allow it. But here's the interesting thing, real quick, and then rest of the panel chime in on this, please. I know you're talking about, well, they suppressed the Hunter story. They literally stacked the 2016, the 2020, and the 2024 election for the DNC. They stole that. It was Bernie Sanders. They went ahead and increased the super delegates rule, which stole it from Bernie in 16. Told him he could run in 20. Buttigieg and Bernie were both in the lead over Biden. Biden was in dead last. He had like 1.7% of the overall. Then they allowed, go figure, overall non-in-person voting, mail-in ballot voting in Wisconsin and Michigan, which totally showed them that Buttigieg and Bernie were going to win. They went ahead and pushed them to the side, went ahead and replaced Biden, gave him a black Jamaican running mate, and then he stole it. Then take a look in 2024. They stole the primary. stole it from Biden and gave it to Kamala Harris. The Democrats have literally like just hoodwinked every American, and still 50% of the population votes for these assholes. Thoughts on this?
I know. Yeah, I know. That's the problem. And it's not like 50% of the country. It's the populations of New York City.
You know what I mean.
California.
You know what I mean. You know.
Yeah, I know. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. And it's unbelievable that even election night, like I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh my God. Like, yeah, we won. It was a massive win. But how did all of these people still vote for like Kamala and the policies of Sleepy Joe Biden? Now, we later found out was signing things with auto pens because he was incompetent. You know,
I think you're right. I think they have to find somebody who has a fair amount of charisma, because charisma does a lot to wallpaper over shitty policy.
So it's AOC. It's AOC. She's gonna flash her titties.
Full send.
Well, I'm full send too. And then make Jasmine Crockett her lesbian lover. I'm down. Right? I want to watch that movie. Two girls and absolutely no chance. Just skip the cup. Amy, your thoughts?
Two girls, no chance.
Yeah, two girls, no chance. Amy, your thoughts on this? Olivia, your thoughts on this? I mean, is there any Democrat that you think has any possibility of even I mean, you kind of can run JD Vance because he isn't Mr. Personality. So, because who are they going to put against JD Vance even?
I think that they should put Joe Biden back in. He has not served 2 terms, and I think he'd be a great candidate for the next election.
Who would his VP
I think
be?
it's going to be Gavin Newsom
Kamala.
and AOC.
Oh, I want that ticket.
Like,
I want that ticket.
yeah, same.
I want that ticket.
No, I think it will be Gavin Newsom, AOC, and for the Republicans, I think JD Vance.
I don't think it's gonna be JD Vance.
And I don't know. It's like,
thank you, Kim.
There's our governor. He's great. We love
Youngkin.
him.
I love Youngkin.
Yeah, I love him. So I could see it being Youngkin and JD Vance. I could also see it being JD Vance and what's his face from
I don't know.
Florida?
Oh, DeSantis?
Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, you're not going to get DeSantis. DeSantis had his sanctimonious. Yeah.
No, I think he will get tapped. Maybe it's not this time. Maybe it's next time. I think he's going to get tapped. I think he's proven his loyalties at this point. Like Ryan was saying, it's all so deep state. It's an immersion process.
Does it matter though?
A little bit of it.
That's the question. Does it really fucking matter? Because we're seeing it right now. We got Donald Trump. We got the House. We got the Senate. We got the gubernatorial. We got the SCOTUS. We've got the federal and circuit courts, and we're still losing.
It matters.
Thank you, Thomas. Why does it matter? If nothing's going to change, why does it matter?
No.
Because
And it
we
doesn't
need the
really.
right person. We need the person.
Well,
Donald
Who?
Trump is too controversial.
Why?
I love him.
What's he putting? Okay, what
hate
policies is he putting forward that are not good for America?
Oh, I'm not. I personally, I don't think any, but people just hate him to hate him for the sake of hating him. He's too controversial.
He's like
we
a
need
Jake
a more
Paul.
neutral person.
He's not Jake Paul.
I love him.
He wins, and that's what they hate about him. Okay, Ryan, talk some sense. Is it that they hate Trump? That's why he's so effective. That is why he's ineffective. That's the argument, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Well, they hate Trump because they can't control Trump, and they're not used to that. The whole DC, the whole normally you have a politician who's been polished and a good boy for the Republican Party or a good girl for the Republican Party their whole lives, and it's yes sir, I'll say this way and I'll do it that way. Trump just steps in out of New York City and says, "Fuck that, that's stupid. Get these people out of this country." And everyone's like, "What? You can't say that." It's like I just did.
Right.
So that's the Trump effect, right? The Democrats can't do that. They can't do that because then they go against everything they've ever argued since time immemorial. But I do think Gavin Newsom is probably at the top of the mind.
Yep.
I completely disagree with everything, but he's a career politician. He is charismatic, good looking, smart, right?
Billionaire. Almost.
I did billionaire.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
California.
Almost.
Yeah. So I think that's a high probability. I think they're just playing to AOC's feelings. I don't think anybody takes that seriously. I think that the reason that Kamala got it is because she was the VP and they kind of had to do that. Otherwise they would be considered racist.
She stole it. Do you know this story? No. Do you know this story?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So when Joe Biden was going to bow out, this was about, I don't know, Leroy and I were on, it was like 72 hours. And I was like, listen, there is no way he bows out unless the following happens. They force him out. Right. So we started getting wind that he was going to force out. And I was like, okay, now it's starting to get real. Kamala Harris went to all the DNC poll captains and started gathering people up. Her and her husband and her staff got on the phone and started literally saying, I'm running for president, I'm endorsed, and started collecting these primary votes. And they started committing to her, and the state started handing over their delegate votes to Kamala Harris. And by the time Nancy Pelosi even like blinked and Schumer blinked, she had already gotten enough support where it looked like that she was going to become the nominee. So Schumer and Pelosi started pushing back. And they started counteracting because there was still like an open 26% of the votes. And if she did, if like something like 12 to 14% of those delegates were not claimed, you could have a contested election. So Pelosi and Schumer realized that the votes she did get were solidified and she had the nomination. So Kamala was smart enough to go in there and start doing backhanded grabs. She must have gotten her knees really sore, but started collecting all of these votes and she locked herself in. She stole it from Pelosi and Schumer.
Yeah, I believe that, dude. Like, she didn't get to where she is by being a complete idiot.
Right.
You know, I will say that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she was the state attorney of California. She's obviously educated. I think anybody looks like an idiot on the campaign trail if they want to make you look like an idiot. I still think she definitely has some social cues and is just can't speak to save her life. But that doesn't surprise me in the slightest, especially the vice presidency. You definitely have some connection and some power, especially if everybody behind the scenes is cognitively aware that the current sitting president of the United States is not with us. He's on another planet. And then the vice president comes in and says, this is what we need to do to save our country, save democracy, whatever. However you get it done, whatever strings you have to pull, she clearly has the connection. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all. Surprises me that Pelosi has any power whatsoever.
Well,
same with Schumer.
They raised a lot of money. She's raised $560 million for the DNC, which is an incredible amount of money. Last real quick thing, and then
and that's just with stock trades.
Well, right. And by the way, when I say Newsom's a billionaire, that means millionaire in California.
Exactly.
Because the money's appreciates. Leroy, thoughts, questions, comments, Amy, Livia, anything for Ryan? Anything else we want to chew on before we start wrapping this down?
Yes, there was one question. I just got to go back to it and find it now.
Did it start with a Q?
Yes, it did.
Okay, good.
Okay, this is from Jane Bush on Rumble. She said, hearing lots of rumbling that Trump Jr. wants to run. How do you feel about that scenario?
I feel like Donald Trump Jr., who is a friend of mine, he did just full disclosure, an actual friend of mine did a promo for the show. I don't think that's what he wants. I don't know that. He hasn't said that to me personally. I don't think that's what he's looking for. I really don't think we're going to see a Donald Trump Jr. I think we're going to see, I really do think we're going to see J.D. Vance. That's me, though. But he's a Marine. I'm a Marine. I want to see the first Marine Corps president in United States history. So I'm totally biased. I'm backing up my bro.
I want Youngkin.
You're gonna see Barron Trump before you see Trump Jr. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, Barron's got the taste. He's got the taste. And I think that he'll do that. I think Youngkin has a really good shot. He's got the billionaire backing. They're going to need money in this one. They're going to need money in this one. So they're going to have to do a lot of ads, a lot of damage control, and have people remember. Joe Biden, what he failed to do was have people forget 2016 to 2019 and go ahead and blame Donald Trump for 2020 to 2022. He failed that endeavor. we're going to have to go ahead and take the racists, the fascists, the tariffs, the hard living that's still going to go happen for the next couple months. But we're starting to see the economy turn. I think Donald Trump gets ahead of this shit before midterms. And if he does, then you're going to see Republicans own the whole fucking race. So it's going to be interesting.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh, he's not stupid. So whoever, let me just, real quick. Let me just be honest.
30 steps ahead.
He either has someone like me, and it's not bragging, who understands politics, who understands the nuance, who understands the numbers, who understands what America wants. Because a lot of the things that Leroy said, Amy said, I said, and Livy said, all were true. He needed Nikki Haley until he shifted his stance on abortion. The moment he shifted his stance on abortion, Nikki Haley became completely irrelevant. And then Donald Trump went to the fucking center. He ran to the center. And it won him the election. Anybody else?
No, I mean, I would completely agree with all of that. I think that the leftist playbook is going to be one where they're just going to focus on diversity and division, right? And in the meantime, if Trump can do exactly that, he can run up the middle and retake the moderate Americans, I think that'll leave us in a good place.
Ryan, I think he has. I mean, he took the union. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, don't answer that, please. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think he has. I mean, for the first time in how long have we seen like union workers wearing MAGA hats? Like that's
Reagan.
Usually blue territory, man.
Since Reagan.
Yeah, since Reagan. You know, I think. I mean, we talked about it when we were covering the election, that it was just like the votes just kept coming in, and I'm like, oh my God, that's why he was campaigning so hard, because not only did he want to win the Electoral College, I remember he was in a New York City barbershop. I'm like, dude, this guy's pushing hard for the popular vote. And that's the mistakes they had, is that if there's anybody on this earth that can hold a grudge and prove you wrong, it's Donald Trump. So he was like, you know what? I'm going to absolutely destroy you. I'm not only going to win all the swing states, I'm going to win the entire presidency and the popular vote. No questions, no complaints. And that's what we got.
Yeah.
Ryan, when can they see you and where can they see you? You let everybody know when your show is and all that.
So right now, we're building a new studio here on the property. We're going to be ramping up. Probably it's almost done in about next week. But the show is Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can find me on Facebook at The Ryan Samuel Show, at Twitter at The Ryan Samuel Show. I'm on Rumble, The Ryan Samuel Show. It's all The Ryan Samuel Show everywhere. YouTube, I'm on there. I still stream there. Never get any traction because we're conservatives. That's not really how it works. I think I lost a page or two there. Yeah, me too. But that's just what it is. So yeah, you can find me. You can go to RyanFSamuels.com. You can purchase my new book.
Oh,
How to Climb the Corporate Ladder. Yeah.
Really?
Good for you.
Oh, I got to go pick that. I got to go pick that up. Give me the link. Send it to me through text. I'll buy it. I'd love to.
All right,
I mean,
I
already did it, but I still would want to read it. So.
Yeah.
So that's amazing.
Well, it's actually an interesting. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting story. I never really talk about it. I tell people about the book, but I never really tell them what it is.
Yeah, tell us what it is.
All right. So in 2017, long story short, lost my job, lost everything, and I was homeless. I was living in my car. I started working in the motorcycle business, started selling Harley-Davidson motorcycles, and I worked my way from literally living in my car to the general manager and opening up multiple businesses, rental properties. And that kind of is the story of how that happened in about like 5 or 6 years. I just kind of hunkered down, got, it's actually called How to Climb the Corporate Ladder, Lessons from a Tuna Candle. Now I call it Lessons from a Tuna Candle because when I was living in my car.
Okay. Go ahead. No, never mind. I thought the tuna candle was something else. I thought it was the Gwyneth Paltrow vagina candle that she had. Go ahead.
No. Yeah. When I was in the Marine Corps, we did cross training with the British Royal Marines, and one of them taught me how to make a candle out of a tuna can with a little bit of wick and the oil and tuna.
The oil, yeah.
So Yeah, so I made one, and that's what I would read in my truck at night, so I didn't waste my gas to study different things. Like I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, all the classics, and all the stuff on how to sell motorcycles. So yeah, and it's basically all the lessons I learned how to just climb out of hell, basically.
Well, I appreciate it, brother. And yeah, I'm actually very interested to read it. I've got a lot of corporate and self-help books, and I need something to accompany 1 Minute Manager. So it's been sitting over here, and that would make a good accomplice. Yeah. Ryan, thanks for being with us tonight, man. We're gonna probably wrap. Amy is literally gonna fall right into the mic.
She's falling asleep. Yeah,
she's tired. She's been up.
Well, thanks for having me.
We love you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Congratulations.
I was like,
thank you, Ryan. It was good to see you.
All of you guys are killing it. You're doing a great job. Keep pushing. Big things are coming, and pretty soon Tim Pool's going to be asking to be on your show.
Well, we'll
guaranteed.
See. That would be nice to see. I'd like to fit his beanie into the room. We'll see what happens. All right, Ryan. We'll talk to you soon, Bubba. Thanks, man.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care, brother.
All right. So,
Ryan.
Great night tonight. Thank you so much, Ryan. Here's the conversation. We get a minute, and we've been doing that forever, and we're going to give it to Amy first. So if she wants to go, listen, a lot of people are talking about the goal, and I'll tell you, it doesn't bother me in the least. We got super close to where we were supposed to be, and wound up missing it by $2,008. Some people are saying, well, it was match it up to 10K. I don't know what I never talked about it with Chuck. If it was, I had to hit 10K or it's up to, I don't know. But I will tell you this group crushed it. And I don't know many people on many shows who pull in $8,000 on a 5-hour show. I just don't know them. And I know election night we pulled in like 3,500. And you guys do such an amazing job for us, and you give so much every fucking night. And I'm not going to complain.
Look at this donation, babe.
Okay.
Look who it's from.
My mom.
My mom.
Oh, Tammy, thank you so much. That means the world. Thank you, Tamara. That right there is awesome.
That's my mommy.
That's mommy. But listen, we got super close, and we'll see how it goes. And I don't even know if Chuck's on. I don't know where Chuck is.
Maybe he's just been watching.
Maybe he has been watching. Here's my 1 minute. This was a success. I mean, sorry, Tammy. We crushed it. Even without Roseanne, we got a tag from Roseanne and saying, I'm sorry I couldn't make it. Name a person of her stature that apologizes to a low-end podcast. At some point, we have to realize that we're no longer a low-end podcast. We may not have Benny Johnson numbers, but when you compare yourself to other people, you're ultimately setting yourself up for a failure. We will continue to do this. I felt this was a great night. I love the panel. I love the questions. I love everyone diving in together. That's my minute, and we'll see what happens. And, hey, we still got a couple minutes. Oh, looks like we're getting a caller. This was not planned. 805, that's California. What's going on?
It's me, Chuck.
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 What's going on, buddy?
Hi,
How are you? What did you think about the show, man?
I'm doing well, man. I'm listening to the great show you all put on tonight. Amazing. Absolutely. If I may do that thing, absolutely fucking amazing.
Well, we appreciate it, man. It was a good time. I'm excited to have Roseanne come back. We've got a great show next week with what is it, Charlie Bubbles?
Charlie Bubbles, the author, Paul Fotes or Fotes or something. I can't pronounce
we got
his last
Damani,
name.
who's going to be in town. He just sent me his plane itinerary and texted me, so he's going to come here, and we're going to get him in the house. And we'll sit his ass down.
What an amazing speaker! I love the way he thinks.
Yeah,
I mean, he's definitely out of the book, into the corners, and sweeping the shit. I don't know how better to say that.
Yeah,
but yeah, great show. So yeah, no, it was not about you have to make this or I don't. It was I match it up to. And where you guys at?
We're at 8,096.09.
All right. Do I wear them out by talking to you until they donate the rest?
I think
or
you do.
What?
I think you do whatever you want to do, and whatever you do, we're appreciative. Just like every
Dealer's
listen,
choice, brother.
These people tonight raised $8,096 that they don't have. Let's be honest.
Right.
That's
I
just
get it.
That's the truth. And it's like, I'm not going to get emotional, but without it, this is just, it's really important. And it means the world to us, and we love them. JD just put another $100. What an awesome night. Thanks for all you do for us people. Chuck, you decide what we're doing. I'm just here for the ride, man. I'm not even an owner or a host. I'm just
okay.
Humbled.
You have no more speakers. Your agenda's expired. Is that a fair statement?
I think we got to do our 1 minute. So here's what we're going to do. How about this? I did mine. We'll let Olivia go, Amy go, Lyra go, and then you get a minute.
Oh, I'm going to need more than a minute, Matt.
Okay, I'll give you more than a minute. So let's do this. Let's let Olivia go. Let's let Amy go, Lyra go, and you have as much time as you need. And if Amy needs to go to bed, she can. All right, Liv, go.
All right.
All right.
It was an awesome show. I'm very happy that we were able to pull it off and that everyone came. And I really appreciate everyone who has donated, no matter how small or big. They all matter just the same. And Chuck, you're amazing. And thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to do this. Because, this has just been a great night. So glad to be a part of it.
It's fun. You did awesome, by the way. Your collections, you were constantly on the notepad, and you were like amazing tonight. You were like the accountant. You're like Ben Affleck. I was waiting for you to break out a gun and start whacking people. So you did a good job.
Thanks.
Amy, your turn.
Totally agree. I believe without Chuck pushing us to have this goal, I don't know if this night would have ever happened. So I think we really need to thank Chuck for that. And I think we owe him just the biggest thank you of all. I really enjoyed being here tonight. We had some amazing guests, some that we've been, in correspondence with before, and some have like a special place in our hearts, of course. It was so wonderful to meet new people as well, and bring them into our inner circle, so to speak, and the circle of trust. And it was just a very special night, something that we'll never be able to recreate. And I just am so grateful and thankful for all the opportunities we have here. And it's really, Chuck, it's really because of you. So thank you.
Let me piggyback.
Amy,
Chuck,
you've always had such a beautiful heart and spoken gift, and I love you.
Oh, thank you.
And I also want to thank
Same.
Jason from
Likewise.
Wimpton, who made this happen, and Barry. We wouldn't have gotten Tonto without Barry. We wouldn't have gotten T.S. Dixon without Barry. Lisa Regina without Barry. We wouldn't have gotten Lara, Logan, Roseanne, even just tagging us. That means a great deal. So I want to thank them too. Sorry, Ames. I agree. You have an amazing heart. Go ahead, Leroy. It's all you, buddy.
Leroy still around, or is he
Not
on
only
off?
does
Leroy.
Not only does
All right, Leroy, give it
Amy
to
have
me.
an
Give it to
amazing
me.
heart, but I think that everyone up here has been absolutely fantastic all night. The one thing that I will take away from this particular podcast more than anything else is the level of humility. When Matt is up here basically telling everyone, look, we understand this is a podcast, and everyone who's watching it has been so extraordinarily generous with their time and their money, right? And it's all been through this network of, hey, so-and-so knows so-and-so, see if they can come on the show. That's amazing to me. And every one of the people that we were able to get on, Barry, Damani, Tonto, they were all so humble, so kind.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yes.
there was a level of being genuine about each and every one of them that I don't even have the words to say thank you for. That was a great night.
Yeah, it's Lara Logan just literally just feeling so comfortable to at least just get on there. And then we talk about the panel and she's smiling. And then Tonto comes in here, and I've seen Tonto on just about every single podcast. I've never seen him cry before. There's something about this show, and I don't care what it is. I don't care who created it. All I care is that it continues, and it is you come in here and it's humbling because we're just going to talk. There's no grandstanding. There's no making people try to feel stupid. But if you're wrong, you're going to hear it, but it's okay. And we understand because we've all been there. For God's sakes, we're married. Megan fucking Raymond.
I've been in that chair.
Hold on. Megan Raymond, I love you, Megs. Megs, I love you with all my heart. And we love our three, and we love you.
Which we need to get him on the show.
Right, we do. If he's better, you're amazing,
he's
folks.
better.
We're now at 9,346.09. A lot of people just pop a few donations in there, and then Megs, my friend, did it.
Thank you.
So,
all right. Let me do this while I hopefully will trigger some hearts.
Okay, because you got some speech stuff. It's all you. We're shutting up and listening.
Well, Matt, have you ever thought why I did this?
Yes, but that's not my place to ask. That's your story to tell.
Well, thank you. I'm a strong conservative, and I don't like what I've seen in our government and the way our country as a whole has went. And I worked my butt off and made some good money. And I was thinking that when I would retire, I would find some way to get involved and do something like you, Matt, or, I've been involved in school boards and stuff like that. I'm trying to be involved in how I think our society should be run and how our government should support that. However, life has its own choices, and I have cancer, and that's happened since I've been on this show.
I knew it,
and it's not a good diagnosis, and so I am looking at, okay, well, I want to do this, and does it mean I can't? And so I found your show, and I totally believe in it. I like the message that you have. I sometimes sit there and think about why you're talking about this or why you're doing this, but overall, I love your show, and I think it is a foundation that everybody can use, whether side you're on. I think, Matt, you fairly tried to speak to each one of them. So, I'm at this point where I got money and I can spend it, and this is a great place for me to support a voice that I agree with. And so that's why I did this. And it's funny because, it was a simple text message on the message stream, and I have a business proposition, and even the people who watch this and watch that message stream said, Chuck's got a business proposition, and you listened and you believed in me. That was the most amazing part. I was considering writing you a letter of intent just to try to show you that I really mean to do this. And I never really felt that you needed that from me.
No, sir.
And so thank you guys for that. And I don't know, I would hope that in my long-winded voice, the listeners out there will push us over 10,000 because they're so goddamn close. And I would like that to be my matching point and not anything less than that. So I love you guys, and thank you for this, and I appreciate it and I respect it. And it looks like, Matt, you're getting the studio.
Can I just be honest with you, man? And fuck,
sure.
You just tore my soul. So I'll just try to tear yours. I don't have a dad. I don't have an influence like that in my life. He was pretty much disenfranchised with me. And to have someone believe in me is what I needed. And I think this made me a better host, a better husband, and a better co-host and friend to the people on this panel who I adore and love and want nothing more than the success. And I'll be honest, Chuck, I don't know you really much at all, except that I would give you every fucking dime back and whatever I got in my savings to make sure that you stay alive and that you're still here. And I mean that with all my heart. And I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you're here, but I love you and I appreciate you, and I'd take a bullet for you. And thank you.
Oh shit,
Chuck, I don't think that there's anything that anybody up here could say. I mean, money aside, obviously, thank you so much, but I'd give it all back. I'd give you everything I had if it bought more time, and I think that's
you know
the
what. My cancer comment was not to look at all for sympathy, or it was just understanding. And honestly, the interview with Tonto, if you go back and listen, he spoke things that I know and I need to hear about what you're given in life and how you do it and how you choose to live it, and how you take the hard parts and make them the best parts. For me, that was hugely inspiring in my condition right now. Loved that interview.
We're gonna co-name it, and we'll make sure that when we get a permanent one, that it's named after you and Bobby, and you're gonna be here, man. We'll fight this fucking thing. I'm not one of those people. You tell me it's terminal, then I'm gonna listen to you and not pretend. But if there's anything, and you need to get your ass out here, or we'll come to you. I don't care what it is. That's happening no matter what we do. But we'll name it after you and Bobby, and we're going to get a plaque, and we're going to put everybody's names who donated from the last 4 years, and just have it engraved and just do it. But that's something that you deserve, and I thank you for this, because you've motivated me. You've made me believe this is possible, and I didn't know this was possible.
Yeah.
I did not know this was possible.
You know what? I don't think I'm motivated. I think we surprised ourselves on that one, Matt.
Yeah.
I think it was a silly idea, and honestly, you took it and ran with it. I just sat there in the background, and honestly, you wouldn't even oftentimes mention me by name, and I understand it and I respect it. That's all. That's all good. But dude, you rocked this. You made it happen. And you know what I learned tonight is you cuss less when you're in a suit.
I wouldn't have cussed at all if I know Tammy was watching. So once I found out my mother-in-law, and honestly, I didn't feel the need to cuss. And listen, you guys, I sat in corporate boards for a long time without just dropping any bombs. I know how to clean up, and I know, like, if I went on Tim Pool, I know to be. But just to let you know, we hit it, Chuck. $10,211.31.
Damn it! Yes,
Yep.
yes,
Yep.
yes.
You talk long enough, buddy.
I knew if I just sat on here and said, "Here's my sob story, people." No, right on, man.
Yeah, thank you,
Matt. I'm so fucking happy, grateful, inspired. Feel like I'm here. Here's the heavy shoulder. Through you, I have left this spot on this world. Now, I have one question.
Yeah.
Can I at least get a fucking signed sweatshirt or something?
Yeah. Shit. Dude, you can have Livia's underwear, I mean, whatever you want. I mean, shit. So you got it.
You can have Leroy's underwear.
Yeah, you can have Leroy doesn't wear underwear, so it does.
Oh, true.
No, you listen. This isn't out of pity, but you very rarely are you inspired by people, and I'm not a trusting person. You're right. I don't ask. I think when Jason Sheppard was on, he's like, it took me 2 years to court Matt. I trusted you. I don't know. I'm a good judge of character. Leroy's on my show. That should tell you something. I've never met Leroy in my life, and I would take a bullet for him. I love him like a brother that I don't have. And Amy is like my little sister. And my wife is my best friend. And without her, I don't have a sounding board. And God, that board is tough sometimes, and she takes it. So I don't know, dude. You felt trustworthy, and I didn't feel like I needed to vet you. And you're one of the first people I've allowed into my circle without vetting, which is crazy because I have not vetted you. I did not. I wanted to respect your.
I agree with that.
I swear to God, I haven't, and I could. It takes one phone call, and I know everything about you. I didn't, and I don't know why, but it's the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen.
Patriot Act.
Well, it's not. I don't need the Patriot Act, but the point is, it doesn't matter. But I knew I knew
right.
something. But you know what? But I'll tell you one thing: you didn't pull over on me. I knew something was wrong. I knew it. I could feel it. Because what I did do is I had to ask the why. And I did that a long time ago. And that's why, if you watch the video when you said it, I was like, fuck, I knew it. I knew it. And I knew it was something like that. I knew it was something serious. Because you included your wife and you got her permission too. And you guys did it together.
She's sitting right here.
Yep.
She's just as happy as I am that I'm spending all this money.
Yeah. Well, it's going to go to a good place. I'm going to get that penile reduction that I've needed for so long. And very
He told me it was enlarging, not a reduction.
Whatever. Don't be sad. This is great, man. I don't know what else to say except that we're either coming out there or you're coming out here, and I want to document that, and more importantly, I'd love to have you on the show. And that would be awesome.
We'll come out there.
Okay.
I have a bucket list thing. You know, that's what you do when you're where I'm at, and we're going to go to Italy to see Andre Bocelli.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Oh my God, that's going to be amazing.
Wow.
Oh, I can't wait. That's just to sit and listen to that guy sing inspires me.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back. That's in July. And so I'd love to come out and see you guys afterwards. And you know, just, I don't know, brother from another mother.
Yeah.
You're right. Matt, we haven't vetted each other, but I think somewhere in the background you believed in me and I believe in you.
Yep.
And there was this beautiful show you did tonight, and you all did tonight, I should say. But and what's amazing is you already have speakers lined up in the future, and I think that's a carry on to what you've accomplished tonight. So I think maybe I'll just take a little you know, I'll take it. I'll appreciate it myself. We push this show forward.
That's a lot of weight, because, you know, I'm going to have to do better. So it's already been.
You are.
I know, but better. You know what I'm talking about. There's another level that needs to take place, and I'm aware of what it is. And this gives me that justification to do that. And it's going to take a lot more preparation. I need to unload the workload I have so I can get back to who I was in the first 2 years, which was a teacher and an educator. And I don't have the time. And I think we can do better than the National Enquirer at times. Sometimes we put some videos on that don't need to be on. It just, Leroy said it best about 3 weeks ago. He's like, we're just going to up the level of teaching moments and education and making sure that we're bringing the right perspective at all times. That's the obligation that I need. And I think tonight we brought that. I think we let people share their experiences, and I think everyone was engaged, and it was good. It needs to happen again, just like that.
Yes. Yes. You even talked about an annual. I think my wife wants to say something.
Yes, I'd love to.
Hey, Mr. Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been sitting here silently loving your program as well. And I just want to say we are both excited to come to Loudoun County.
Yes, ma'am.
And meet you. And I know that when you get a Chuck hug, there will be the support that you will love. I'll just say that. Meeting Chuck in person will be fabulous, and meeting you in person you guys will be fabulous. And we will come out there in 2 or 3 months, whatever it's going to be, but we want to come see you. We were going to bring you the check in person, and then we thought, no, you need the PayPal money now, but we want to come and see you guys. And I'm sure that you and Chuck will finish your bond at that point.
Yeah. Well, yes. And thank you so much for being the support. And Olivia and I talk often that we don't know if we could survive without each other, even though we want to kill each other often. And we talk about going out with a notebook style. And I said, God, that's so fucking corny. I don't want to do that. It was really awkward. But you have somebody who you cheer for and love and you're invested in, and you guys share that learn leading out, which is incredible. I mean, the fact that you give so much, that just shows that people should try to reach fulfillment. And when you feel so much care and love for another person, you can't help but share it with other people. You've touched my life, and even if I don't see a bloody cent, I don't give a shit. I don't care about the money. This was never about the money. This was about, I knew there was a reason. I understood that there was a goal. I didn't know why, but I had a feeling, and it felt like it had to be done. And I've learned and I'm sorry to be so verbose, but I've learned in my life that when you get that sign, you run with it. And if you don't, you're missing out on an opportunity. And if I didn't, I wouldn't have taken the chance on Olivia. I wouldn't have taken the chance on Leroy. I wouldn't have found Amy's friendship and accepted it. I wouldn't have brought the dummies in, and we wouldn't have created this and spent the painstaking hours, and we certainly wouldn't have listened to you. So I'm glad we did. And we thank you very much for changing our lives, because this will do it.
Well, I'll just tell you, in Chuck says this all the time, so here you go. You're on to bigger, better, faster, more.
I hope that made sense.
Yeah, we're up to it.
Yeah.
You know, Matt, we all grow with not we all, some of us, the great ones, grow to leave a mark on this earth, in our lives, in our families' lives. And you're doing it through your show, and I'm doing it through my contribution to it. And if this tonight makes you dig in deeper and harder and be
in an effort to be more successful, then damn it, we did the right thing.
Yeah, we got a lot of work to do, and we got to take it to the next level now. And I've got 3 people who, well, more than that. We've got a network of about 15 people who need to be taken care of. So, I'm sorry, but it can't be not said tonight. The fact that Amy and Leroy have been doing this for 4 years and 3 years respectively, but longer than that in a lot of ways, and they don't ask for anything.
Yeah.
Not a fucking dime.
You try to incorporate the thing and make them equals, but that's when it becomes something, right? When it becomes a financial value.
If I had $10 million contract tomorrow, 3 and 3. That's the way it would work.
Yep.
Each get $3 million.
Yep.
That's what it would be for me. And they know that. And they know that because
remember me.
I don't know if that's in the future. I don't know if that's in the cards. I don't know any of that. But what I do know is that if they weren't so extremely unselfish, and they know, I'm always honest with them. I'm like, this is what we're making. This is what we need.
And brilliant.
Yeah.
They're both brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Very much.
Thank you, Chuck.
Yes. And Amy has Laura Logan sexy all her own. I'll just say that.
Lara, yeah. Well, Lara Logan's, she's not too bad to look at. I'm just going to say that too. And I was like, I was watching her in the green room. You guys didn't see her in the green room. And I turned away and blushed a little bit because I felt inappropriate because she was readjusting. And I'm like, okay, that, I'm going to block that off. And then she came in and she was there and she was in her glory. She looked beautiful.
Boy,
woman.
was she?
Beautiful woman. That's all I'm going to say. Beautiful woman. Tonto's skivvies were good too. I'm not going to lie. I mean, that was enjoyable too.
I think we were hoping he was going to take his shirt off, but skivvies are good
Chuck,
enough.
Would Kathleen missed that picture.
Chuck, Joseph had a great idea. Would you do me a favor?
Sure.
I forgot to ask Tonto, which I should have, but I'm going to email Lara and Tonto and ask if they'll do an intro. How about you do a voiceover intro for us?
I'll do my best.
Well, it's not hard. Just
talk.
I
love that.
Just talk.
I don't have an English accent, and nor can I fake one.
Well, it's okay. Obviously, you just proved that. But you should do an intro for us, and we would love to hear it. And you know what it is, and that would immortalize. Like, here's the problem. This 15 minutes should have 30 million views. Because this is the most real, genuine that I've ever seen in a show. And the fact that I'm a part of it is surreal, right? Like I'm kind of out of my body right now looking at this. But if I was watching this, I wouldn't turn it off. I would listen and be like, are you fucking kidding me? This isn't staged, because this is what people fake to get clicks. And when it's real and genuine, you don't see stuff like this. But we've seen it for years now, and we've seen people's lives changed, and it's something beautiful. We got to get it out there. We got to find a way. You know what I mean?
You're doing it.
Yeah.
I think you're right on the path. I think you're just on the verge of busting the balloon. And your show tonight, I mean, truly revealed that. Your guests were phenomenal. T.S. Dixon, God,
smart guy.
What a smart individual. And you only have one autograph book that I don't want, not really, kind of, sort of, but you're promising to another person who donated. And there are many people who did it tonight, but damn,
I think I can say that I can get you an autograph book from T.S. Dixon, considering that I'm probably going to redo his entire website and brand him and market him. So, yeah, I think he'll swing it for me.
Right.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Is that included with the autograph sweatshirt?
Yeah.
You need to pick out the sweatshirt you want.
Jeez, dude, seriously, I told you. I mean, you can have my firstborn. Throw her in there. Just take her. She's great. She cleans and does it all.
No, she doesn't clean. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
she doesn't. She doesn't clean. That's
She
right.
cleans the kitchen.
She is lippy.
and she has attitude. No,
She does have attitude.
Don't
She
do
does.
that to him.
She gave it to Leroy when he was here. And,
Oh,
and
goodness.
He's looking over and he's like, "Jesus, it's like having Matt on the fucking podcast."
Seriously, I live with both of them. My goodness.
Well, I don't know what else to say except thank you. I mean, that's the one thing we haven't said. So, I thank you so very much to both of you, and thanks for making a great night. I'm looking at this number, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think we were going to hit. I looked over her, and it was 7,600, and it's like we didn't hit it, but we achieved every goal we set out. We did. Every goal that we set out, we hit, and this was never going to be that. Now I've got a lot of work to do. Shit, I got a studio to build, and that's going to be fun. I'm excited to do it. It's a lot of work, but it'll be fun.
And we're using all local people too.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Good.
It's going to be exciting. All made in America, all Virginia wood, and all real, nothing fake, and it's gonna look great.
The electrician is somebody we met at the diner. too.
Yeah. So everybody's.
Can you guys just let me know what you're doing, because I have
contacts.
You do.
My connections go deep, and they're very loyal.
I'm gonna take care. I'm gonna take care of that for you. I trust me. When I get everything priced, the wood I can't. The guy is. It's Matt here. He is he's got a planing shop. You know Matt?
I know.
Okay.
I know. Yeah.
He's
I'm just
good.
saying, I know. Yes. But
okay.
We'll have a conversation.
I'm gonna just throw it to you, and
maybe?
you just go. Well, no. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fucking sleep.
We're going to unplug and play some Diablo.
I have not slept
on
in
Monday.
I haven't slept in 3 months. I'm going to sleep. Yeah. I'm going to play Diablo. I'm going to kill bad guys, and then I am going to get to work on Monday, and we're gonna crush it. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
And the fact we have 350, 375 on still, that's a good thing. All right.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Right on.
It's busy. It's busy.
Yeah.
All right. Signing off. That's it. That's all we can do.
All right.
Amy, we love you. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to talk to the dummies.
Go
ahead.
I just want to say again, thank you to Chuck and Chuck's wife. And I didn't get your name, Chuck's wife, so I'm sorry.
Kathleen.
If I missed it. Kathleen.
Kathleen.
Thank you so much. You
Chuck
guys.
and Kathleen, thank you.
You guys have really made, it's hard to put into words.
Yeah.
That's all.
You
It's hard
guys
to
are
put into
amazing.
words what you guys have done for us. I'm sorry, my voice is gone. It's been
No worries. We hear you.
We just
We hear
love
you.
you guys and praying for you.
Yeah, there's going to be some prayers in this. And I want a full report. So we'll do that offline. But I want to hear.
Yeah.
I want to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? Let's get that bucket list checked off, and let's get all those things. And you know what?
Hell yeah.
You've made a miracle in our lives. Maybe somehow we can make a miracle in yours. You know what I mean?
You already have.
Well,
you already have.
Yeah. God bless you. You're not going to make me cry again. You only get it once a year. Fuck off.
All right. So Matt, what's the final? What am I writing a check for?
Well, it's 10,211.31. So that would be 10,000 flat, no matter how you cut it, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be 10,300 with the fees that I have to pay through PayPal, but whatever. What's a few hundred among friends and
you hear it?
And lovers?
Do you want to say something, Chuck?
Yeah, right.
Did you hear?
Hello?
Ethan's here. Hold on. Okay.
Ethan.
All right. I'm going to let everybody go. And I just want to say something to the dummies, if that's okay. So,
all right. Thanks, Matt.
Amy,
love you all.
Leroy.
Thank you so
guys
much, Chuck
for
and
everything
Kathleen.
you did tonight.
Love you guys very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
Amy,
you guys.
Leroy.
Thank you to thank you to everybody.
We'll
Everyone.
talk.
It's been amazing. Love you
We'll-
guys. Yeah.
We'll talk. We love you guys. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
God bless.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
y'all.
Bye.
Can you guys give me the room for a minute?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. If that's okay. Thanks. I love you. So I guess I'll just say the following.
May 16th.
No, I will not say May 16th. I love you, Ash. Bye, baby. I'm not a good person. And I think everyone can say that, you know, that they've got things that they don't like about themselves, or there's things that they want to change. And, you know, my inequities are that I'm impatient and I'm demanding. And it comes from a lot of unresolved emotion and frustration with a life that became cynical. And I will tell you that the last 4 years, that cynicism has been replaced with false humility, was replaced with actual penitence, I guess I would say. An ability to understand that you don't have to be the smartest in the room, or you don't always have to be, you don't have to be the best all the time. And you don't have to be perfect, or you can say something to somebody without making them feel small and insignificant. And even though I still do it, and Chuck is somebody who I took off on. I think I've taken off on everybody at one point or another. And it's never designed to hurt. It's my insecurity. It's my inability to cope with that lack of mechanism that I don't possess to be patient and to be compassionate sometimes, because I don't have that. But what I do have, and I'm not going to use the particular set of skills, is an avid thirst to learn. And there's been a series of steps that I've taken in my life. And from the steps of surviving through 2 very traumatic and horrible experiences in my life, to not trusting people, to having 2 very unhappy parents who despised each other, and we felt it, some of us more than others. From the bullying to the failure of struggling through ADHD and learning disabilities, and trying to find my way, and having this mouth but not having the body to back it up. From military and success going to broken and bedlam, and getting addicted to medication, and then fighting through that, and being a good husband and a bad one, and having kids and being a good father and a bad father, and these transitions. And the final transition that I had in my life had to happen just when this show started. I started Don't Unfriend Me for me, because I was no longer happy leading other people when I struggled and had so many conflicts within myself. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't put on the face and lead people in an environment and pretend anymore. Tonto said it best. I couldn't pretend. And all I wanted to do was just go do what I wanted to do. So I thought selling wooden flags would work. I mean, going from a corporate executive cushy job, $500,000 a year in stock, and having everything I wanted, and just going, no, it's not going to be it anymore. It made no sense. And I did it, and I failed miserably because COVID happened and it just didn't work. And then going to Valor, same thing. And realizing that I didn't want to sell roofs, and I couldn't stand the untruthfulness and fakeness of construction. And I let it eat me alive. And then this show happened. That minute that I turned on the camera and I started recording, and there were no inhibitions, there were no expectations. It was just me and the camera, and I was able to say and speak, and it was cathartic. And it helped me understand who I was as a person and who I needed to be for others for the first time in my life. It was it was literally a crib key into how to unlock where I felt effective. And I was bad at it because I went and watched some of those videos, and I'm just like, oh my God, that's not the person I am today. My tempo was off. My overall volume and pacing, and the time that I would spend just spinning circles into woven webs of intersections into super highways of information that were just a road to nowhere. And I learned how to simplify. And I learned that there were things from the show that I needed that I wasn't taking advantage of, so I would change. And maybe I wouldn't cuss for a month, or maybe I would yell more, or go after trolls, or change the topic, or make it 2 hours, make it 1 hour. And I finally realized I'm just trying to appease everybody. And I'm not going to make anyone happy that way. And what happened in the show was really a simple change. I stopped focusing on me and started focusing on the viewers, started focusing on the guests, and even though I can still go on and on forever, I'm getting fulfillment out of seeing other people enjoying what we do. That's why I love that Damani wants to spend time with us. I love that Ryan Samuels waited in the room and watched the show. I love that Lara Logan still showed up after she was at a concert and still showed up. I love that Roseanne took a moment and doesn't owe me a fucking thing and wrote and said, I'm sorry I couldn't make it. I love the fact that the mods are here and they spend the time to actually care about the integrity of the show. I love that my wife is now comfortable in front of a camera and glows and tries to provide me with all the support. I love that my cousins are just there and drop $1,000 to help out and with no expectation. And the fact that Chuck and the fact that we have people like Jane and Lois and others, people who are in ICU and want to watch the Don't Unfriend Me show, or Chuck, who is on his bucket list to be a part of this show and to match money. It's too much. It's too much. And that's enough. You know what I mean? That's enough. And that's what I was talking about. The fact that Chuck and Kathleen, I believe that's her name, love each other so much that they have to give it out to other people. That's the way I feel. Like, it's enough and too much. I know that doesn't make any sense, but for once in my life, I feel like I understand what I'm meant to do and what I love to do. And it's this show. And I don't care. Nobody can put a dent in this show. Nobody can hurt it. Nobody can hurt me. There's people, oh, this show sucks, or it's not entertaining enough, or you need to talk more, poorly about Jews, or you need to go ahead and be more pressing, or you need to be in the middle. I don't care. Nothing you can say. Because this tonight, in my opinion, was a Herculean effort to pull it off. The work and the preparation and the time was incredible. The fact that my mother, and it's my mother, she's not even my mother-in-law. This woman is more of a mother than my mother ever could be, donated money to this when I know she doesn't have it means the world to me. The fact that people give $5 donations and say, I doubled my donation. It's too much. So here's my promise. I promise this, that I won't abuse what you've given me. That every single dime will go into the show. That it's not a reward for me. It's a reward for your investment. And we will build something that is exciting, that will be open to everyone who watches the show, and we will try to make it better, and we'll try to make it stronger. And I will continue to move forward and grow and try to bring you something better. But I will never eclipse what you guys have done for us. You have literally supported this family and taken us from a position where we would have to stop the show and flipped it on its head and said, we're not going to let it fail. And the trust that you have is unbelievable, and it's humbling. When I say I love you guys, I do. I'm not some super church pastor who's going to take the money and go and do something nefarious with it. I'm not some grifter who's going to go ahead and swindle people out of their money. I'm not going to sell you a product that you're not going to love. And I'm not going to bullshit you and tell you lies because you want to hear them. I'm going to tell you what I truly believe is happening based on the facts, based on the knowledge that I have. And when I'm wrong, I'll admit it. As long as when you're wrong, you do too. You people are the things I've never had in life. You are my friends. And I've never really had them because I've always pushed them away and kept them at arm's length. I can't go much longer on this because I need to let it out in my way. But you are my friends. You are my family. You're the DUM Nation. And I wouldn't change any of you out for the world. Thank you. And I don't even care if you gave a dime or not. That doesn't mean anything to me. The fact that you're here means the world to me. So I thank you. I love you. And thank you for all the years of not unfriending me. Let's fucking go. The show will be on a podcast tomorrow. We'll break it down and we'll have it up. Ash says, I want to go to bed. She just growled like, want to say hi to everybody? She's telling me it's time for bed. I'm going to go hug my wife, kiss my kids. Thank you, everybody, for making a very special night. We owe Chuck a lot. We owe you a lot. And everyone who's donated, we will find a way to make sure you're honored in this new studio. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we'll find a way. Thank you. God bless. We'll see you guys on Monday. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. I've already read them all. I see them all. I know. People, fucking amazing. I love you, guy.
Adjusting transmitter output.
This is the Don't Unfriend Me Show with your hosts, Matt, Leroy, Amy, and Olivia. Geopolitics, military analysis, and election coverage. Coming to you live on all major social media channels at the DUM Show. Honest, direct, unfiltered. We can agree, we can disagree. Just don't unfriend me.